Alrighty, folks. We are back with the Voice of Cards trilogy. This will be the finale to the trilogy. This is part 3. This will be Beasts of Burden. I like this game a lot. It's not... Every single one of the voice cards, I have a very different sort of appreciation for them. So anyways, first things first, we're going to make sure that we set up our settings. Set the game speed to high speed. That'll speed up a lot of the animations, save quite a bit of time throughout. We're going to be playing with the Mama avatar, so if you happen to have played the Near Mobile game that is currently shutting down globally, we're going to be using the play piece, the avatar Mama from that. Be using the default cards. However, we can use the cage cards from Ren if we chose to do that. But we'll be using the DLC from that. And yeah, we'll use the... We'll switch the dice to the story dice. They're a bit more traditional, but we'll go with those ones. We'll be using the regular soundtrack rather than the reincarnation soundtrack. Although I do like the reincarnation music quite a bit for this game. I've said that about the other games as well. They did a good job with selecting particular tracks. But, you know, I'm pretty happy with this. Only 12 hours ago did we finish, basically, Voice of Cards Forsaken Maiden. And here we are back again to do third and last game here. Alright, so with all that out of the way, we got our settings set up. We're gonna begin a new game, just like before. Yeah, all the music they chose from the particular OST were hand selected. So they didn't replace every single track in the main game with the optional OST. There is some particular parts in all 3 games where it will still play the original OST. But for, I would say about 80% of the music's been replaced when you select the optional OST. But they did a good job with doing it, so kudos to them for doing that. So anyways, music in this game, just like before in the other games, is phenomenal. We're going to get into a very different story. And things are going to start very chaotic. And it's going to just go with this game. Compared to the other games where there's a bit of a build-up, this game just goes. So you're in for a roller coaster of emotion and a lot of death and destruction throughout. So, yeah. Anyways, so we're gonna not carry over any save data. We're just gonna start fresh as we did with the previous runs. So we'll just have timer start as soon as I hit no and start importing the save data, and we'll let the narrator do their job just like before. I'll do my best not to interrupt them. And we'll talk about all of the lore and stuff, because we're on the 3rd game, so we can really start unpacking all of this stuff. So, yeah, with all the formalities out of the way, we'll have plenty of time to talk about other things as we go. So let's just hit it. 3, 2, 1, and go.
Greetings! Oh, did I surprise you? I am the Game Master. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Let's begin, shall we? My job is to draw you into this world with my voice and cards. So I'd be very pleased if you would play with the sound on. That being said, my voice is also subtitled, just like this, for your reading enjoyment. It looks like you're all set. Well then, let's begin. Welcome to the world of Voice of Cards. You're about to embark on a journey as the hero of this tale. This realm is home to humans and monsters. It is there you and your allies' adventure will unfold. That's the spirit. Now then, it's time to depart. Safe travels, my friend.
To clear up the question in chat, importing save data, what that does is it carries over character stats and things like that. Not any story progress, but all sorts of other things that aren't tied to story. Anyways, keynote, I should mention that the narrator's changed again for the third time, this being the third game. The narrator, they chose specifically, as you'll find out, related to the main character of the game, because again, the game is told through sort of like the perspective and voice of someone telling the story. So think of it as a traditional RPG, but being told as sort of like a DM, which we'll get into.
A girl faces off against a monster within a dim cave.
But yeah, we got thrown right into there in the third game. This game is action throughout. It just
The girl
goes.
adjusts her stance, readies her weapon, and lunges at her opponent.
Alright, so we're in the prologue, just like all the other games. We get introduced to our hero of the story.
The monster defeated, the girl lets out a sigh of relief. She surveys the area, but sees neither hide nor hair of other beasts. This girl is the hero of our story, and your window into the world. Despite your youth, you are a fierce warrior who defends your village from monsters. I have to get home. Your mission accomplished, you quickly leave the area.
Alright, so we defeated the slime. We're going to return back to our village. But yeah, so you'll notice that we're playing for the first time the Voice of Cards games as a female lead.
There are creatures known as monsters. Humans have long been in conflict with these beasts.
Oops. Alright, gotta start using the jump feature to go around objects.
This ballista was installed to safeguard the village. Its massive arrows have split many a monstrous skull. Your village lies deep beneath the earth. Everyone has taken to living underground to safeguard themselves from the monsters. Although the village itself is well protected, the people within it are slowly but steadily spiraling toward ruin.
So, this game already, as you can tell, starts off in a pretty dire situation compared to the previous games.
The village is the same as always. It appears the battle above has not affected life here at all. An elderly man approaches you. Well done hunting down those beasts. Are you unharmed? He asks. You nod. He gives a sigh of relief, then begins asking question after question about the monster's strength and numbers. He appears to be worried about the gates and mechanisms on each level and whether they'll be enough to defend the village. Don't worry, I'll protect the village, you reassure him in a cheery voice, then continue on your way home.
Alright, so we're going to return home. Game's got to remind us about jump mechanic, which is something we can use all 3 games.
As you enter your house, your mother envelops you in a warm hug. Your mother seems worried as you haven't been home in days. You've been away for so long. Let the others know you've returned, she says, handing you a basket full of eggs. They're eggs from your chickens. It's your job to distribute these throughout the village. Okay, I'll be right back, you exclaim with a cheerful smile.
So, for the first time in a Voice of Cards game, we also have a parent who's actually still alive.
After you give the old woman a few eggs, she hands you some homemade seasonings. I will. You take care of yourself too, you hear? You reply in a lively voice.
Alright, so we're gonna finish talking to the rest of the villagers.
Just as you're about to hand the young man some eggs, you see his ears turn red, and he lifts a jar of water up. Don't worry, I can handle it, you assure him. Then take the jar and hand him some eggs. When the girl notices you, she immediately presents you with an armful of potatoes. That's incredible, you exclaim, giving her a good-natured pat on the head. You then trade her some eggs for the giant potato.
Alright, one last villager.
You hand the elderly man some eggs, and he gives you a large fish in return. The elderly man forces a smile, and you give him a smile of your own. Everything will be all right, you reassure him before heading on your way. After making sure everyone receives their eggs, you quickly head home, spoils in hand.
Alright, so we did our trading with the villagers, handing out food.
You return home to see tasty dishes upon the table. While simple, it is more extravagant than usual. Happy birthday, dear, your mother says, stroking your cheek gently.
Happy birthday!
That's right. Today is the day you turn 14.
We're 14!
Your mother gifted you a handmade plush animal for the occasion. Oh, What an adorable... I'm sorry I can't give you more, your mother laments. But you have nothing but gratitude for her. Just then, your stomach starts to rumble. Your mother smiles and asks, "Shall we eat?"
It's also the, I believe the youngest protag in the Voice of Cards games as well at this point. Because all the other ones are closer to 16, 17, I believe. It's hard to gauge because they don't actually tell you in the other games. You just have to kind of understand that based on the timeline. So in this game, because it does tell you straight up, it kind of gives you a bit of an idea of, as we get into later elements, where this story takes place compared to the other ones, which, again, we'll discuss a lot about the lore and the connections between this game and the other game.
That night at bedtime, you lay upon your bed with your plush animal in your arms. Yep, that's it, you say to yourself decisively. Your name is Ram. Your new plush animal officially has a name.
So we have a plushie named Ram.
It's nice to meet you, Ram. My name is...
And we're gonna go with the default name for our protag here, which is Allie.
You introduce yourself to the plush animal, as any well-mannered person would. That's a wonderful name. You decide to show your new friend your most prized possession. You grab the book that's always beside your pillow and flip through until you reach a certain page. Aren't the stars just beautiful? This is what the outside world looks like. I want to see it with my own eyes someday, you confess. Not long after, you feel yourself getting sleepy. A yawn escapes your mouth. But just then, a scream echoes through the village. Monsters. You dash out of your house. Not a moment later, the old woman rushes over. "The upper gates have been breached," she cries. Your mother rushes over with a concerned look on her face and places something in your hand.
Alright, so right off the bat, things aren't getting very good for us. So anyways, we're gonna head to the Strata Gate. We have limited vision here, but we're still gonna make use of the jumping feature.
Before the 4th level gate, the villagers face off against the incoming beasts. An elderly man turns to you and exclaims, "We must close the gate. Please stop the monsters." You nod and turn both pointed gaze and pointed weapon at the creatures. There are many traps nearby that will help you defeat the monsters. Use them to protect the gate.
Alright, so things go from 0 to 60 pretty quickly, as someone mentioned in chat. Unlike the other games where things have a bit of a slower build-up, this one just goes straight in. So we're gonna go ahead and rock trap everything. That'll remove 2 of the targets. And then we can deal with the turtle afterwards. Now we can do the flat damage, because as we mentioned in the previous games, flat damage beats armor.
You defended the gate splendidly. Once the battle is over, the villagers tell you that the upper levels are in danger, so you make your way up.
Keep in mind, we're only 14 and we're fighting for our life with the village to stay alive. And this entire village is underground, which we'll get into a bit later.
The young man is fighting back monsters, but is losing ground. It won't be long before they reach the gate. I'll fight them off. You close the gate, you shout. The young man grimaces. I'm so sorry, he says, closing the gate behind him.
Alright, so we're gonna take care of the slime first.
A master... You manage to defend the gate, but see the old man from the village approach. Blood oozes out of a gaping wound on his back.
The fiends at the gate were a decoy. The village.
You rush to his side and check his pulse, but he doesn't have one. But the village, you gasp out, your heart trembling in anger and unease.
Alright, everything just goes deathly silent. That can't be good. We're gonna use the jump feature to head back quickly.
Pebbles patter down on you from above. When you look up, you see a giant hole in the ceiling. You wonder if that's how the monsters got in. Oh no. Your mother. Is she safe?
For the purpose of the story run, we're also going to examine all of the villagers again.
The young man has already breathed his last. No longer will that cheerful voice ever call out to you.
Keep in mind, just moments ago we were talking to them.
The girl has already breathed her last. No longer will you feel her little hand hold yours. The old woman has already breathed her last. No longer will those warm eyes ever look upon you. You rush into your house, panting for breath, and find your mother on the ground in a pool of blood. Mother, you shriek. She opens her eyes, but only just.
My sweet little girl, you must live.
You sob and scream as you cling tight to her, but she never wakes to console you. Ram lies among the rubble, tattered and frayed. It is beyond repair. Your screams are the only sounds in the village that once hummed with life. Just then, a monster with a wounded eye appears. I found a survivor. As the monster shouts those resentful words, it lunges at you.
The music, the way it kicks in this section too, is really powerful at this moment. And we're still in prologue. So you can notice that our character here is
Bring
just in
yourself to
anguish
fight.
because he's darkened, and we're just forced here to watch
ever cared about is gone
as we just give up.
forever.
Everyone he ever loved, our mother, all gone. Family,
The
our
monster
village.
roars with laughter. Is this all you sub-Terran worms can do? It taunts. The monster brandishes its weapon, readying to strike the final blow. Having lost all those precious to you, you close your eyes and resign yourself to your fate. When you open your eyes, you see the gravely wounded beast on the ground. You also see a boy, who you assume is the one who struck down the monster. You okay? He asks. In a faint voice, you ask him who he is. I'm here to save you, he answers as he helps you to your feet. Come on. This place is about to collapse, he says, then pulls you along. Maybe it's the shock, but you think you hear Ram, crushed under the debris, whisper, "Go."
Alright, still definitely silent, but we're going to leave now after all of that tragedy. We're only a little bit ways in, and we're already struck with immense tragedy to our MC.
Your home, your village, your family. Memories of your life underground flood your mind. You remember the old man who was such a worrywart, but only because he loved the village more than anyone else. You remember the little girl who always asked you to play with her. You remember the regrettably unreliable but undeniably kind-hearted young man. You remember the wise old woman who taught you all manner of things. Your heart aches for your mother, who loved you more than anyone.
My sweet little girl, you must live.
We're almost at the surface, the mysterious boy says. You don't know if you can trust him, but you have nowhere else to go. Though your legs are unstable, you keep moving forward, unsure what awaits.
Alright, and that's the prologue. What a way to kick off the start of this game. So we have 7 chapters to get through in this game, not including prologue.
You lay eyes on the surface for the first time in your life. Captivated by the endless sands before you, you scoop up a handful. Just then, the passage leading to your village collapses. Your family, friends, and even Ram are all buried in the sand now. You fall to your knees, overcome with grief. The boy stares at you, watching as you sob until you can barely breathe. Once you've calmed, he speaks. "Let's go," he says, then begins walking.
Alright, so we're going to be heading to a place called Steelborough. We need to go west along to get to the oasis over here.
The boy stands before some sort of wreckage. It appears to be the remains of some mode of desert transportation that was destroyed by a sandstorm. Whatever was inside of it seems to be missing, too. "Can you walk?" he asks you. For the first time, you realize just how thirsty you are. You shake your head, and the boy tells you of an oasis to the west. "Try not to faint before then," he says curtly.
So we're going to be heading west here to go find the oasis, and then we're going to be picking up a couple items before we head into Steelborough, which is our destination. Alright, and then we'll also get into some new mechanics that the third game brings. I find pretty interesting. And adds a new level of routing on the fly, should I say. There'll be a bit of on-the-fly routing throughout this run, that is determined by a level of RNG to a point. Always going to be choosing the first option when it comes to random rewards we get, and we'll just have to trust in RNG that we get something decent.
Once you arrive, both you and the boy scoop water out of the oasis to quench your parched throats. You swallow, hoping to ease the dryness in your throat, and cast your hollow eyes at the sky. "I can't see the stars," you murmur. "Of course you can't," he replies. "The sun never sets here."
Alright. Sun never sets. That might be important information later, but we'll get into covering more and more stuff as we go.
Stars are merely a thing of fairy tales. When you ask the boy where he's going, his answer is short. To get revenge.
Alright, so we learn the mysterious boy's motive for what they're about to be doing, which is revenge.
Revenge. A darkness finds its way into your once hollow eyes. I want revenge on the monsters, you whisper. They robbed you of everything you loved. There's no way that can go unpunished. Follow me, he says, then extends a hand to you. You take it. The boy says he's heading to Steelborough in the north to find a means to exact his revenge. You decide to head that way with him.
Alright, so we share a common goal. We want revenge on those who have robbed and wronged us. I'm gonna go ahead and pick up this chest here, which is a salve. And then directly north of the oasis.
You can't cross.
Oh, God. Oh yeah, we have to go this way. There's a chest here that I want. Have some money. Then we're gonna be heading up to Steelborough. But we're gonna hopefully trust in a lot of our rolls and our crits throughout the run like we did in the previous game, which thankfully came in clutch towards the end of Forsaken Maiden. That was quite the ride.
Get him.
Yeah, Yokotaro was involved with all three Voice of Cards games.
You find yourself in awe of the large and lively town, a far cry from where you came from. As you stand wide-eyed in wonder, the boy says, "Follow me," and walks off.
Go ahead and meet the boy at the grandiose building.
You finally catch up to the boy. Apparently tired of waiting for you, he grabs your hand and pulls you into the grandiose building. In front of the boy stand several masked elders. "I brought her," he says, briefly introducing you. "Very well. You may go," they tell him curtly. As he passes, he whispers to you that these people are members of the town's governing body, the Senate. "We are the ones who told him to bring you here," one of the senators explains in pompous tones. "It appears, for whatever reason, they have need of you."
Alright, so we're gonna talk to all three of the senators, find out what they want.
The senator refers to you as a subterran. According to legend, those who live beneath the surface have the power to subjugate monsters. He says they have need of that power. The senator explains the town's situation to you. The people of Steelborough have been living by the grace of a mighty monster known as the Steel Primal that inhabits the mines. But in recent years, that beast has begun to rampage. The senator explains that due to the primal's influence, other monsters have been growing violent. "It may be why your village was attacked," he says with an exaggerated frown. The three senators ask you to use your powers to subdue the steel primal. You find the senators to be haughty and the whole situation unpleasant. But in order to exact your revenge on the monsters who destroyed your home, you want more information.
So right off the bat, we're painted a very clear picture that there's a huge dispute or war going on, or battle between humans and monsters, which wasn't really prevalent until Forsaken Maiden, which we got into a bit towards the later section of that. So that'll be a bit relevant as we go further into this game with it.
If it means getting revenge, I'll do it, you say. Still, you have no idea how to use your so-called powers to subjugate beasts. Just then, one of the senators speaks. According to legend, you need special tools to activate your powers. Summoned by the senator, the boy presents you with new clothes and a weapon. He also hands you a bundle of papers that look like cards. You take them as told. Those clothes, it looks like you're ready, a senator says, and a monster in a steel cage is brought in. Now, Subterran, show us your powers, they all but command. Though surprised by the sudden turn of events, you take your weapon in hand.
Alright, so this is where we start getting introduced to one of the major differences in the mechanics in this game. So, when we defeat this wolf, we'll get access to the powers of the Subterrans that they're talking about, which are tied to the card case that they gave us.
With ease. And then the cards you were handed earlier begin to glow, and the light envelops the monster. The senators explain that you can now summon the beast and use it in battle. With a trembling hand, you raise the card with the monster sealed inside it. Just like the legend, the senators exclaim with joy.
Alright, and that's our first subjugated monster in the run, which is a flat 7 damage.
If only I had this power before, my village wouldn't have. Having witnessed your power, the senators order you to make for the mines northwest of town. One of them hands you some money for your journey. Seeing you gaze at the money with a curious expression, the boy explains, "Above ground, we use this to buy things and pay people to work. Having lived your whole life beneath the surface, you don't quite understand the coin he's given you. But you can tell it's not much." The senators then summon the boy and give you both an edict. Defeat the steel primal in the mines and seize its power. With that, you and the boy make your way toward the monster's den.
Alright, so we have our first goal in the game, and that's to go subjugate the steel primal.
You're ready to set off toward the mines and defeat the primal. But I have an errand to run, the boy tells you. You can do some shopping while you wait. And without further ado, he walks away. You despair for a moment, having never gone shopping before. But with nothing else to do, you set out in search of shops.
Alright, so the game's going to ask us about viewing establishments. We're not going to do that. So first things first, we're going to go immediately to the pet shop here.
You enter a store and see dozens upon dozens of monsters. You quickly ready your weapon for a fight. Just then, the shopkeeper rushes out. "Stop," he exclaims. "Wait." He claims that the monsters are for sale. Upon closer inspection, you realize that they are bound by chains.
You can keep them as a pet, put them to work, or cook them in a stew. The possibilities are endless, so what would you like? Monster?
Something about the conversation leaves you feeling icky, so you turn to leave. But you realize that you could harness your subterran power to control the monsters. After you enter the shop, you realize you have no clue what to do next. Not long after, the shopkeeper comes over to speak to you. You tell him that you don't understand how shopping works. Though initially surprised, the man patiently explains all you need to know. He then asks if there is anything you would like to buy and shows you his wares.
Alright, so the reason we go to this pet shop here is so that we can buy the skill here, Poison Sludge. We're going to go ahead and buy that with some of the money that we have. And then we're going to leave.
Anything else? The shopkeep inquires.
So now we'll have access to 2 skills in this game. So unlike the previous games, we do not level up and unlock new skills as we advance levels. Instead, we get skills from monsters that we subjugate or buy from pet shops. So the next thing we're going to end up doing is go to the item shop.
What can I help you with? The shopkeep asks.
We're going to buy a few more potions here. Yeah, that's all I want for now. A few of these, really. Alright, that'll hold us over for a little while.
Anything else? The shopkeep inquires.
And then we're gonna finish talking to the villages around the
See
town
a woman holding
to advance
a
the story.
parasol, and can't help but wonder what it's for. You see a woman stuffing her mouth with something delectable and ask her what she's eating. "This is just normal bread," she answers. "Just normal bread?" you repeat curiously. The boy sees your eyes darting about and laughs. "What? Are you a country bumpkin or something?" "Country bumpkin." You repeat his words curiously. "You can't be serious," he exclaims in bewilderment. "Hey there, miss. How about a pretty hairpin? I think it'd suit you perfectly," a man calls out to you. He seems to be some sort of merchant. Knowing that you cannot waste your precious money, you scurry away. The gatekeeper bars your path. Only those with business in the mines are allowed to pass.
Okay, we'll head to the armor shop, which we haven't been to yet.
What can I help you with? The shopkeep asks.
We're not gonna buy anything from there. We're just going to trigger the prompt there, and then we're going to head to
You enter the inn, and the proprietor says, "Guest of the Senate, right? I can't take your money then. Looks like you don't need to pay to rest here."
Much like the previous games, there's some sort of lore reasoning behind them being free anytime you visit an inn.
Step out of the inn, feeling rested and ready.
Alright, so we've talked to everybody we can. I believe the last thing we need to do is go to the games parlor and then back out.
No sooner have you set foot inside the game parlor than you hear the boy at the counter call to you, "Let's play cards." The boy returns, wiping his hands on his clothes. You wonder if his errand was just a simple trip to the restroom. The time has finally come to fight the primal.
Alright, now we can make way to the guard again and then leave.
The gatekeep, having gotten official notice from the senators, allows you to pass. As you walk, the boy asks, "Do you think I can summon the monsters in the cards too?" Unsure yourself, you decide to test it right away.
Alright, so we're gonna reconfigure here. So we're gonna go ahead and put Poison Sludge on Allie, and then we're gonna give the boy Chomp. So, skills in this game are denoted by the monster cards, and that is what's going to allow us to re-equip and assign certain skills to everybody in the party.
"I guess you could just let the monster go," he remarks.
Let it go? Why would I ever want to do that?
Faced with your hate-filled denial, he murmurs, "Right."
So, that being said, we can have basically any skills we want on any characters we want at any given time, besides their basic skills, which are to the attack and defend.
Battle time.
They'll be swapping in different skills that we get from subjugated monsters throughout the run. We pick up Poison because if you're around for Voice of Cards 1 and 2, Poison is very strong when used efficiently. The only problem with Poison, though, is the likelihood of getting a Poison successfully off on a target depends on the roll. And in this game, every single skill that you get from a monster has a certain level on it. So at level 1, the skill is usually either more expensive or not as powerful. And as you get higher level skills, they will either get more damage or lower costs for them, or, you know, lower rolls to trigger a status effect and things like that. But anyways, so we got a random drop off that fight, which gave us access to a new skill. We're also going to be going to get a chest over here. It has 300 gold in it, and then we're going to be heading into the cave.
Get him.
To go and start the hunt for the steel primal. And we got lucky and we got a level 2 stab. The reward you get for the chance of you getting a reward at the end of a fight is RNG, and the type of skill you can get off that fight is based on the monsters that you encounter during that fight. So the game warns us, so we should be level 3 before we go down here. Not too big of a deal down here. So one of the skills that we're going to try to get is heal. We're hoping to get a level 2 heal coming up. It'll be a forced encounter to hopefully get that skill. And then throughout the run, there'll be several forced encounters. We'll have the option to get skills like that as well. If we fail to get a skill at a certain point, because it's not 100% guaranteed that we get the exact skill we want, then we can actually buy them later on from the pet shop in the following area. So all the previous available skills or monsters that we fought will become available in the pet shops in the next area that we end up visiting. So we'll take advantage of that when we can in the run, provided our money works out. And we'll plan around that as we go. So routing, like I said, is going to be a bit on the fly when it comes to getting the skills and equipping them to our characters. So there isn't like a definitive way to do things. So we got a level 2 from the Orc Boy, so that's also good too. Any early skills that you can get like this are a big help to us when we're very short on certain abilities and skills that we wouldn't otherwise have access to. So we're going to go ahead and put the Orc Child on, and then we're going to give... Sorry, we're not going to put the Orc on. We're going to put the Stab and then the Orc Child on the boy over here. So now we have 2 new skills that we can use in combat. Is that Ghost a normal option? Are you assuming the Mama player character piece that we're using? That is a DLC play piece. It's nothing but a cosmetic.
Sometimes.
And it's from Reincarnation.
For some reason, the monster doesn't attack. It just stares at you silently.
This is a forced encounter here, so that we have the option to hopefully get a level 2 heal. And these monsters won't do anything.
I expected nothing less.
Alright, we missed out on level 2, but we got the level 1 heal, so that's fine. We're gonna go ahead and equip the level 1 heal to character here, and then we're going to go over to the boy, and we're going to swap in the damage skill to him instead. Will be a minecart coming up that we're going to end up riding to a chest with an omnisalve in it.
Time. What's this? You ask. The boy tells you it's a minecart. A minecart is a wheeled vehicle that moves upon a rail and is used to transport sediment. Seeing the intrigue glimmer in your eyes, the boy says, walking is a pain, so we might as well get in.
So do we fight everything because we need levels? We'll be fighting some stuff. Not necessarily for levels in this game compared to the previous ones, where our level is tied to the skills that are available, whereas in this game, levels just increase our stats. Whereas skills that we get come from monsters, which we can get for free from fights. So there's going to be a ring of protection down this way that we're gonna go try to get. So we have a turtle there. We're gonna be using the wolf that the boy has to jump over the armor, because we'll only deal 4 damage, if my math is correct. This will allow me to deal flat 7. And if it crits, we just get a kill like that. Nice. Anytime a character levels up and they get a free heal to full HP. So there's our ring of protection there. We're gonna return and ride the minecart up here. a little bit quicker to get where we want to go here. We're going to be heading up this way. We're going to be heading to a minecart that we're going to ride to a nugget that we're going to be using to sell later in a shop for 500 extra gold. We want to make sure that we stay as healthy as possible, saving our healing items where we can. So how you read stats on cards is you'll see on the left there's a attack value, in the middle is a health value, and on the right is a defense value. Those are what control the dictate the amount of damage that you'll end up dealing.
This would have been so handy to have back home, you whisper to yourself. Anything that needed to be moved was done so by hand, by everyone's hands. The boy quietly lends an ear as you reminisce of your village. It sounds like you were all one big family, he comments. You nod, a little teary-eyed.
That's why I have to avenge them.
You realize that you've been the only one talking, and ask the boy to tell you about his own past. But the boy simply shrugs you off. I don't see the point, he says, somewhat sadly.
Alright, so we're gonna board this minecart here.
Too bad.
Alright, so, let's go for killing the furball with Ali. I was overkill on the furball, but that's okay. If somehow we end up getting a skill off a random reward at the end of a fight, that's the same one that we already have. As long as it's the same skill level, it won't do anything. If it's a higher skill level, we'll get an upgrade on a card that we currently have. Now we got that nugget, we can head back. There's a centaur there. It's a pretty powerful early skill if we can get it. We'll have an opportunity to get it off a guaranteed encounter. And much like the first game, we spend gems there to activate certain skills. that have a cost indicated by the gem counter on the card. So the more powerful the skill, the more gems it costs.
To battle.
Is there a way to level up skills? No. You would have to find them in the in combat situations to have them upgrade. You can purchase a level 1 skill that you don't have from a pet shop later on down the road. That is the only way you can acquire skills that you don't already have, but if you want a better version of that skill, you would have to actually acquire it through combat. So acquiring every skill in the game is pretty rough. And in a speedrun sense, very, very long. Alright, so we got the Arc Bolt there, off a random drop. So that'll be an Invigorate there that we want. Go ahead and jump back over the minecart and ride that back to where we were. We pick up that Invigorate in case we do need it. We're gonna go ahead and double check our health and stuff. We're gonna go ahead and set up our skills on our characters now. So we want Centaur Bolt over top here, and then that's good there. We're gonna give Allie the stab ability now. Good. Oh, the other thing we want to do is equip E? Who is it that we're equipping this to? It's the boy. Okay. Give him the protector ring that we got for the increased armor since he has lower armor. That'll reduce the amount of damage he takes from attacks.
Get him.
And again, a lot of the swapping skills around between characters, basically what part of the RNG routing on the fly that we'll have to be doing throughout this run. So I had to make a save here. And do this forced encounter.
Your path. Knowing you need to press on, you and the boy decide to strike them down. Get him.
Alright, so any one of these monster skills can drop off this fight. Generally, if we don't already have Spark, that would be the one that we're going for. Gonna go ahead and take out the Orc first. Then we'll deal with the turtle. And then the centaur. We're gonna have Allie heal herself. Using flat damage to skip over the armor here, because I'd only be dealing 4 damage otherwise. Because 12 minus 8 be 4. And then the flat damage ignores the armor, so you want to take advantage of that where possible. Deal with a normal attack here and save the skill gem. Then we can go for Orc Child Power. Galley going up first. And then we can go for a stab. And then the boy can finish it off. We already have that skill, so they were all level 1s, but like I said, there was an opportunity to get the Spark Bolt off that fight, which is complete RNG, which one we choose.
From a fixture in the ground. What might it control, you wonder? You heave the lever over to the other side. You hear rails squeaking somewhere off in the distance as they slide into place.
We swapped the minecart track destination over there, so we're going to head back to those minecart tracks. And ride this one. A new destination. In my notes, I have outlined certain skills that we want to have around certain points, so that's what we're kind of hoping for. We're going to double check our health here. We're a bit low on HP, so we're going to end up healing. We have a boss fight coming up. Yeah, I'm gonna use another heal. I'd rather be topped up completely than anything. Okay, and we'll check that our skills are set up the way we want. Okay, and then we'll do a safety save. And we'll be coming up to our first boss fight.
Get him.
Very soon. Alright, so go for a stab. Kill both these wolves in one attack each. Alright, there's a chance between a level 2 and a level 3 of the Chomp skill. So we got the upgrade. Would have been nice to get the 3-star, but we got a 2-star instead. Cards level up to 5. But as you might guess, though, getting increased or higher level skills, very RNG. We're gonna end up running from the site. I'm not gonna deal with the turtles. I want to stay full health for the upcoming boss fight. And this boss fight is why we picked up the poison skill that we're going to be applying to the boss. Those bosses are immune to most status effects, but we're going to be taking advantage of certain weaknesses.
A sinister beast rears its head. It appears to be the Steel Primal. The monster seems enraged and has lost its senses. It's all your fault, you exclaim, brandishing your weapon at the beast.
It's the humans' fault.
The primal unleashes a roar, then lunges at you.
Alright, so our first boss of the fight. Alright, so happenstance is going to start triggering going forward. So we're going to try to apply poison. We have to roll 6 or higher, which is really hard to do with a level 1 poison skill, but it is what it is. So we're going to use Chomp here to go over flat 8 damage instead of the 7, and we got a crit, so that's nice. Keep trying to reapply the poison sludge. There we go. Got the poison off. So that'll tick down every turn for a few turns. The attack down is one of the reasons why we want to use flat damage or boosting skills if possible. Because right now we're only going to deal 1 damage to him otherwise, so we can just deal 8 instead. And with the poison applied, that'll also deal damage ignoring his current armor value. Alright, so now we have to defend. If we don't defend, we just die on this next attack. When you defend, you take half damage from incoming attacks. The attack that he's about to hit us with is going to deal our entire HP as damage. So by defending, we only get dealt half that damage. Dead. I would like to reapply poison, but we're gonna play it safe and heal first. Alright, that's first boss down.
A masterful victory! You successfully defeat the beast and capture it in a card. Your breathing is ragged after having avenged your village. Let's report back, the boy says, and the two of you return to Steelborough. If you choose leave, you'll be whisked outside right away.
Anytime the narrator asks us to get poofed, we're gonna take
You
it.
decide to leave the mines behind right away.
We're gonna report back to the centers and know that we defeated, let them know that we defeated the Steel Primal. We're gonna go ahead and equip skills to the boy. We want Slash, Chop, Spark Bolts, Steel Punisher for sure. So I'll just put all those in there. That. So now we can use the Steel Primal, which is sort of like your ultimate skills that you get in the previous games. They require quite a bit of skill gems to use, but in a pinch, they can be very useful in certain situations.
The senators await your return at Steel Hall. When you tell them you have defeated the Primal, they demand you give them the card. Why? You ask, not liking their tone. We're declaring war on the neighboring town, they tell you. The Primal's power will ensure our victory.
Obviously, we're not going to give them the card.
Fighting beasts is hard enough. And now they want to fight other humans?
So obviously the senators just want the
say
monsters to
defensively.
use as a weapon against other people in a war. So not only is there a war ongoing with humans and monsters, there's still wars going on with other humans, sadly enough.
One of the men then turns to the boy and shouts, "Get that card." As ordered, the boy pushes you and takes the Steel Primal's card. When you try to take the card back, he pushes you once more. "What are you doing?" one of the senators roars. "Give me that card this instant." He approaches the boy, and then... the senators, taken aback, demand to know what the boy is doing. "Getting revenge," he answers with a twisted grin. "Did you forget who took you in, you fool?" one senator demands fiercely. The boy spits and glares at the men.
I haven't forgotten. You took me in, treated me like an animal.
So he's getting revenge for the horrible things the senators have done to him. "I'm a human being," he shouts, before killing every last one of them.
Alright, so all the senators are dead. For posterity's sake, we're going to examine them.
You can barely stand to look at their mangled corpses.
They're all dead. That's going to be a common theme throughout this run. Keep that in
At
mind.
your shocked expression, the boy says, "They didn't deserve to live." He explains that the primal only became enraged after the senators attempted to claim its power. He also tells you that it was those same senators that sent the monsters to your village.
So here the truth
I
comes
see.
out about why the things happened to Ali's village.
It was all a ploy to get the Sub-Terrans' power to control monsters. Faced with the truth, you find yourself at a loss for words. "People will come after us. Let's go," he says, then pulls you along.
Alright, so we learned that the senators ended up actually getting our village
"We'll
destroyed
take
and
a
killing our
sand
own
skiff
mother.
and flee," he tells you.
On our fucking birthday, out of all things.
He claims there are plenty of them in Steelborough.
Alright, so we're gonna head down to the sand skiffs.
Just as the boy said, there are several sand skiffs at the entrance. "Let's take one. Hurry," he says, running toward the boats. You scramble after him. Before you can board the boat, you stumble. "What are you doing?" the boy demands. Though his tone is harsh, he helps you up. Just then, guards from the city catch up to you and attack.
Alright. We're gonna go ahead and deal with the guards now. And since we had 12 armor, he did double damage. He dealt 8. Yes, I believe. So you can kind of see
Destroy
how
the other
armor and
boats
attack
so they
values
can't come
matter.
after us, he instructs.
Alright, so we're gonna destroy the other sand skiffs here.
You summon the Steel Primal, who easily crushes all the sand skiffs. They are squashed flat. This is the only vessel that can still move. Let's go. You and the boy board the boat, then make your way out of town. According to the boy, these boats can traverse quicksand, which is impossible on foot. Meaning, if you can get across some, your pursuers won't be able to follow. There's a large swath of it to the east. We'll lose them there, he says.
So before we go over there, there's a few things we're gonna do. We're gonna go pick up a Omnisalve that's down here that we couldn't get previously because of the sand. And then Eastern Edge, there's a Bill of Godly Fortune down here, which may or may not use a bit later to somewhat guarantee.
But you worked so hard to get it out of the sand. This chest is, if you take up your naturally, it attacks.
So there's random events that will start popping up as well. And they're literally just RNG at this point. We got forced into this encounter. Let's kill one of these. There we go. For the most part, we're going to be avoiding as many of those random events as possible, because more times than not, they're not going to be worth the time, nor are they going to be helpful for us.
Thrilled at having felled another monster, the party continues on its way.
So there's going to be a Bill of Godly Fortune here, which helps improve our RNG. If you use it during a fight, at the end of a fight, it will basically allow us to guarantee a reward drop.
You plunge the sand skiff over the quicksand, then cautiously look around. It seems you've managed to shake your pursuers. The boy returns the Steel Primal card to you. I'm sorry for using it, he says. You take the card back from him. What do we do now? You whisper. You've both gotten your revenge. Neither of you had any plans beyond that. He turns to you and asks, "Isn't there anything you want to do?" "How about you?" you question back. The boy gives a somewhat sad laugh.
I haven't really thought about it. I've been busy just trying to stay alive.
You place your hand to your chest and wonder what you want to do.
We're going to answer with See the Stars.
You suddenly remember the dream you confessed to your plush animal. "I want to see the stars," you say. It's been your dream since you were young. The boy nods. "I'll show you the most beautiful stars in the world," he says, then extends a hand to you. You take it.
So our new objective is to find the starry skies in a world without night. I look forward to our adventure.
You both realize you haven't introduced yourselves yet and share a laugh. "Legol," he says. "Where your journey to avenge your village ends, a new one with Legol begins."
So we learn the mysterious boy's name, and he is Legol. And we form a bond over revenge going forward throughout the rest of the game. So that ends chapter 1.
several days after you escape Steelborough. Legol helps you row aimlessly through the desert. Either one of you is liable to pass out at any moment. The sand skiff you stole as you fled the city has proven handy for getting around. But there isn't a scrap of food nor a drop of water aboard. You probably should have had more of a plan, you think to yourself. The two of you row in complete silence. You fear if you make so much as a peep, the sheer effort involved will cause you to collapse. You propel the boat forward with all your might, when suddenly, a patch of quicksand swallows your sand skiff whole. Where are we? You look around, trying to figure out where the quicksand has spit you out. At the very least, your tight grip on the boat has prevented you from getting separated from Legol. But in a desert this vast and empty, there's no telling how far the quicksand might have taken you. We better find some water, Legol grumbles, shaking sand out of every possible crevice. His comment snaps you out of your bewilderment. You nod at him and begin searching your surroundings for potable water. Unfortunately, your legs are less cooperative. They may as well be made of lead.
We're gonna look for water. We're gonna head east. Don't.
You're so thirsty, even the act of breathing feels painful. The sun's rays beat down upon you. It's so hot. You need water. Your head is killing you. You open the treasure chest to find a bottle glimmering in the sunlight. You snatch it up, but it's empty. Legol's shoulders drop in unison with yours. As consciousness threatens to forsake you, you catch sight of a young man. You've come at a very good time, he chirps.
Water first, talk later.
Ah, so you seek the compound formed from hydrogen and oxygen, he says excitedly, launching into the beginning of a very long speech. His words flow as quickly as the quicksand that brought you here. Legol musters every last ounce of his strength to try and interrupt the torrent of babble, when suddenly, a monster's cry issues from behind the youth. You see, I was about to be attacked by foul beasts, the youth says, beaming. Yes, you've come at a very good time indeed, he chirps again, which must be his way of asking for your help. You certainly haven't the strength to escape. Looks like you're in for a fight.
All right. Another forced encounter here. Go ahead and take care of the sling first. We'll have Legol kill off the wolf. Very overkilled.
calling upon the steel primal helped you fell the monsters. But before you can catch your breath, "What on earth was that?" the youth says, rushing up behind you from his vantage point for the battle. He peppers you with questions and comments in his breathless style. "That was the steel primal, wasn't it? The fact that you can control it means you're one of the fabled I had no idea you actually existed. Well, if today isn't my lucky day, if you don't, I have deduced that the card you're holding there is the key to controlling them, but beyond that, Ugh. Whew. This guy sure can talk."
By the way, that was the game auto-advancing the text there, not me.
No mind as he carries on, finally realizing that he has yet to introduce himself. The young man's name is Polka, and he's on a long, winding journey in pursuit of monsters to study. As if you hadn't heard enough, he asks if you'd like to hear an explanation about the primals.
Water, please.
You make another desperate plea for water. Polka, however, hasn't even done you the courtesy of waiting for an answer. He's already chattering away about the primals. There are 3 kinds, he tells you at breakneck speed. In addition to the steel primal, there exists a fire primal and a frost primal. And all are powerful enough to cause changes in their natural environment because of reasons. Unfortunately, your fevered brain can parse no more of his blathering. "Look, we helped you, so give us some water already," Legol barks, clearly out of patience. Finally, Polka closes his mouth for the first time since you've met. He looks rather contrite, for he, too, has no water on his person.
What?
You stare at him, speechless. "You know, I'm actually rather thirsty," he says, and collapses into the sand. Clearly, his was a thirst brought on by incessant blabbering, rather than fleeing from monsters. You both look at Polka's crumpled form, and then at one another. Mind and body pushed well beyond their limits, the 2 of you finally surrender to sweet, sweet unconsciousness. You awaken to find yourself lying down inside a tent. Startled, you leap to your feet. "Well, you seem much better," a woman says sweetly as she enters. She says she found the 3 of you collapsed in the desert and nursed you back to health. You thank her and quickly ask where she's taken Legol. She tells you Legol woke up not long before. He and Polka are at a stall outside.
Alright, so we're gonna go examine
You exit the tent to find several more lined up before you. It looks like you've been picked up by a caravan. You arrive at the stall to find Legol and Polka devouring food as if it were a competition.
Nom nom nom. I feel reborn. Are you going to eat that, Legol? Because I sure will. Please, at least spare me your blathering at mealtime.
You heave a sigh of relief upon seeing them alive and well. Legol notices you as he reaches for a bit of food. He stays his hand and instead beckons you over. "Get in on this," he says between bites.
Food! Glorious
You approach
food!
the table, casually lift up a plate bearing a mountain of food, and proceed to tilt the entire platter toward your mouth. Having eaten and drank your fill, you offer thanks for the meal. According to Legol and Polka, a stout man treated them to their meal at the stall earlier. You find the man hurrying about busily and thank him for the meal. "Ah, you're all awake," he says with a satisfied nod. He introduces himself as the circus's ringmaster and explains that they're on a tour of the desert. As someone fascinated by the circus, you'd always wanted to talk with a ringmaster. It's your lucky day. Before you speak so much as a syllable, the caravan is beset by monsters. You all draw your weapons and prepare for a fight. Polka barges into battle unannounced. "I too shall fight," he proclaims. Legol asks if he can fight, to which Polka replies that it comes with the territory when one studies monsters. You're in for a world of hurt if you underestimate science, because science makes medicine, and you shouldn't underestimate that, Polka rambles, drawing his weapon. You take up arms shoulder to shoulder with Polka and prepare to fight.
Alright, so we have a new party member. Polka's basic ability is Deliberate, so he can generate gems for us. Doesn't actually have a normal attack skill.
The ringmaster thanks you profusely for defeating the monsters. It seems the countless monster attacks are to blame for scattering his troop to the winds. He's at a loss for what to do. You notice, however, that the number of sighs he's peppered his story with feels very intentional. He looks away rather bashfully. You suspect he wants your help. "Of course we'll help you," Polka blurts out before you can answer. "But the three of you expect fair compensation for the effort," he adds slyly. Polka turns to you and Legol, grinning from ear to ear. "Let's get going," he chirps excitedly. Did you misunderstand him? You replay the conversation in your head. Alas, no. It seems you understood perfectly. And just like that, you and Legol have been roped into helping too. Legol objects, only to be drowned out by Polka's contemporaneous rebuttal. A treatise on the value of money and friendship in travel. And so it goes that you, Legol, and Polka end up combing the desert for lost circus troopers.
Alright, so we have officially Polka joined our party now. First things first, we're gonna go and head to the armor. We need to pick up some new equipment. Sell off the nugget that we picked up earlier. A few other things. Sell that. We're gonna sell the antidote as well. And we can sell that invigorate because we don't need that now. Keep that godly bill.
Anything else? The shopkeep inquires.
Alright, so should have enough money to do what we want. So we want the steel blades for Allie. Go ahead and equip those. And then Legol, we want the mercenary sword. And then Polka, we want the magic stuff. And we're gonna sell off all the old gear. We don't need it. Do that now so that we don't have it sitting on inventory for later. Alright, we're done there. Double check our HP. Okay, and then we can head out. There's a chest here with gold in it. Pick that up, and then we're gonna head to the west.
You're quite surprised to see an opening. You don't need anything in particular.
I don't really have a lot of money,
ignore the
so
stall
random events for the
and go
stalls
about
aren't going to
your
be that
business.
useful for us right now. Go ahead and uncover this area up here.
Something catches the light in the sand. You pull it loose, revealing a somewhat tarnished bangle.
This will be a side quest that we're going to want.
That might be the bangle capable of freeing the Sand Prowler Czar, Polka blurts out. To hear Polka tell it, the Sand Prowler Czar was a monster that once ruled this region through fear and despair. And he's careful to note that some monsters still revere this Czar. Well, legend has it that the Sand Prowler Czar is sealed in the sand ruins, Polka explains. If Polka's telling the truth, then you're holding something pretty dangerous.
We're going to keep it.
You figure it can't hurt to keep something so potentially valuable and slip it into your pack.
And we'll be using that a bit later.
You sense another long Polka lecture coming and start walking. You hear the sound of feet hurriedly whooshing through the sand as he tries to catch up. Those were just his feet, right? Yeah, had to be.
Alright, so we get the Poisonous Day ring there, and then we're going to head south here. We're going to look for the circus troops. Got the Inspira elixir. We're going to examine the tent here.
You see a lone tent pitched in the middle of the desert. You approach it and peer inside, but nobody's home. Surely a circus performer must be around here somewhere.
Help!
A mysterious voice calls from who knows where. You look around once more, but see no signs of life.
Help!
There it is again, clearer this time. You turn and look behind you.
Help!
There's a severed head in the sand. Or at least, it looks severed. But it's alive? The head frantically beseeches you for aid. Apparently it hid in the sand during a monster attack and could not free itself afterward. You all grab hold and pull in an attempt to dislodge the perhaps not disembodied head. And wouldn't you know it, it was attached to a young man who performs in the circus. He helpfully informs you that there are 2 others who were separated from the troupe during the attacks. He says they too may have hidden or otherwise disguised themselves.
That cork sound when you pull them up is just perfect. That's peak right there. Nice little touch.
You resume your search, eyes primed to pick out anything unusual.
Alright, so we have to look for the other circus performers? Go ahead and run from this site. Anytime there's a fight that has a minimum roll of 2 is a guaranteed escape, which means that we're above the level for the fight, which means it's not worth doing.
From this treasure chest. You open it to find a very alive young boy from the circus inside. "You saved me," he pants. "I was about to suffocate in there." The boy makes a beeline for his fellow performer's tent.
Alright, we found that boy. Then we get up here and examine the cactus that clearly wasn't there when we passed by earlier.
This cactus doesn't look unusual at first glance. You reach out and touch it, but it wiggles? Whoa, it's actually a woman from the circus. You saw right through my disguise. I'm impressed, she says with a confident smile. She hurries back to her fellow performer's tent. Having found the remaining 2 performers the young man mentioned, you return to his tent. He thanks you warmly and makes way for the ringmaster's waiting caravan.
Alright, so we're gonna head up this way.
You happen upon a tent pitched in front of some ruins. Might there be another performer within? You peer inside. Why, yes, the young girl you see before you may well be one of the performers, but she's rather tearful at the moment. "Are you with the circus?" Polka asks gently. The girl nods. "Yes, beast tamer. Circus," she says through her tears, before begging for your help.
Partner, big monster. Swallowed. Went that way.
Wading through the fragmented words, you gather that a monster swallowed her performing partner and ran off.
Thank you for the contribution, Systematic. Much appreciated. Love you. And everybody else who's been helping the Open Medicine Foundation during the marathon. Does mean a lot to us.
She goes on to lament that this is all her fault, as sobs rack her body anew. We have to help her, Polka says softly. He declares that he cannot abide turning away from someone who's been separated from someone they care for. You're inclined to agree with him. So long as there are lives to be saved, you'll fight to save them. Are you okay? Legol asks carefully, sensing that you're in pain. You nod and begin walking toward the ruins.
Alright, so we're going to enter the sand runes. And this will be our first dungeon in the game to go through. So we're going to enter, then we're going to go northeast to go to Darkstay Ring inside here. We're also hoping to get a couple of skill pickups from monsters in here. Well, things like Frenzy and a few AoE skills if we can help it. And we'll be able to use that bangle that we picked up as well outside the sand ruins before we entered. So now we got the Darkstay Ring, we're gonna go ahead and set up some skills and equipment. So first things first, we're going to go ahead and equip the Darkstay Ring on... sorry. Darkstay Ring on Legol. And Polka is gonna get the poisons. Wait, why do I do it that way? Oh yeah, because that has more stats on it. Yeah, okay. Poison Stay Ring here for now. Actually. Yeah. We're doing that. And then we're gonna give her the Ring of Protection for now. We also have to set up skills for Polka as well. So we're gonna go ahead and give him some skills. So we're gonna move over some skills to Polka. We're gonna give him The Orc Child. We'll also be giving him... I'm trying to think here what we else want to give him here. I guess we give him Steel Punch. I believe, just let me double check my notes here. Yeah, we can give him Steel Punch. Okay. Good for now. Volko's mainly be playing support for us for now. Anyways, now we can head off to the other side here. We're gonna be going northwest.
Too bad.
Yeah, RNG affects a lot of the run. Because RNG affects the skills that we can acquire early or not. RNG also affects the encounter rates as well as happenstance. Affects our crit rolls.
Beautiful.
It affects the type of rewards we get in post-combat. So it impacts a lot in the runs. There's also a bit of RNG with some of the AI with how enemies react to you. And this early in the run, too, the more fights we take, slightly more money we'll have in certain situations, as well as the chance at higher level skills
Battle
early
time.
on, which is a big deal for us. Yeah, random turn effect is what happenstance controls. And that affects both player characters as well as enemies. Fortunately, I missed that. That's unfortunate. We got a bomb. That's not very useful for us right now.
Wait a minute, Polka says suddenly. He begins tapping on the wall in several places, listening intently as he does so. There's nothing behind this wall, he says, pointing at one section of it. Not one to wait for permission. Legol strikes the section of wall with all his might. And what do you know? Polka was right. The wall concealed a hidden chamber. That's a scientist for you, Polka boasts, puffing out his chest. Science is awesome, you reply, jaw slack with wonder.
Alright, so there'll be a chest in here with 1,200 gold in it, which is quite a lump sum for us at this point in the run. We're gonna run from this fight. Would be nice to pick up the Dryad skill, but we'll have opportunities to get it later. I just don't want to deal with the Orc Child being part of the encounter that we have to do. Alright. These will be worth fighting. Probably gonna move the heal over to Polka at this point. Just so I can free up Allie being able to actually deal damage and still be able to get a heal off in a turn. Again, a lot of the skill equipping with characters isn't completely outlined in notes because, again, it's gonna go a lot by freeform routing when it comes to that. And how you decide to approach different combat situations, because things can vary per person in the mileage as well. But since Polka doesn't have any real damage skills, it might be worthwhile to do that. Alright, so we have Paralyze on, which is unfortunate. Gotta kill this bee first. More dangerous than the other character. We're gonna have Polka kill both of them. We'll steal Punisher to finish them off. Just have to hope for a decent roll. Because this is a rolled value, it's flat damage as well, so it does ignore armor and applies a debuff as well as a bonus effect. Alright, so we got Absorb, so that's a good skill to have. Normally we don't even get the skill in the run. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and apply those skills. As mentioned, we're going to give Polka a heal for now. And we're gonna order the skills. So, we're gonna give her Absorb. And I think we got all of our skills currently equipped that we need. Yeah, we're okay for now. We're going up here. Go get a quality salve.
Get him.
We'll do a heal on Allie. Alright, so we're getting levels, which is helpful, but again, we're mostly relying on skills throughout the run. Did I mess this up? Okay. I messed something up here. We're gonna jump back. I missed a salve up on this floor. Be a chest over here somewhere? There it is. This. I want to make sure I have the healing items so it saves me needing to buy them. Okay. It's been a while since I've read my notes over. I usually remember most things with these games, but that's why I have the notes.
Battle time.
Alright, Dryad skill would be nice to pick up, but if we can't get it, we'll buy it later.
Oh.
Just means I will have to hope that we have the coin to do that. Take care of the skeleton, because it passively heals at the end of her return. Try to keep everybody nice and healthy. Soothing Stone is nice. We missed out on that Dryad skill.
Polka stops you. Wait a moment. That wall looks suspect, he says, before giving it a solid thwack. Legol shakes his head. We should just break it down. He hits it with all his might. And with that, the wall crumbles, revealing, to your surprise, a hidden passage.
We're gonna head south here first. And it'll lead us into a chest that'll trigger an ambush with 2 skeletons and a Dryad.
To battle.
Which is a very good chance of getting us either Frenzy or Galestorm, which is the Dryad skill. Frenzy being the skill off the skeletons. Survived with 1 HP, that's not great.
You attempt to open the chest when suddenly a band of cackling monsters appears from the shadows. It looks like they were using this chest as bait. They waste no time in surrounding you and attacking.
Okay, so this is a forced encounter. Reward is either Frenzy or Galestorm off this fight. Up to level 2 for either of those skills as well. So these are slightly stronger Dryads and Skeletons than the ones that we were fighting. Alright, so we got Frenzy level 2, which is not bad. Missed out on the Gale Storm, that's unfortunate. I would have preferred Gale Storm.
Having defeated the monsters, you decide to try opening the chest. And when you do, you find inside a key of seemingly little value. All the same, Polka picks it up and tucks it away, a pleased look on his face. One never knows when a key could come in handy. Let's take it, just in case.
Alright, so we need that key. Now that we have Frenzy, we're gonna go ahead and equip that to Legol. And we're gonna head up here to use the bangle that we now have. So that we can get a gemstone, or sorry, the Ring of Life. As a reward from the mini boss fight that we're gonna end up doing.
That's how.
And if you were wondering why Legol's healing at the end of combat, it's because he has a passive that allows him to do this. We got level 2 for the absorb skill. That's good.
You come across a weathered stone monument. The letters S-A-A-R are written on it. And there's a hollow where something clearly used to rest. The area around the stone monument is littered with what appear to be monster bones. The whole thing feels ominous beyond words, but you dig around in your pack for something that might fit the monument's hollow.
So this is where that bangle that we have comes into play.
Operating on a hunch, you reach for the tarnished bangle you picked up earlier and slot it into the hollow. It fits perfectly. So, the Sand Prowler Czar is sealed here, Polka says, his voice quivering. The monster bones littering the site begin to rattle. It sure looks like you've awoken the Sand Prowler Czar from its slumber. There's no getting out of this fight.
Alright, so we're gonna fight the Czar here.
To battle.
Only just slightly stronger than the skeletons we've been dealing with so far. We do have its weakness, so that makes this fight significantly easier to deal with.
The Sand Prowler Czar is but a pile of bones once more, its body thoroughly destroyed. The menacing energy you felt around the monument and bangle has also vanished. Cracks form in the bangle, their crooked fingers reaching up every which way through the monument. It crumbles to dust in seconds. A treasure chest peeks out from beneath the rubble. Might this be the Sand Prowler Czar's treasure? You fling the chest open with glee. and find an exquisite accessory within.
The Ring of Life is a really good pickup this early in the run. Actually quite an expensive ring to buy at this point in the game. We're going to go ahead and equip that to Allie here. So it's going to recover 3 HP at the start of every turn, and it gives us 5 extra HP. So pretty valuable. So passive healing and a nice HP boost.
To battle.
Alright, so we're going to return to the center room, and then we're going to head west here to get a Panacea. Hiding away over here.
To battle.
We're gonna do the old trick of heal and then run. Oh, looks like we're not going to run from this fight. It's an 11, so that's fine. Alright, we'll do the fight normally. Monsters are weaker, they'll be a roll less than 5, but since they're not, it's gonna be a lot tougher to run from fights like this.
Beautiful.
Panacea is a status cure. 3 status effects that are the most devastating in the game, and that would be Curse, Seal, and Freeze. Paralyze is also pretty bad, but beyond that, the other ones are more manageable.
Battle time.
So the simple key we picked up allow us to go through this door.
The door is shut tight. It does, however, have a keyhole. You slide the simple key into the keyhole and turn it. There is a satisfying click as the lock opens. With a pleased look on his face, Polka thumbs his glasses back up on his nose.
So, behind the stairs here in the corner is another chest. Has an Omnisalve, which is a 10 HP heal for the entire party. We're gonna go down the stairs. Then we have a boss fight coming up.
You swear you see something move in the darkness.
Alright, we're gonna go ahead and make a safety save here. Doubt this fight will be problematic, because we're pretty well set up at this point compared to usual. We have access to more skills than we would normally have, so should be okay for this fight. But you never know.
The three of you carefully step toward whatever it is, only to find it's a monster.
Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and boost the attack on the goal. Go in for a stab. Alright, that boss fight is done. Normally, at this point in the run, we'd normally be around level 6.
Something squirms
So we're ahead by
in the
3 levels,
worm's
which is good.
midsection. She did say the monster swallowed her partner, Polka whispers. Not wanting to injure the very much alive entity inside, you carefully begin slicing into the worm's stomach. When a rat pops out.
Look at the cute, adorable rat with the unicorn horn.
You've ventured into the deepest part of the ruins, but there's no sign of the large monster or the girl's partner. What if the rat is her partner? You tilt your head in confusion, and the rodent scampers off out of sight. With no further leads to go on, you decide to return to the young girl for now and tell her what you found.
Thanks for the good luck, I appreciate it.
Choose get me out now if you're in a hurry.
We're gonna
You
poof
all
back.
resolve to leave the sand ruins immediately.
Yeah, we're ahead on levels, which is good. Because that means that we're gonna have a much safer time going forward right now in the run.
You emerge from the ruins in time to see the beast tamer leaping up and down, the rat you freed earlier gathered up in her arms.
And that's mostly to do with the fact that RNG has gotten us more encounters than we would normally run into.
Thank, partner safe, happy, she squeals through tears of joy rather than sadness. Oh, isn't that lovely? Polka says, smiling. You've got slightly more complicated feelings about it.
He's hugging a monster.
The girl announces that she's off to rejoin the rest of the main troop and trots off with her companion in tow.
Rat companion! Alright. Now we get to return to the circus. Tell them that we found everybody.
The caravan is larger than it was when you left. Seems the troop members you rescued found their way back safely. The young man you rescued races over the moment he sees you. I found my way back. Thank you so much for saving me. He beams. The ringmaster is next in line, peppering you with praise as he wrenches your entire arm up and down in a forceful handshake. He proudly announces that you can eat and drink your fill as a show of his gratitude. Oh, and he absolutely insists you see the show. He's certain you'll love it.
I actually like this part a lot, and we also get to finally meet Best Girl in this game.
Finding yourself looking forward to the circus, you decide to invite Legol and Polka to come along, but they're nowhere to be found. It looks like they took off on their own. Thinking it would be much more fun to go see the circus together, you decide to look for the pair. You find Polka holding a cup with some kind of golden liquid in it. A gentle-looking woman seems to be teaching him something. The woman whips the monster and roars with laughter. This little fellow sees this as a reward. Polka nods along. Aha, I see. This is most instructive. You're not completely sure what you're looking at. You decide to drag Polka away and take him to the show.
Okay, go talk to Legol.
You find Legol stuffing some kind of well-cooked meat into his mouth. Beside him is the beast tamer girl. When she notices you, she begins to thank you enthusiastically in crude language. However, your features harden when you see her looking lovingly at her monster partner. Seeing this, Legol asks, "You need something?" You invite Legol to come to the show and step away. You can hear the sounds of a lively crowd coming from the circus tent. The show must be about to begin. Stepping into the tent is akin to entering another universe. Clowns balance atop balls. Jugglers juggle objects with ease. Performers soar through the air on the trapeze. Your first circus show is infinitely more impressive than all the images you'd conjured in your head. Unfortunately, you also find yourself too vexed to fully enjoy it. You cannot stop thinking about the girl making nice with that monster. The young boy makes a show of stopping his ball directly in front of you and holds something out to you. "Which one of these do you like best?" he asks with a wink.
Alright, so for one of these options, we're going to choose the 900 gold.
You point at the money, but the boy simply keeps smiling at you. He makes no effort to hand it over. The boy points to his own round nose. You stare intently at his nose, but nothing happens. He then points to his hand. You look down at your own hands and... What? The money is already in your hand. The boy smiles wryly at you. You cannot help but gaze at the prize that so wondrously found its way into your possession. The Beast Tamer is the next performer to take the stage. It seems she's going to put on some sort of monster show, as you'd expect. Though this time, she's joined not just by the rat, but other foul creatures.
Watch, teamwork, do best.
And just like that, the goodwill engendered by the young boy's gift evaporates, and your heart hardens anew.
And she's pondering about the monsters that had killed her family back in the village.
The Beast Tamer, however, has no idea that you harbor such simmering resentment, and begins her show. Or she tries to, but one of the beasts begins raging out of control. "Help!" the ringmaster shouts in a panic. You instinctively grip your weapon and leap out of your seat to confront the monster.
Alright, so we gotta fight a Drake here. So, similar fashion, we're gonna buff up the goal. Make quick work of this fight pretty easily. The Drake skill is really good as well.
The monster is nearly dead. You prepare to strike the killing blow, only for the beast tamer to leap between you and your prey. You unleash your fury upon the girl as she protects the monster.
Why would you try to save this filthy beast's life?
Polka's eyes widen as she easily parries your attack. "Listen, story," she says, hugging you so tightly you can hardly move. The beast tamer tells you it was her fault the beast went berserk. She accidentally trod on its tail as she issued her command. It wasn't the monster's fault, she says. Tears well up in her eyes. It was her own inexperience. She begins to sob. The ringmaster peels her off you and gives you his heartfelt thanks for once again saving the circus. Allow me to introduce you. This is Trollis.
Trollis's best girl. And you'll find out quickly why that is as we continue going out throughout the game. But I love Trollis so much.
He follows up the introduction with yet another unexpected request. He wants Trollis to accompany you so she can further develop her skills. Apparently, the idea came to him as soon as he saw your masterful command of the beast in battle. Trollis, trembling, turns her gaze to you. You hesitate. "That's a fantastic idea," bellows Polka, agreeing in your stead. The goal turns to Trollis. "We're all talking around you. Is this what you want?" Trollis thinks for a moment. "Yes, train," she chirps, nodding emphatically. Sensing no way to push back against the overwhelming force of Polka and the ringmaster, you agree to take Trollis along. She breathes frantically through her nose. Do best, she says eagerly.
I love you, Trollis.
This is shaping up to be a fun journey, Polka says, visibly excited. Polka has apparently invited himself to join your crew. Legol starts to say something, but Polka is already so deep into a speech that he loses the will. "We must celebrate the start of Trollis's training," the ringmaster shouts. Not a moment later, everything and everyone is in motion. The various performers jostle you about as they rush up to wish you the best and tell you to take good care of Trollis. As the dust settles, the performers settle to sleep wherever there happens to be space. You stealthily pack your belongings. You have to get out of here. This monster-loving circus just rubs you the wrong way.
We're gonna attempt to sneak out with Legol.
You reach out to wake Legol, to tell him you both should get out of. "I'm awake," he whispers. You look more closely and see he too has packed his things. He must have known how you felt all along. The two of you agree to sneak out of the circus. You approach the exit to find Polka standing there, as though he were waiting for you. This is sure to be awkward. He approaches you. "Can I tell you something?" he asks, in a far more measured tone than you've ever heard from him. He begins to recount the story of his parents. They too studied monsters. One day, when Polka was very young, monsters attacked his village, killing his parents. His mother raced to get him to safety. She told him to run and began shouting, "The monsters! There!" That was when the flames took her. Polka tells you that he began studying monsters in the hopes of one day understanding what she was trying to say. He lowers his head and confesses that he needs your help in order to do so.
So this is where we learned that Polka is not so different from Ali. They both have suffered a tragic loss of their parents from monster attacks. But Polka still seems to not resent monsters the same way that Ali does, so perhaps over the time of our adventure with both Legol and Polka, her attitude and, resentment will subside and change for the better.
You Sub-Terrans have the power I need to solve this mystery. I know it. You search his face. He's being sincere. You nod. Polka is no longer just someone you met, or just some scholar. He's you, an orphan. You tell Polka you'll help him once he answers one question. Does he hate monsters? Hatred reduces the mind's capacity for serious inquiry, he notes, his smile exposing gritted teeth. So, he's suppressing his hatred of them beneath a veneer of reason and logic. That'll do. Already leave? Comes another voice. Your chatter must have woken Trawless. Her strength will serve us well. We should bring her with us, Polka adds, sensing your reluctance. Serve well, Trawless parrots, sweeping you off your feet. Thus were your defenses eroded and your ranks bolstered. You depart the circus with your new companions.
Alright, and that ends chapter 2. And so we venture off with a full party of 4, Trawless, Best Girl, in tow. Off to who knows what, with the goal of trying to see the stars and helping Polka learn more about the monsters and what happened with his village when his when his mother and father were killed. All of them being orphaned in some way.
Dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot. Somehow, your group finds themselves wandering in the desert yet again. You had no problem with letting Polka lead the way, but the sand skiff soon sailed headlong into quicksand and met with disaster. Well, that's not good.
Thanks for the good luck. But yeah, to iterate on that, anytime you see a NPC character portrait, it's not the same character. If they have a particular name and it's mentioned and they have the same portrait, then that would be the same character. But in this case, the young man that we saw earlier being from like the first game with like Bruno and stuff, they're not the same characters. Same with the woman that we saw earlier in this game as well. They're all different NPCs. They're just reusing character art with the games, which you'll find is a common theme throughout the Voice of Cards games. Just to build that familiarity within the world.
Don't want to waste even a drop of moisture out here, after all, Polka quips, holding a water canteen over his mouth and tapping it. You say in a flat tone, "I don't get it." For perhaps the first time ever in your acquaintance, Polka refuses to elaborate. Don't make me explain it. Despite the rest of the group wasting away under the heat and grappling with brutal thirst, Trollis seems to have maintained some vigor.
I look for water, can smell, wait.
Trollis's nose twitches as she sniffs at the air a bit. She picks up the scent of water to the north and heads off in that direction.
Alright, so we're gonna head off this direction.
A musty smell wafts from the rocky area beyond. Maybe there could be some water there. No sooner does the thought cross Trollis's mind than a monster attacks from the shadows. Battle time. The rush of victory over the monster is short-lived, as there doesn't seem to be any water nearby. Muttering, "Water," Trollis stares at the defeated creature. The beast does seem to have a great deal of, well, liquid. With a great squelchy squeeze, Trollis wrings the fluid out of the creature's body.
Water, make friends happy, hurry and bring.
Trollis returns to the sand skiff and helps everyone drink some of the slime juice. Each, in turn, regains their vitality. The juice is faintly sweet and tasty. Polka asks, "Where'd you come by this stuff?" However, Trollis's reply leaves something to be desired. Squeezed it. Everyone drank. Everyone better. Polka inclines his head, deep in thought. But fruit is rare and hard to come by. The group decides to have Trollis lead them to where she located the sweet liquid.
They only knew. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and set up our party here. So we're going to equip skills to Trollis now. We're gonna give her Frenzy. And We'll also give her Pork Child for now. Okay, now we can head over to the rocks.
The group arrives at the place where Trollus obtained the liquid, but there seems to be nothing there. Did Trollus bring all of it back in one trip? As you mull your thoughts, Polka suddenly points. Look there. You take a closer look and see that there are cracks running through the rocks. They just might break open if hit with enough force.
We're gonna have Legol break down the rocks.
Legol grunts in affirmation and then starts hitting the rocks. Over and over again he pounds on them until blood oozes from his fist and flecks of it splatter the stones. With a cracking sound, the rocks break apart. You can continue on. Beyond the rocks, a barren waste stretches out before you. The party decides to press on through the arid expanse in hopes of finding a place to rest and eat.
Alright, so we're gonna be heading to a new city.
You've come across a river. A river that is somehow fully ablaze. There won't be any drinking this water. Polka's curiosity is piqued. He shouts, "But water cannot burn. It defies scientific reason." Next to him, Trollus's nose twitches.
Good smell. Lots over there.
She's evidently located something with her keen sense of smell. There might be food nearby. The party opts to trust in Trollus's nose and heads off in the direction she indicates. You arrive in a city humming with life and bustle. There! Trollus practically falls over with excitement as she whips her hand out to point at the food stall. The stall is stacked high with fresh grilled meats, which are by all accounts the source of the smell she noticed. It's not just only at the food stall, but throughout the city that people seem to make a living using fire. Perhaps that is why the place is sweltering. Polka cannot hold back his curiosity. "I must inquire as to this comburant water," he says, zipping away. In fact, he zips off quickly enough that you and the others lose sight of him. Shrugging your shoulders, you decide to head off in search of him.
Alright, so we head over here.
The young man is mumbling something. Listening carefully, you put the snatches of audible words together. It sounds as though he is unhappy about the local aristocrat. Apparently, said aristocrat is monopolizing the tinder water supply and reaping massive profits from it. You ask the lad about Polka, and he answers quickly, he ran off toward the pet shop. You locate Polka in a state of considerable excitement as he observes a burning pond. He notices you a moment later and starts chattering rapidly. This town is incredible. They use this combustible water as an energy source to make their living. And what's more, he goes on without taking a breath. It doesn't sound like his rambles are anywhere close to finished. But then, Suddenly, the sound of children weeping reaches your ears. It sounds like it's coming from a back alley.
Maybe go and check on things?
In the back alleyway, two emaciated children stand alone, with naught but the clothes on their backs. They look to be siblings. Great tears stream down the boy's face. Between sobs, he explains that their mother and father both died of illness. Orphans. Not uncommon in big cities like this, Legol says. Something akin to a vice grips your heart, and you wonder if there is some way you can help them. You rummage around in your things for some food to give them. Alas, you have nothing that could fill their tiny bellies. You also remember that you're starving too, and your stomach rumbles in displeasure. You hit upon an idea. Why not ask the aristocrat making huge profits from the tinder water for assistance? A well-dressed man of clear sophistication and means emerges from the manor, and he seems willing to listen to you. You bring up the plight of the city's orphans. The man listens to your story and then hangs his head. I would love to do something, truly I would. But you see, my own child, he explains that his son is bedridden, stricken with an illness of unknown origin. The aristocrat's mind seems fully preoccupied with thoughts of his own child. At a loss, you look over at Polka. He catches your glance and then offers to examine the aristocrat's child. Polka explains that he has some medical knowledge, and the man practically leaps on him, desperate enough to cling to any ray of hope. It looks as though Polka will be performing an impromptu medical exam. According to Polka, the aristocrat's child has been poisoned. The man's jaw falls open. That cannot be. My household employs silverware that reacts to poison in food. You suggest the possibility that there could be a venomous monster nearby. At this suggestion, the aristocrat blurts out, "The flame primal. It exudes a toxic gas." Polka explains that if the source of the poison was indeed somehow the flame primal, it might be possible to craft an antidote from its body. And then, as though struck by an idea, he adds, and perhaps as a thank you for my doing so, we might discuss aid for the poor orphans of the city? Yes, of course. Seeing the aristocrat's immediate response, you can't help but be astonished by Polka's wisdom and negotiating skill. Upon leaving the manor, Polka explains, with no small amount of pride in his voice, "My own investigations indicate that the flame primal is in the lake of fire to the northwest of the city. It seems like his running about all over the city wasn't for nothing."
Alright, so we're going to be heading to the Lake of Fire next. So first things first, we're going to stop by the armorer shop and buy new equipment for our party. We're going to go ahead and buy the adventurer's attire. And we're going to equip that to Allie. And then we're going to do the same thing for Polka. And the steel breastplate for Legol. double check that we don't have anything else that we can sell right now. 5 damage on any target. We can just hold on to that for now. Might come in handy, you never know. Go ahead and sell off this old gear. How much money do we have? 3,000. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and go to the pet shop here.
What can I help you with?
And we didn't get Gale earlier, so it's not in the shop yet, unfortunately. That sucks. Okay, well, we'll have to wait until the next town to get it. Alright, we'll make do with what we have then. Next thing we need to do is equip Trollis with the Ring of Protection. I want to reorganize the party here. We're going to put Trollis over there. That. We're set up and ready to leave the city. So if we had Galestorm, that would be pretty useful, but we have Frenzy, which is not too bad. But Galestorm is a lot easier to use because it costs less skill points. Or skill gems. There'll be a chest north of the city here with 1,000 gold in it. They're going to be heading west to the Lake of Fire. We can get Deadly Poison off these slimes here. The random drop. Deadly Poison would be a really good pickup this early. If we can get it. We're going to reveal that, and we're also going to reveal the area down here as well. And that's purely so that we can use that to jump to later when we come back out. Also got Firestorm off the Salamander there if we get lucky enough as well. Alright, time to head into the Lake of Fire.
Polka warns, don't breathe too deeply here. The very air could be noxious poison.
We're gonna head north, then east to go get a Fire Stay Ring. That'll protect us from a lot of the fire damage in the area. Picking up 2 Fire Stay Rings in the area. We'll have a chance to pick up the Deadly Poison off the Toxic Slimes here as well, hopefully. Ideally, we want this skill before we get into the boss fight coming up.
That's
There we go, we got the deadly venom. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and skills. I'm gonna go ahead and sub this skill in. Because it's a lower roll and it's more poison damage in general. We're gonna put the other one on Trollis for now, not that we'll end up using it too often. But just as a backup precaution. And we want that skill for the boss fight that we'll be doing in this area when we get to it. Alright, so Happenstance giving us a guaranteed reward when we finish this fight, which is nice.
beautiful.
Unfortunately, we got a lower skill version of the deadly poison. Unfortunate. So we want this fire stay ring. We're gonna jump back to the entrance and then head south. There's gonna be an Omnisalve that we can pick up as well. Alright, so we just got to level 10. Usually we're level 10 just before the boss fight in this area. As I mentioned before, us being ahead on levels isn't a huge thing for us. It doesn't mean that we're behind by any reason. It just means that we got more RNG fights than we had in previous runs. We'll run away from some fights here and there or this early in the run, but most of our running won't really happen until later in. Looking for a chest over here. And I'll have the Omnisalve that we need. Happenstance giving us guaranteed reward is nice to see.
Beautiful. A master.
Unfortunate, we already have that skill. Yes. Head down here and continue.
Battle time.
We can get a skill off the toads if we're lucky. Not a big deal if we don't. increased dark damage. Not really gonna matter until a little bit later. So we're gonna continue this direction. Alright, so there's an ogre fight coming up here. I'm gonna make sure I safety save. Because I could potentially ruin us, but we're ahead on levels, so stat-wise we should be okay.
Monsters bar the path. That said, it doesn't look like they've noticed you yet. They probably don't see many humans around here, given that the lake is surrounded by fire. They're completely oblivious. Taking care to be as quiet as possible, you steal close to the monsters and attack them.
So off this fight, our reward is between Flame Breath and Helm Splitter up to level 2. We definitely want to have Flame Breath, if possible. This is a forced encounter. That's not the skill I meant to use, but okay. At least I got a crit, so it was worth it.
Beautiful.
The monsters don't attack. In fact, they look like they're trying to find an opening to make a run for it.
Missed out on the flame breath. We got Helm Splitter. It's okay, I guess. Actually, we're gonna do this fight in hopes that we can get the flame breath. I don't know if I want to spend that godly bill. I'm just gonna go on RNG here. I want to save that for later. We're gonna need them to get very specific skills for late game. So I want to kind of reserve those for that. Worst case, I could always buy a Flame Splitter later and it'll just cost me money. Another godly build that we'll end up using later. Can't cross here. The heat of the flames is too intense.
You survey the area for some way to cross over and spot an iron bridge collapsed into the burning tinder water. Someone in a time long past built a bridge here, though it has since collapsed from the heat. Suddenly, an idea strikes you. Maybe I can use the steel primal's power to manipulate metal and make it so we can cross. You decide to summon forth the primal's power and repair the fallen bridge. Unfortunately, the pieces left to you are so mangled that no one would rightly identify them as parts of a bridge.
Alright, so we gotta build ourselves a bridge to get forward here.
You've joined these two bridge parts rather skillfully, if you do say so yourself. Polka, however, looks concerned. I think there might be a better way of placing that. If we could just redo it, he mutters to himself. With the Steel Primal's help, you safely cross the Lake of Fire. The bridge you've built remains firmly in place. It actually looks quite sturdy. You should be able to use it to cross as many times as you like. As if crossing over a lake of fire weren't enough, your path is once again blocked by flames. You quickly survey your surroundings and see more parts you might be able to fashion into a bridge. You call upon the Steel Primal once more and prepare to improvise another bridge.
Alright, so first things first, we're gonna put this piece down. This piece
That
down.
piece doesn't connect,
sorry, wrong
I'm
piece.
afraid. Perhaps you should try another.
This one.
You've made it once again. But before you can celebrate, you're greeted by an expanse of tinder water. You summon the Steel Primal a third time and hope this is the last bridge you need build. But the pieces the Primal hauls out of the tinder water don't look like they'll fit together. You look back at the bridges that brought you here. Alas, you've built them too well. They won't come loose from the rocks, so you'll have to make do. Trollus, seeing the worry on your face, chirps encouragingly. Search. We will find. Must be way.
We're gonna place this piece down. We're not gonna place a piece here. Instead, we're gonna place nothing and then go this way. We're gonna place this piece here. And allow us to get a chest here.
Inside is impossibly a bridge part. You should be able to use this to get further across the tinder water.
And we can remove that piece there. Up this way and get this fire stay ring here. Now we can finish building this bridge.
Trollus gazes intently at you. She's noted your mastery of the Steel Primal's power. She explains that ever since she was picked up by the circus at a young age, she's trained as a beast tamer. However, as she puts it, she has not managed to improve in the slightest.
I wished and wished, wish didn't come true. Understanding each other very hard.
She asks you to give her some pointers on how to get monsters to obey. And you reply,
Not really any trick to it, just giving an order. I just do it. Okay, so we'll be approaching the boss fight here. So we're gonna go ahead and do equipment here. We need to equip Trollus and Polka with Fire Stay Ring. That'll help reduce the damage that they have coming to them during this boss fight. Double check their HP, that we're full. And then we picked up another skill here. So we'll go ahead and give Helm Splitter to Trollus. Fine. I'll go ahead and go save. Alright, and we're just gonna hope for the best with this boss fight.
A massive monster wreathed in flames rises from the lake. It's shrouded in such heat and fury that you can scarcely turn your eyes to it. This is, in all likelihood, the Flame Primal. Your party readies their weapons and prepares for a fight.
Alright, so we're gonna try to get deadly poison off on the boss. Boss is also gonna be dealing damage to us over the course of the fight as well.
Slay this beast for the children.
For the children! Alright, so we're gonna be taking increasing damage per turn as the fight drags on. So the sooner we get this fight done, the better, because we will just lose to attrition. Alright, deadly poison's applied, so that's good.
You can't tell if it has something to do with the primal, but poison is slowly coursing through you. You must end this battle quickly.
Yeah, and we will do that. We're gonna go ahead and try to get everybody healed up again. The defense down really hurts right now. But there's not a whole lot we can do about that. We're gonna have to try to reapply poison on the next turn. Damn, failed. Alright, so we have another chance to reapply poison with Trollis, though. Okay, failed that. We're getting not good luck with the rolls here.
Sometimes.
Oh my! Alright, the goal's down, which is not good for us. Alright, so we're gonna have to use the Inspira elixir that we have. And then we have the Omnisalve as well, so we're gonna have to use that on the whole party. Need to get this poison reapplied. Here we go. Alright, we can take it home for the win now. I was a little scared there when we lost the goal, but we recovered, so we're good.
You've managed to gain the advantage on your foe, but suddenly, you feel as if suffocated and fall upon one knee. Your poisoned body is screaming, raging in protest. The flame primal clearly isn't going to let this chance pass it up, and it begins amassing power.
Not good. Ali, watch out. We're gonna dodge right.
Barely thinking, you go right, attempting to dodge the primal's attack. But your foot catches on something, and you trip and fall to the ground. You shut your eyes, believing this might be the end of you. But the pain you brace yourself for doesn't come. You wonder what's happened, and open your eyes to see. Trollis, you scream. She turns to you and gives a pained smile.
Prowless best girl. I protect everyone.
The acrid smell of burning meat assaults your nostrils, and Trollis cries out in anguish. Still, she desperately musters her strength and pushes back the flame primal. Trollis has given you and your friends a chance. You stand, and together you and your comrades attack the primal with all your strength.
Unbelievable. These wretches dare steal my power.
You've done it. You've beaten the flame primal and sealed it within a card.
Everybody gets a nice level up.
The flames upon the lake begin to recede and then blink out entirely. Perhaps because you've beaten the flame primal?
So we hit level 11. We're only one level above where we normally would be in a typical run. So remember when I was 3 levels ahead earlier on? Yeah, well, turns out we're not too far ahead now.
You see Trollis crouching on the ground and run over to her. "Are you all right?" you ask. She totters to her feet. Having rather shrewdly managed to gather some of the flame primal's bodily fluids during the fight, Polka immediately sets about inspecting it to determine its composition. To the great surprise of all, he does not detect any trace of poison in the fluid. Could something else be the cause? Polka collects some of the lake water in a bottle. He then busies himself dipping various papers and medicinal compounds into the bottle. At length, he makes a curious face.
The source. It's this tinder water.
According to Polka, burning the water releases toxins that accumulate and can cause fatal harm to the human body. Your party decides to head back to the City of Flame and inform the aristocrat of your findings.
Alright, so we're going to head back to the entrance and head back to town. We don't have a bellwether, and the narrator doesn't poof us, but thankfully it's all on one level, so easy way out. So hopefully they'll listen to us about the dangerous poisoned water that they're continuously using.
With the flames of the lake extinguished, those of the pond in the center of the city have also gone out. The people seem frantic to reignite the tinder water once more. Polka's medicine succeeds in stabilizing the child's condition. However, he is quick to indicate that it is but a stopgap measure. Polka advises that, should they wish to prolong the life of the child and of all those in the city, they must stop using the tinder water. The aristocrat shakes his head and says, "That we cannot do." "It would benefit your child too," you assert, but he shakes his head again, unmoved. He explains that the tinder water is the basis of all life here in the city. The city would fall into decline if they were to stop using it, and most of the citizens would be set adrift with no means of supporting themselves. I am in charge of this city, and I cannot stop our use of tinder water, even if it costs the life of my child. Polka's voice is quiet. I cannot claim to understand how those who rule over others make their choices. You ask the man if there is some way to resolve this impasse. He grimaces and makes a self-deprecating snort. Maybe if Nuterra existed, then all would be solved. For some reason, the word makes you think of sweets, so you take a shot in the dark and ask if it's a fancy dessert. Polka shakes his head. Polka explains, Nuterra is said to be a mysterious land abundant with all manner of resources. The aristocrat picks up the thread. Scholars claim it exists beyond the river to the northwest, but none who go there ever return. With that, the man gives you a large amount of food and sends you away from the manor.
Well, I guess they're going to continue using the water, and everybody here is going to eventually die.
You hand the food out to the orphans. "How did you get this?" the boy asks. You explain that you received it as a reward from the aristocrat. Hearing this, the boy blurts out, "I'm going to use the burning water to get rich too." The boy mentioned that his parents died due to illness. Likely they were stricken with the toxins from the tinder water, just like the aristocrat's child.
That's the
You
spirit.
try to express support for the boy's dream while conveying to him that the tinder water isn't good for him. The boy thanks you for the food and runs off with his sister. Polka has a difficult-to-read expression on his face. "Let's at least hand out the medicine," he suggests. You nod without uttering a word.
Gonna go and give the medicine to everybody.
"The fire in my heart has gone out with all the rest," the man mutters before sinking to the ground, his arms hanging limp. You offer some medicine to the man, but he keeps repeating, "No, I'm good," as though in a delirium.
So the repercussion for us putting defeating the fire primal is that the water isn't set ablaze naturally anymore from the primal. So everybody in the village, like this woman, is frantically trying to set the water back on fire.
The passionate woman is screaming herself hoarse, coughing and sputtering as she points in shock at the pond where the fire has gone out. The woman accepts the medicine from you. With a pained wink, she says, "Not that this medicine could cure love sickness." "I'm gonna get rich and buy my sister all the yummy food she can eat," the boy tells you. You offer medicine to the children, but their faces drop. "This won't fill our tummies," they say with considerable disappointment. The lad is all smiles and mirth, claiming that if he were to invent a tool to start fires, he could make a killing. Despite his sunny attitude, though, he looks quite unwell. You give some medicine to the ambitious young man, and he is jubilant. "Yes, I can work even more now." With a trembling hand, the knowledgeable old woman strikes a knife against stone, muttering, "This'll get it burning. I'm sure it will." You offer some medicine to the old woman, but she puts up a hand and refuses it. "I'm afraid I don't make a habit of taking medicines I've never seen before." It doesn't look like the people of the city are going to stop using tinder water anytime soon. The medicine you shared with them may provide little more than brief peace of mind. "I can't believe they won't give it up. They know it's poisonous," you say in a low, pained voice. Legol gives you a sympathetic thump on the shoulder. You look up at him and ask, "Do you think everyone could be happy if we went to New Terra?" His denial is immediate and assured. New Terra is a fairy tale. You answer him in a small voice.
I want to look for it anyways. We might find hope there.
Polka looks positively delighted. "Why, yes. Now that calls to my scholarly soul." Trollis seems equally on board. "I go too," she says, smiling. In the face of your united enthusiasm for the idea, Legol grunts, "Fine, if you insist." You and your friends have made up your minds. You shall seek New Terra and whatever hope it offers, believing it exists just like the stars in the sky.
Alright, time to leave the city to the death that they deserve, I guess.
The city has done nothing about the poison, and likely never will. Now that you've left, it would be safest if you never returned.
We'll never be able to come back here because this whole city dies after we leave. And that ends chapter 3. So, for those that have been watching along, as you can see, we're leaving a wake of death and destruction throughout our journey. We've already killed a senate for an entire town in a bustling city. This entire town is dumb, and they're continuing to use poisonous water that we warned them about using. And they're okay with them throwing their lives away for it. All because it's part of their daily life and they don't know what to do without it. What new information that we have is that there might be a place called New Terra, supposedly full of life and abundant resources that hopefully a settlement could be established. But for now, it's all but a myth to us.
Your group surveys the land beyond the river that the aristocrat spoke of. He claimed that none who go there ever return, yet you've little choice but to brave what lies beyond. A great river of tinder water stretches out before you. While the liquid no longer burns, it would still be dangerous to attempt swimming. You start to hesitate, thinking that there is no crossing, when Polka shouts, "Da-na-na-na!"
I can't believe the aristocrat still wouldn't try to get people to stop using it, even for the children. Even his own son, he's willing to throw the life away just to continue to be rich and try to use the stuff. That's messed up, but that was all their choice.
He is carrying an iron board, apparently having brought it back from the Lake of Fire. Just as before, you and your allies decide to build a bridge across the river.
Alright, so we're gonna be south of the crossing. There's a chest in front of us. Grab the Soothe Stone there, and then we're going to head west.
Your group crosses the river, and as you celebrate, you take notice of the tough, rock-studded expanse of land stretching before you. Your sand skiff was made for moving over the sands, so it'll be difficult to go any farther aboard it.
And we're gonna propose to remodel it.
You propose remodeling the sand skiff, and Polka is first to agree. Legol's face is uneasy as he mutters, "Don't do anything weird to it." Polka explains that 3 materials will be needed to convert the sand skiff. After some quick preparations, you decide to split up to locate what you need. Sometimes a different perspective can be illuminating.
We're gonna do Allie first.
Polka asks you to locate a long, sturdy pole. Trollis dashes off to the south, so you decide to head north so that you all can cover more ground. Perhaps because you're by yourself for the first time in a long while, the solitary search makes you feel a bit lonesome. Your thoughts drift inexorably to your comrades. Your thoughts turn to Legol. Legol can be somewhat brusque, but deep down he's a supportive person. He seems to care for Polka and Trollis too. From time to time, though, you spot a lonely, sad look on his face, perhaps due to his difficult past being treated like human livestock. Your thoughts turn to Polka. Polka's breadth of knowledge has been an incredible boon, and also a headache, since said knowledge is the source of his unceasing chatter. While he's typically an affable fellow, you do sometimes spot an unexpected iciness in his expression. Perhaps it comes from his hatred of monsters. Your thoughts turn to Trollis.
Yes, girl.
Her awkward way of speaking somehow only accentuates her sweetness. On top of that, she cares deeply about her companions and has tenacity to spare. And back when you faced the Flame Primal, she pushed herself so hard to save you from certain death. You can't help but be a little concerned about her. Your crew of friends has grown little by little, but with them at your side, you no longer feel as lonely as you once did. While you were lost in thought, a monster has found you. Fighting alone would be a one-way ticket to a cracked skull, so you get ready to take off running. But then, you spot the brute's weapon. Its handle is a long, sturdy-looking pole, the exact kind that Polka needs. You decide to fight the monster. Get him!
Alright, so we're gonna take his weapon. Ow.
Your battle with the monster has landed you a long, sturdy pole that Polka should be happy with. Having done what you set out to do, you decide to head back to the sand skiff.
Alright, we're gonna check on the goal.
Polka asks Legol to find something that could be used as wheels. Legol is skeptical that something like that will just be lying around, but he sets off to look nonetheless.
So we're gonna go back to the mines to look for the
Legol
wheels off the
recalls
mine
that there was
carts.
a cart in the mine near Steelborough. Though hesitant to return to such a dangerous place, he can't make excuses when he thinks of how hard a certain sub-Terran must be searching. He decides to take the sand skiff alone back to the mine. There is indeed a cart in the mine, as Legol recalled, and, as one would imagine, it has wheels. Legol attempts to remove the wheels from the minecart. But suddenly, a monster emerges from behind it.
Alright, so we gotta destroy this fluff ball. We gotta show it Scoo's boss, along with the orc child.
Beautiful! With the monster defeated, Legol collects the minecart wheels. The slain monster's eyes are wide open. Legol gently closes the monster's eyes. Having done what he set out to do, Legol decides to head back to the sand skiff.
Alright, so I want to point out that we had the option to just leave it, but because we decided to shut its eyes and Legol specifically said sorry, that will be important a bit later, and not because it's a huge spoiler for the story or lore, but it'll be relevant later when we do learn more about what's going on with things. Because remember, there is a big, huge battle going on between humans and monsters, and not only that, humans are trying to use monsters as weapons of war against other humans. So there's a big, huge I don't know if rebuttal is the right word for that, but there's a huge conflict going on in around that. We just don't know all the details yet. We've only learned so little from Steelboro when we were there earlier. Human society's a mess in all three games. That would be correct.
Polka asks Trollis to find some durable cord.
Alright, this part with Trollis is cute. I love it.
Despite feeling a little sluggish, Trollis takes off to the south, eager to help the group. Trollis wanders the area, searching for some durable cord or rope, but turns up nothing. Trollis rummages through her possessions, looking for some durable cord. Inside, she finds a whip from her apprenticeship. She must have brought it along by mistake. It once belonged to the ringmaster of the circus. Looking over the whip brings back memories.
Ringmaster was a fantastic person. Ringmaster smells like animals. Fantastic person. I love Trollis's reasoning for a lot of stuff. She's just so innocent and so cute.
Trollis spends some time reminiscing as she gazes at the whip, but then realizes, "Not cord," she says, tossing it away.
Hold it. Whip strong. Could be a cord.
Realizing that a whip could work in place of a cord, Trollis decides to return to the sand skiff. With what Polka requested in hand, you beat feet to meet back up with the others.
So, while Trollis isn't smart, she's innocent and adorable, and she's doing her best. And that's all we can ask for her.
The group meets back up, having gathered all three of the things needed to modify the sand skiff. You've brought the sturdy pole, Legol has the wheels, and Trollis has the whip. "Are you sure I can use your whip?" Polka asks, and Trollis gives a little nod.
Accidentally brought lots of Ringmaster's whips.
Trollis turns her bag upside down, and, as advertised, a number of whips tumble to the ground.
Obviously, Trollis knows what's important. Gotta have plenty of whips.
"Doesn't your ringmaster need these?" Legol gets a distant look on his face. A bit of pep in his step, Polka starts zipping around the sand skiff, making modifications. The modifications to the sand skiff are finished. The vehicle should be able to pass through the rocky wasteland without issue now. The group is thrilled, but suddenly, Trollis collapses. Polka hurries over to examine her. Somehow, she's suffering the effects of tinderwater poison. Beyond holding her close and squeezing her hand, there is little else you can do for Trollis. The battle with the flame primal flashes through your mind. During the struggle, Trollis threw herself in harm's way to protect you from the primal's attack. The poison must have entered her body through the wound she sustained in the process. Despite downing some of Polka's medicine, Trollis remains languid. It seems that the effect isn't very strong. She needs a sanitary place to rest, Polka says, and the group decides to try to find one.
Alright, we're gonna head west now. Hopefully to find somewhere where we can help Charles recover. Alright, we're going to run from this counter. Oh there!
A man, breathless and plump, suddenly jumps out in front of your group as you search for a place where Trollis can rest.
You can't help but feel like you remember this man.
Recognition dawns in you, and you're sure this is the ringmaster of the circus. At least, until he flatly denies it, saying you've confused him with someone else. Trollis rises unsteadily from the deck of the sandskiff, tilts her head to the side, and says, "You not ringmaster?" The man looks at Trollis for a moment, then breaks into a delighted smile. "Oh ho! You're one of my brothers from the circus." As he explains it, this man is the younger brother of the circus ringmaster. He works as a merchant who travels the world buying and selling all manner of rare articles. And to that end, he wastes not a moment in trying to strike up some business. Perhaps a gander at my wares, then. You briefly explain Trollis's condition and ask the man if he knows of a good place to rest. "Why didn't you say so sooner? I've got some good info on that front," he replies with a wink. The merchant shares that he has heard of a village to the west, wherein resides a brilliant apothecary. He's said to be a rather crabby fellow, but with any luck, you can get some medicine from him, and on top of that, find a place to rest. 2 birds with 1 stone. You say a few words of thanks and quickly head off to the west in search of the village. The man calls after you. "I'll be here with my compatriots for a while, so do pop by later."
Okay, so the deal with the roving merchant is he'll be moving around from time to time, so we'll always have access. It's just in areas from this point forward to a place where we can get supplies and stuff. So we'll have access to a pet shop in there, an armorer, and an item shop, which is super useful for us. There should be a chest down here. There it is. Another 1,200 gold that we need. And then the... yeah, another chest around here as well.
A bizarre rock appeared. It seems primed to explode.
Alright, good roll.
The bizarre rock transformed into a gold rock.
Free money. Good. It is. Alright, now we can go into the Village of Light. Before we do that, though, I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna let the music play, the narrator. I'll be right back in a minute. It's been 4 hours and I need to wait for a moment to use the restroom and grab another drink. So I'll have plenty more run to get through, and lots more story to talk about and uncover. Okay, so let's head into the Village of Light. Hopefully nothing crazy happens while we're here. We gotta search for the apothecary, and hopefully it'll be able to help us with Trollis.
You locate a small village. This is probably the place the merchant mentioned, where the apothecary lives. However, monsters suddenly appear, and they're headed straight for the town. You can't let them attack the town, for Trollis' sake too. You take off running to stop the monsters.
Alright, so we got some beefy gargoyles here to deal with. Gargoyles are resistant to light damage as well. We have a chance early on to get that light storm skill if we can. Would be nice. Wow, some very beefy boys.
Sometimes
The fact that they buff their defense up too is kind of annoying because it makes it harder to kill them. Ow. That's not good. Yeah, I can't really deal a whole lot of damage here, so we're just gonna heal the gold. This will help us out a little bit.
I expected nothing less. Unbeknownst to any, you manage to avert the danger. Now Trollis needs help. Hurry into the village.
It's unfortunate we had to expend a spear elixir there, but it is what it is. We'll end up being able to buy some more.
You and Legol enter the village, leaving Polka caring for Trollis on the sand skiff. No sooner do you enter the village than a man's voice calls out to you. This here's the Village of Light. Make yourself at home and rest your wearied spirits. The villager wears a curious headpiece, but seems polite and courteous. You get directly to the point and ask him if he knows about the apothecary. "Ah, that would be me," he says, before offering to mix up some medicine if you're in a hurry. Afraid of the answer, you ask what it will cost. The man calling himself the apothecary laughs and assures you he has no need of payment. You explain Trollus's symptoms, and the man calling himself an apothecary smiles and says he can help right away. The apothecary hardly seems crabby at all, so you check again with him that he really is the one you're looking for. He answers that coming to this village changed him, made him realize that people need to live by helping each other. The apothecary suggests you take a wander about town while he mixes up the medicine. He adds, "The folks about town are kind souls one and all, so feel free to ask them if you need anything." Legol says that he'll get Trollus and returns to the sand skiff. You decide to walk around the village and find what you'll need to care for your friend. The boy looks at you and says, "This would look nice on you, miss," and hands you a crown made of gorgeous artificial flowers. You try to pay for it, but the boy counters with a smile. "I gave it to you because I wanted to. That was nice." After hearing your tale, the proprietor of the inn beams at you and says, "Don't worry your head over payment. Stop in and make use of one of our rooms as much as you like." You offer a word of thanks and feel a weight lift off your chest. Now Trollus will be able to rest somewhere comfortable.
Well, this village isn't really nice compared to all the other ones that we were at.
After hearing your tale, the woman hands you her food. Make sure you all eat up and get all your nutrients.
Nutrition!
And if there isn't enough, you just let me know and I'll make more. Ha ha. She finishes with a hearty laugh. The old man says, "No person is an island. That's why we need to join hands and help one another." The apothecary comes running your way. The medicine is finished. You take it from him and then try to head back to Trollus, but there seems to be quite some commotion at the entrance of town. Wondering what could have happened, you hurry over.
Alright, who in chat called it?
A crowd of villagers has thronged the entrance to town. On the opposite side are Legol, Trollus, and Polka. Their earlier kindness seemingly an implausible memory, the group shouts, "Get out, now." You realize that the villagers are staring daggers at Trollus. They seem somehow furious at her. Even the apothecary, who only just handed you medicine for her, has an expression of utter rage on his face.
We're protecting Trollus.
You attempt to intervene and protect Trollus, but the villagers continue to bellow their anger. Suddenly, you hear a serene voice call out over the crowd.
Enough!
At the sound of it, the people fall incredibly quiet. A mysterious girl, young in years, emerges from within the awkwardly silent crowd. I beg your forgiveness for the way you have been treated by the villagers, she says. If you require a place for your sick friend to rest, please come to the Shrine of Light, she finishes, before leading the way. As soon as you arrive at the shrine in which the girl lives, you put Trollis in a bed to rest. You're relieved that you've managed things for the time being. When you speak with the girl, she says, "I've been waiting for you all." You haven't told the girl anything, so how is it she knows that? I know more than that. She goes on to describe much about your group. The monster attack on your village, Legol's cruel treatment, what happened to Polka's parents. "What's your deal?" Legol says, unnerved. The girl answers, "The power of prophecy." She explains that due to her power, the people revere her as a religious guru. You've never heard that word before, and so you ask, "Guru?"
All right, so we're just gonna ask if that's some kind of pop star, even though we have no idea what that means.
You ask if a guru is some kind of pop star, and Legol returns your question, looking perplexed. What's a pop star? You explain what a pop star is, something you read in a book once, and Legol nods. Yeah, that sounds pretty close to what a guru is.
Okay.
Polka adds, a guru is the founder of an ideological group, or the leader of one. In any event, the guru is clearly important to the village. You decide to ask her about the place. You ask why the villagers were so kind at first. The guru explains in a measured voice. The village, she explains, adheres to a doctrine called the Light Faith. She goes on to explain that the foundational principle of the Light Faith is to be kind to people. Thus, the villagers treated you with great kindness. You ask why the once kind villagers became so angry. The guru explains in a measured voice. This remote village has, she explains, been the victim of many monster attacks over the years, which in turn means that many of its inhabitants despise all monsters. That hatred eventually took root in the village as a kind of religious doctrine, thus their behavior when they saw Trollis. And so there have been two absolute doctrines in this village: be kind to people and kill monsters. She gazes at the room where Trollis is sleeping and asks, "Your friend is a monster, yes?"
So both answers are basically the same thing. We're gonna go with she's not, because we're starting to love Trellis.
You hesitate to reply, having vaguely suspected what Trollis actually is. The guru amends her words. "Forgive me. Perhaps that expression wasn't quite appropriate, since she is also human. She is half human and half monster. What are your thoughts on that? She asks.
Is she a monster to be hated or a friend to be treasured? What is Trollis to you? Obviously a friend to be treasured. We love Trollis here.
It's true that monster blood may flow in Trollis's veins. Monsters, things to be hated. But as you've traveled together, seeing you falter, the guru offers another apology. The villagers were discourteous to your friend, and for that, I am sorry. Many of them lost family to monster attacks and are seized with hatred. I ask you to forgive them, she continues, her voice tinged with hurt. Ah, right. Your group wishes to go to New Terra, yes? She says, breaking the silence. Stunning that your powers could even tell you that, says Polka in a low voice, and the guru nods serenely. She explains that there is a stone tablet in the ruins of a religious edifice to the northeast of town. Said tablet has the way to New Terra recorded on it. However, you should know, monsters have nested in the ruins, she adds. There's information on New Terra to be had, though, so you decide to go anyway, despite the danger.
So we're gonna go check on our girl.
Trollis is sleeping soundly. Quite relieved, you thank the woman watching over her. She seems annoyed, but when you inform her that you're headed to the ruins, she quickly turns her attitude around and bows her head.
Please get rid of the monsters living there and get the stone tablet back.
The ruins were evidently a sacred site for this village, one where marriages, funerals, prayers for bountiful harvests, and other important rites were carried out. And the tablet was used in those ceremonies. You accept the woman's request, explaining that you were planning from the start to retrieve the tablet. You've no sooner gotten your response out than Trollis's eyes fly open, and she bursts out, "I come too." While she is a little unsteady yet, the apothecary's medicine seems to have done its work. You try to convince her to rest a little longer, but she insists on going to the ruins with you. At length, her persistence wins out, and you begrudgingly agree to take her along and head for the ruins.
Alright, so now we got Trollis's back. Okay, so now with that out of the way, we're going to be heading this way. We're going to be heading to the place where the stone tablet is. We're going to stop and grab a chest just before we get in there. That'll have a gold nugget worth 2,000 gold that we'll be able to sell later. a lot of like gargoyles and powerful enemies in here as well. So we're hoping that we can get the one skill off them to do, because we like the one thing we lack in the party right now is the AoE damage, which we haven't got yet, unfortunately. We had a couple opportunities to get it earlier on, and we just haven't had that opportunity come back around. So if we can get the skill off the gargoyles, that'd be very helpful. Not only right now, but later on. So there's gonna be another Omnisolve and over here. Going to. Also, if we get the worm skill, that would be a nice skill to pick up as well, because it's quite expensive to buy later. Alright, well, extra free money, that's not too bad when we sell that. We already have Helm Splitter anyways, so that's fine for us. Didn't.
Get him.
Uh, 21... 6, 7... Not enough damage, so we do have to stab here.
Beautiful. Get him.
Lots of enemies here that we don't have skills from yet.
Beautiful.
Here's the path.
Battle time.
Alright, so again, we're hoping that we can get the Lightstorm skill. That'll be our first AoE that we pick up right now. We'll have to buy the other AoEs that we missed out on. Which will be shortly after we finish this bit.
You look at Trollis and ask, "You okay?" She gives a vivacious bounce, assuring you that she's as fine as she looks and that you don't have to worry. Perhaps she then realizes what you actually mean, so she continues to speak with some brightness in her voice. She reminds you that she has the circus troupe who accepted her without discrimination.
I saw in chat someone pointed out racism. Yeah, that's part of it, but, I mean, the guru explained based on what we heard that, I smell cult in the air.
And on top of that, she has kind friends who worry about her and do their best to nurse her back to health when she falls ill. So of course she's all right.
So we'll do my best. Be big girl for troop and for friends. Alright, so we're heading south here. Go along the path. We're gonna come into an antechamber with a puzzle that we need to solve.
Battle time.
That's the wrong person I meant to heal. Fine. I'd like some of these skills to drop, but RNG's not being kind to us with it.
Sometimes your group reaches an antechamber with 3 arrows inscribed on the floor. Further inside, you can see a statue and what appears to be some kind of pedestal. To the right is a door, and by the looks of it, your only way onward.
So for things first, we're going to push the statue
The
up.
floor sinks slightly when you step on the arrow, and then... why, the statue moved. Apparently, it moves in the same direction as whichever arrow is stepped on.
Yeah, goal is simple. Just move the statue onto the button.
There's a wall in that direction, so the statue can't move there. You withdraw the foot you were about to put on the arrow. The statue slides on top of the pedestal, and in that instant, with a groan, the door opens. Relieved that you can finally move on.
Yeah, it's not exactly a brain bender. The Voice of Cards games aren't really designed with the puzzles and stuff to make you think too hard about things. It's the story and stuff that really does the brain bending. That's what the Voice of Cards games are good for. Anyways, we're gonna head down here and we're gonna get a lightning stay ring. And we're gonna have an opportunity to pick up either Firestorm or Lightstorm as a guarantee in an upcoming forced encounter. We have neither of those skills so far. Firestorm we could have gotten earlier off the area where we were in the Lake of Fire, but we didn't get the chance to get that there. We get this lightning stay ring. We're gonna head back up this way. Yeah, the one thing that we're lacking right now is AoE damage. The one thing this party doesn't have. So hopefully we can address that soon. I don't mean to keep doing that with the D-pad. So I'm using, you can use the stick to move as well as the D-pad. I use a combination of both throughout movement in all 3 games when I play. Keypad allows for quick movement, whereas the right stick that usually controls cameras in games allows me to use the jump mechanic to skip over tiles.
Beautiful.
That was a good crit. Alright, so we have this fight with the salamander
Monsters block
and the
way.
gargoyle.
You attack them at once, determined to make your way deeper into the ruins.
Alright. So we're hoping to get Firestorm or Lightstorm. Either of those are good pickups. Alright, so we got Firestorm. Alright, so now that we got that, we can go ahead and go to skills. Polka, we're going to give him Firestorm. It's flat 8 damage, all enemies. That there. I'm going to head up the stairs. Head down this way. There'll be another forest encounter with a chance to get Frenzy or Great Blast, which is another good pickup. We already have Frenzy, so Great Blast is what we're hoping for off this fight. I'm gonna focus down the middle one. Oh, I missed, unfortunately. That sucks.
The monsters make no move to attack you, and instead seem to be focused on quiet prayer.
8 damage is not enough to kill. Go for a regular attack. We don't need to be using Chomp anyways. You guys have low enough armor that we can deal more damage through it. Flocka just doesn't have a high enough damage skill, which is why we give him things like Firestorm and stuff like that. We'll be doing a pretty major skill swaps a bit later.
That's
Alright, so we're hoping for Great Blast. Well, level 3 Frenzy is not bad. It's 2 times damage now instead of 1.5. Preferably would have liked Great Blast, though. That's flat damage based off the roll of 2 dice. Pick up this chest here, which has money in it.
battle time.
So it looks like we're going to be buying quite a few skills that we missed out on that we'll want going forward when we get the opportunity. Which means they're going to cost us a bit of a pretty penny, so we'll have to hope that we have enough money for them.
Beautiful.
Alright, so we open up into another antechamber room.
You emerge into a wide open space with an array of stone tablets. Your excitement fades as you realize just how many there are. You glance down at your feet and spot a piece of paper on the floor. Well, that's simple, Ligol says. He approaches the tablets, but then...
We just have to match them
the
up.
tablets change position entirely on their own. You flipped a stone tablet with a different pattern. Try picking another one.
So through the process of elimination, we'll eventually solve this. Not a big deal.
You've managed to match 2 stone tablets. Keep it up. You've successfully flipped all of the tablets. And now... With a groan, the door opens. Feeling a bit mentally fatigued, you decide to head through the door with your friends.
Alright, so we have another chance to get Great Blast off this, if the RNG allows us. gonna go with the Spark Bolt here. Unfortunate. Your RNG only allows suffering.
That's how it's done.
That's mostly how Voice of Cards games go. And it's a Yokotaro game. That's usually how it goes. Ah, damn. Great Blast was in the middle. Unfortunate. RNG toying with my emotions. Not giving me the skills that I want. Alright, guaranteed reward from this fight. Either of these skills off these guys would be nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah, like, right now we're going to be taking a lot of fights, and that's mainly because we want skills early on so that we don't have to be buying them. So the more skills we can get early on and the more money we can generate this early, it will set us up for late games so we can start running away from a lot more encounters and only going for the ones where we can use godly bills. Alright, we got Drain Life. Level 2 as well, so that's good pick up. This saves us a bit, quite a bit of money. So we gotta go around the edge of this room to get a light stay ring, and then we're gonna be equipping that.
Get him.
And then there'll be a boss fight coming up as well. We're gonna run away from this fight. I don't need either of the skills off these enemies. But we do have those Bills of Godly Fortune, which are a guarantee on a reward drop from fight. So we'll be using those later for the harder to acquire skills in the mid to late game.
Too bad.
Which we're getting close to mid game at this point. Oh, game, why you do that? 2 opportunities for Lightstorm and I missed out on both. Game is really throwing it in my face. Alright, we're gonna open our menu here. We're gonna go to equipment. Luca's gonna get the Lightstay ring. And then we're going to... Yeah, that's fine for now. Next thing is we're gonna reassign skills. So Polk, he's gonna get Chomp. At least he has a basic level skill to use besides heal. And then I don't think there's else. Find some skills here. We have Drain. It's dark damage. We'll go ahead and give Drain to him. We already have a pretty much the same skill on Ali, so Legol using that will be nice. And we're good for now, I guess. Oh, yeah, the other thing we can do is... Rawls no longer needs Poison Sludge. I guess I can't take it off for now. That's fine. So we're gonna save here. Boss fight coming up. Boss fight. This boss is weak to fire.
You've discovered the stone tablet that has information about New Terra recorded on it. You rush over to the tablet, but suddenly... You guessed it. A monster appears and attacks. Get him.
So if we had the Flame Breath attack, it would be really useful for this fight, but we don't have it. That'd be quite a bit of damage for this boss fight in particular. We want to avoid using light damage, but we're gonna still try to apply poison. Oh, never mind. I can't do this on this boss. This boss is one of the few that is actually resistant to poison. I probably should have had that in my notes. Cool. We're gonna buff damage on a goal. Alright, gone through half the boss's health. Well, because, weirdly enough, the lowest damage character in our party, but is the beefiest. As far as armor value goes. Hank and Spank, yeah. I missed, that was unfortunate. Alright, I'm gonna have Legol use one of those Omna salves just to be safe. There's probably a thunderstorm coming up. Oh, I should have did Frenzy there, and I would have had the fight dead. Oh well. Alright, well, Polka gets the final blow, I guess. But he'll get a level, except for Legol, apparently.
There appears to be some writing on the stone tablet. You ask Polka to decipher it, but the script appears to be from a language that even one of his considerable knowledge has never seen. The four of you decide to ask the guru about the tablet.
So we're
You
gonna
decide
move back to the
exit
entrance.
ruined edifice immediately.
Alright. Time to go return to the guru.
You look at Trollis and say, "You don't have to go into the village if you don't want to." She assures you that it's fine and comes along anyway. As you make your way into town, the apothecary approaches. Before you can say anything, the man blurts out an apology to Trollis. The sudden contrition is a surprise, and not just to you. Legol and Polka are clearly taken aback, too.
Though I may have been attempting to hold fast to our creed, you're still half human, and my behavior towards you was foul.
The guru must have explained things. Everyone in the village has accepted Trollis by the sound of it.
You have the stone tablet, which must mean the monster is defeated. I thank you.
The guru accepts the tablet and runs a loving hand over it. This little piece of stone is an integral part of our town's rituals. One might go so far as to call it the soul of the village. You find it all a little bit unsettling. Hoping to move the conversation along, you ask what is written on it about New Terra. The guru gives a deep bow of the head at your question.
I'm afraid that what I said about the tablet having the way to the New Terra record on it was a fabrication. I'm sorry.
You're stunned at the news. She lied to you in order to get you to retrieve the tablet. Your shoulders tremble as you ask, "You tricked us?" But the guru replies in a solemn voice, "You do not need to worry. New Terra does exist, and I know the way there. It is found to the north, beyond a massive cliff that towers over the land, called the End Wall." She goes on to explain that to get there, you must travel through the cave to the north. With that, she offers a final prophecy. What you seek shall be found in New Terra. There's something desolate in her expression.
Alright, to end while we go.
The moment you leave the shrine, you sense that something is amiss. The village is suffocatingly quiet. Polka lets out a little scream and points at a villager collapsed on the ground. The old man has breathed his last. "Stay alert," Legol whispers so that only the group can hear.
Uh-oh. Something happened.
The old man is dead, his gentle face frozen. The boy is dead, surrounded by artificial flowers. Though it looks like she is just sleeping, the proprietor is dead. A bottle of medicine has tumbled over next to the corpse of the apothecary. Having examined several of the bodies, Polka reports that the cause of their death appears to have been suicide by poison. You remember the desolate expression on the guru's face, and you realize you need to rush back to the Shrine of Light. Legol rears up and breaks the door open with a mighty kick. The guru is collapsed, bleeding on the ground. You run over to her and try to help her sit up. Her eyes flutter open, and she looks over your group. They have all passed without incident then, she says with a feeble smile. You take one of her limply hanging hands and ask, why? She said as much. They have a creed here in the village, and that creed is absolute. Be kind to people and kill monsters. And
death to those who break the creed. The one thing that we didn't know about until now.
this village's hatred for monsters runs deep, having taken root long, long ago. Those feelings cannot be changed, nor can the creed. The guru produces the stone tablet from the ruins. So long as we have this, our souls shall be guided to their rest, she murmurs. Trollis bursts into tears and says that this was all her fault.
Oh, Trollis, it wasn't your fault. Don't say that.
No, says the guru softly. It was mine. She was prepared for this and invited you in with full understanding of what would happen. Despite all of that, she still wished to get the stone tablet back from the monster.
I am tired now. Now I can finally see Mother and Father again.
They were all tired. The many years of being caught up between their hatred and their creed had made the villagers and the guru alike exhausted with life. With one last word of thanks, the guru gently breathes her last breath. Thus did the monster-loathing village pass to dust. A visceral demonstration of what happens when you mix faith with hate.
And so ends chapter 4. Another village decimated by their own stupidity and will. All you've learned so far is you shouldn't live in a village. I mean, don't live in a village created in a world where Yoko Taro has any say in it. Has good chance of he ain't living for long. Because the subterranean village is all dead. The city near the Lake of Fire is all dead, and so is the Village of Light.
You and your companions dig long, deep holes, graves. You feel it's only right to give the dead a proper burial. That's one grave complete. You let out a long sigh. You wonder how the others are faring.
But yeah, the easiest way to look about it is just don't live in a world from Yoko Taro, because good chances he ain't living.
You find Trollis and Legol filling one of the graves. Trollis is in shock. Had she not come to the village, everyone might still be alive. They made their choice. We bear no responsibility for their fate, Legol says, trying to comfort her. Silence hangs in the air. They break ground on a fresh grave. You leave them be.
Polka should be up here, yeah.
Polka gazes at the Shrine of Light, where the guru lived with her family. You ask Polka if perhaps it was better this way. He shakes his head and says there are many things in this world he does not understand. As you leave, you hear him speaking softly to himself.
I just hope she's been reunited with her parents.
Though closure yet escapes you, the graves have been dug. The party agrees it is time to sleep, or at least to try. The village is all too quiet as your party rouses from slumber. Everyone sets about preparing to pass through the cave leading to the end wall.
Hail, you there.
Glancing over in the direction of the shout, you see the roving merchant waving his whole arm at you. Trollis was able to make a full recovery thanks to the info he passed on. You acknowledge him with a slight nod, deciding to stop by the market later so you can properly express your gratitude. The merchant sees that Trollis has recovered and lets out a sigh of relief. He asks after the apothecary with curative-making prowess. It seems he wishes to replenish his stock. Alas, the apothecary is... You tell him of the tragedy that transpired in the Village of Light. The man falls silent for a time. I should like to set off some fireworks then, in honor of the dead. The fireworks are only briefly visible in the bright light of day. You can't help but think they would be prettier if this place ever experienced nighttime. Your thoughts then turn to the departed villagers.
Alright, so we're not going to enter the roving market yet. Instead, we're going to head into Endwall.
The guru mentioned there would be a cave leading to the end wall in this area. The party takes a look around. Polka takes notice of a crack in the snow and ice. Upon closer examination, you realize it must be the cave entrance. It's been almost entirely snowed in. If you can just clear the snow away, you should be able to pass inside.
So, go, Flame Primal, go!
The flame primal appears before you and melts the snow blocking the entrance in an instant. You have to admit you're getting quite good at controlling these primals. In fact, you might be able to control the flame primal well enough to keep everyone warm in the harsh climbs ahead. In the distance, you see a massive cliff looming over the vast expanse of thick snow before you. That must be the end wall, the ghoul says gravely. Warmed by the flame primal, the party sets off in the direction of the massive sheet of ice. The sand skiff slows to a crawl. Polka looks through the telescope and yelps in surprise. You snatch it from him and have a look yourself. It's a monster, and one behaving rather strangely now that you get a good look at it. Polka continues carrying on and making a scene beside you. You hand the telescope back to Polka, and step by careful step, creep toward the monster. Alas, the monster has already noticed you, and takes off at a speed you cannot hope to match.
Okay, so we're gonna head northwest.
Actually, nope. It's stopped entirely. You peer down at the wheels to find them completely packed with snow. You won't get across the snow in the sand skiff like this.
So we're gonna make it snow-worthy.
Before you can even get the words out, Polka is muttering to himself and drawing up blueprints. His Sand Skiff Mark II plans, he announces, will require planks, or something plank-like. 2 long, thin planks of metal, to be precise, he says, giving you an idea. You raise the card containing the steel primal high into the air. Now, with your primal wrangling powers coming into their own, you think you might be able to get the steel primal to help you. You summon it and manage to make it craft 2 long, skinny metal plates. Though it's not yet effortless, your control over the primals feels more responsive than ever. You hand the plates to a gleeful Polka, who immediately attaches them to the sand skiff. Thanks to Polka's efforts, the sand skiff can now travel across snow.
Alright, so there's gonna be a village here.
Not a soul stirs in the entire village. Perhaps it is long since abandoned. Though it does not appear the owner is home, there are signs of life all throughout the cabin. You'd better not enter uninvited.
Okay, we're gonna leave now. And then we're gonna head northwest. We're gonna be trying to pick up some stuff along the way. Nice. We have a better heal now. So we're gonna continue along the path here towards the mountain. There are a couple items that we pick up along the way as well. We can just run from this fight. We got what we need. We don't need anything else off these guys for now. We're gonna be buying these skills and doing some re-equipping of skills shortly. Don't believe there's anything down here, but I'm gonna check anyway. Oh, no, wrong. Wheel of Fortune. And then we need to head up this way.
You spot an open-air stall with a sign reading, "Goods bought here."
We'll take a stop in and see what they're actually selling.
And hear the proprietor call out to you. "Welcome to my exchange shop. I'll pay good money for your goods. But this'll determine how good the money is," she continues, revealing a single die in her hand.
Oh, nice. 30%. So I can sell stuff. Okay. So these are worth more. That works out for us. For once we get an event that does us really well. Don't need this. Want to free up some of our items here because we're getting rather full on stuff. And I don't think we have any equipment that we can sell at this point. That's it.
Without warning, she sets about closing her stall. Apparently, you were her last customer for today. You gather up your things and take your leave.
We made a little extra money off those nuggets that we had from earlier, which is nice.
The bizarre rock transformed into a fear rock. The only way out of this fight is through it.
We can actually just run away. Should be an elixir over here.
Ooh.
That's like full. That's a revive with full heal. Supreme Spear elixirs are. Alright, we're gonna do the heal and then run.
At last, you've reached the end wall. It is a cliff taller than any you've seen, and its breadth extends as far as the eye can see. It practically defies you to conquer it. You try to climb it, but its face is sheer ice, and your hands find no purchase. But you will not be defeated. You redouble your efforts and scramble partway up, only to see a giant snowball hurtling your way. In a show of quick thinking, you summon the flame primal and melt it before it crashes into you. Alas, that movement throws you off balance, and you plummet into the snow at the base of the end wall. You announce that you won't be trying again, and Legol applauds the sagacity of your decision. He then reminds you that no one even knows if the Nuterra the Guru spoke of is real. Polka doesn't look quite so ready to give in. Nuterra's existence is irrelevant, he says, noting that the Guru said it was simply where you'd find what you seek. Trollis reckons she can climb it and leaps at the end wall. The party is divided. Legol opposes any attempt to advance, but Polka and Trollis insist on scaling the wall. Thanks to the flame primal's warmth, the debate carries on for some time. Suddenly, your vision blurs. You've drawn upon the flame primal's power for too long, and your body has reached its limit. The flame you called forth blinks out of existence, and a piercing chill sets in once more. Between your exhaustion and the cold, you feel yourself growing faint.
What's this? We haven't had any visitors here for quite some time.
These words, and the shape of an old woman emerging from the snow, are the last things you register before you lose consciousness. Your eyes open, and your surroundings come into focus. You're in a bed. Next to you sits an old woman. "Come around, have you?" she asks gently. You suppose she's been looking after you. Perhaps drawn by the noise you're making, Legol and the others burst into the room. They all fawn over you in turn. "Care for something to eat?" the old woman asks, her voice as soothing as any curative. No one could possibly grow crops here, you reason, and you certainly aren't about to go stealing food from an old woman. You politely decline. Modesty is so unbecoming of the young, the woman says, and sets about preparing a meal. The food is simple and warm. It heals your body and mind with every bite. Polka broaches a bit of conversation while you eat. "I didn't happen to see anyone else in the village." The old woman says she'll take you to meet the others, and shuffles out of the cabin. The old woman leads you to the graveyard. "They're all gone now," she says softly. Her face creases with profound sadness.
Oh, you thought we were out of the sads? Well, we got more sads for you. This is a Yokotaro game after all.
Eager to leave a land in which nothing can grow, each one tried to scale the end wall and reach Nuterra. But not a single one returned. Eventually, the old woman was the only one left. Her own son was also among those who set out to scale the end wall. Still, the old woman ventures to the end wall once a day, clinging to the last shred of hope she has that he will return. She tells you how grateful she's been for your company after so much time alone, and suggests you spend the night in Icevale. A piercing shriek launches you out of a deep sleep and onto your feet. That was the kindly old woman's voice. You're sure of it. You all agree to check in on her. The party hurriedly piles into her humble abode, to find the old woman doubled over, clutching her back and unable to move. She's thrown her back out, Polka says matter-of-factly.
Leave it to Polk.
There's a first time for everything, I suppose, he says. I'll have to perform surgery. Wish me luck. Absolutely not, the old woman protests. Perhaps sensing no small amount of danger to her life, the woman remains where she is and informs you that there is a curative that will ease her suffering. One derived from solnivias, rare flowers that bloom across the snowy plains. She's fed you and provided shelter. You must find that flower for her.
Alright, so we're gonna go find that rare flower.
You turn your head toward the source of the sound and see the merchant looking half frozen, waving at you from afar. You wave back, agog at the sight. What's a merchant like him doing in a place like this?
Anyways, so we're gonna continue searching for the Solnivias. See a chest here with some money in it. And then just past the tent here will be the Solnivia that we're looking for. Ah, damn, we didn't get the bill. That would have been a nice pickup. Got a bill of godly fortune though. That's fine, I guess.
You spot a small flower poking its head above the snow. Surely that must be a Solnivia. There are several jutting up from the snow, but you pluck just one and resolve to return to the old woman.
Alright, we're gonna stop in at the roving merchant now, finally. And then we're going to buy some new equipment and stuff with all the money that we have. I thought for sure I'd find something rare and unusual if I followed you all, but this is ridiculous. There's not even a customer in sight.
Please, you lot are my only hope, he pleads, and lays out his wares.
Alright, so first things first, we're gonna go to the armor shop and we're gonna be buying some stuff. We're gonna buy the mercenary blade, equip that to Ali. We're gonna buy the Femme Fatale's whip for Trawlus. And we're gonna sell the old gear. And then next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the pet shop here. And we're gonna be buying some new skills. Alright, Alright, so... Come on, don't do this to me. Why is it doing that? Hailstorm. Our AoE skill that we missed out on earlier. We're gonna be buying Lightstorm as well. And then we're gonna buy Great Blast, which we also missed out on. And the other skill is Flame Breath. That's all we need for now. Go ahead and do that equipping of skills now. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and put this on. Want Hailstorm. And then Polka. We're going to be giving you Blast. That's down, and that's attack down. We're going to be putting on the Flare Punisher as well. Punisher. And Trellis. Lightstorm that we'll give her for now. We're going to be moving out over to Polka later when he gets a better weapon. I don't think there's any that I really want. Firestorm there instead. I'm going to resort these skills a little bit here. And that should be good for now. Oh, we also have the rings to deal with as well. Light stays fine. Don't need the fire stay ring on anymore. Put the poison stay ring on. Everything else is fine. We're gonna buy some items for a journey ahead. Alright, so we need some more Spear Elixirs are basically out. How many of these do we have? 4? We'll buy one more. And how many of these do we have? 3. Buy 2 more of those. Alright, these should be good for now. Alright. Now that we've done that, we can return to the old woman with the Solnivias.
You burst through the door, Solnivia in hand. Polka grinds it according to the old woman's instructions and spreads the resulting salve on her back. Ah, that feels better already, she coos. Indeed, she seems to be instantly healed. Thank you ever so much. You must be chilled to the bone, she chirps as she begins preparing you a meal. The party decides there's nothing that cannot wait until tomorrow, and agrees to spend yet another night in Icevale.
I did forget to put on the better healing skill on Polka, so we'll fix that in a moment.
Upon waking, your party begins discussing how to proceed.
You should just turn around and leave, right? No, we're gonna attempt to scale end wall.
Sure, you gave up on scaling the end wall yourself, but you didn't have a plan then. Surely, if you all put your heads together... Polka and Trollis, who were already eager to find Nuterra, seize on this idea. Legol, the sole dissenter, can tell he's been outvoted. If that's what you want, he says grudgingly. And so the party resolves to take another crack at climbing the end wall, but not before checking in on the old woman one last time.
Let's go ahead and equip that better heal on Polka. Because 8 heal is not gonna cut it going forward here.
You knock at the door to the old woman's cabin, but there's no answer. Might she still be asleep? You walk in to check on her and find her lying abed, cold to the touch. The Solnivia could have been poisonous, Legol posits, but Polka refutes that hypothesis upon examining her. He pronounces her dead of natural causes. From the sub-Terran village to Steelborough to the City of Flame and onward, you've left a trail of death and disease in your wake.
And the game rubbing it in, as I've already mentioned, with leaving the death and disease everywhere we go. I must be pestilence incarnate.
If there is a god of pestilence among us, it's me, Legol says, coming to your defense. Polka counters that were you a god of pestilence, the continued good health of the entire party would be inexplicable and, frankly, illogical. Trollis gently strokes your back and suggests you all give the old woman a proper burial. You decide to bury the woman beside the other graves in Icevale, if only so she won't be lonely in death. You wish to mark her grave like the others, but you see no wood from which you might fashion something to do so.
Trollis being helpful and supportive as always.
Didn't we see a few tree ants on the way here? Polka proffers. Tree ant timber would do the job quite well, he explains. So it's decided. You'll fell a tree ant and use its wood to mark the woman's grave.
Alright, time to go kill some treants. So we're just trying to get in some random encounters with them. Alright, so there's 2. So paralysis immunity.
Legol efficiently breaks down the tree ant. Out of nowhere, Polka starts. "I've just had a brilliant idea," he yelps. Polka wishes for you to collect more tree ant timber. "Are we building a whole house?" Legol grouses, side-eyeing Polka. The target of his ire, however, is already off searching for tree ants.
So we're gonna kill 5 more. Okay, that's not... I was gonna have Trollis kill them all, but now she's frozen. And because she's frozen, she takes double damage off that attack, which... But at least she's out of being frozen. Kill 3 more.
Get him!
Ow. Why you go and bully Trowlis like that?
Beautiful!
Alright, Trowlis is alive again, but she only has 1 HP. So I'll just kill her right off the bat. Come on, I missed.
"This ought to be enough wood for our purposes," Polka announces with a satisfied nod. Trollis suggests you stop by the old woman's grave and place a flower on it.
Alright, so we're gonna pick a flower again from the Nivea.
"This one cutest," she beams, and picks a single flower from the ground. Flower in hand, you make your way back to Icevale. You fashion the wood into a fine marker for her final resting place and place the flower atop it. You clasp your hands to pray, but no, something's missing. Polka, Where did Polka go? When did he leave? You're certain he was with you right up until you returned to the village. You have to find him. You quickly spot Polka puttering around the sand skiff. He takes notice of you too. "We're all set," he chirps. You gather he's been preparing the sand skiff for your eventual departure. You take your leave of Icevale and prepare to face the end wall once more.
So time to head all the way back up there.
As you approach the end wall, you're intimidated once more by its preposterous scale.
Upgrade the sand skiff.
We'll upgrade the sand skiff, you announce to the party. What sort of upgrade? Ligol asks. You give him a smug look. You say all you need to do is make it fly. Polka's glasses catch the light just so. I thought it would come to this. I'm one step ahead of you, he proclaims. On Polka's orders, you set fire to the wood you gathered earlier. The balloons now attached to the sand skiff inflate as the hot air fills them, and the skiff softly lifts off the ground. I swear I've seen something like this before. Trollis is utterly delighted by the unexpected flight. Her joy is tempered by violent gusts that grow more intense as the skiff climbs. It's a bit too dangerous to continue on, so you seek out a suitable landing spot. You strain to see through the blizzard, but you're almost certain there's enough space to land on a protrusion partway up the end wall. You bring the sand skiff in for a landing. Surveying the area, you see that there's an opening in the end wall big enough for everyone to fit through.
Alright, we're in a dungeon now for the next little bit.
From some of your sand skiff fuel and enter the cave.
So over here is going to be quality Omnicell. Also, the music in this area is pretty nice too. Very energetic. I go the wrong way, I did. Best. And then we're going to be getting a gemstone ring. If you remember the gemstone ring from the second and first game, we're going to be getting a gemstone ring in this game as well. So we'll be able to have a extra skill gem at the start of combat with it. So we have another chance to get bigger, as well as a new way to apply deadly poison. It actually deals damage if we can get it. We're gonna focus down on the fungi.
Beautiful.
The gemstone ring is going to be right here in this chest. Beefy turtle, but we can jump over that with Chomp. Alright, so we're gonna get this gemstone ring and equip it to Crawlus. The nice thing about these gemstone rings in this game is they actually have stats on them to start. Or in the second game, only gemstone ring 2 had a stat all up.
You spot two monsters chattering amongst themselves. You hide, watching them carefully as you strain to hear what they're saying.
Ice Rock, hard walking there. Hide treasure, yes?
The party hastily scribbles down the snatches of conversation they've heard. You saw more than your fair share of iced-over rocks on the way here. Might the beasts have stashed the treasure somewhere amongst them? While you were lost in thought, the monsters went about their business and vacated the premises. You gather up everyone's notes and stuff them into your pack. You'll be on the lookout for places matching the description you've heard.
I haven't actually figured out where that location is when I was routing. Alright, there's another Drake, so we have a chance to get a skill. That's unfortunate. I was hoping he would deal 1 extra damage there. Not down there. We need to go up. Alright, so we're gonna generate a gem here. Go for an absorb.
I expect.
Alright, there'll be an Omnipanacea just below the stairs. And then we'll have a forced encounter coming up here where we'll be able to get Freeze Breath or Assault off of it. We're hoping for Freeze Breath. This isn't the forced encounter, though. Actually, it might be. Can't remember what the forced encounter for this one is. At least not off the top of my head.
Sometime. Sometime. A mass.
Yeah, that's not the forced encounter. Could be down in this hallway.
A tiny sphere of pure light appears before you, gently floating in the air. You lean in to give it a closer look. Your eyes refocus, revealing the form of a fairy, the likes of which you've only ever seen in books. A fearsome beast lies within this wall. You'd best go home if you value your life, the fairy says solemnly. But you'll heed no such advice. After all, the fairy's probably a monster themselves. You press on.
Oof, fine. I wanted to stab you in the back anyway. Goddamn fairies.
The fairy fades from view, revealing a horde of agitated monsters. They lunge at you. Get 'em!
Alright, we got Breeze Breath.
The monster's taken care of. You look warily this way and that. No sign of the fairy. You continue on, carefully.
No, this is definitely not Balatro.
Though you've clearly ascended, the cave has brought you once again to the end wall's exterior. The only way up from here is straight up the end
This
wall.
is emotional damage, the video game.
Get up.
I swear that's the rock they were talking about. Maybe I'm wrong.
You take notice of a light above your head as you clamber up the wall. You rein time to see a massive snowball hurtling toward you. You somehow manage to dodge the snowball, only for the sound of someone snickering to reach your ears.
Alright, so we're getting another Bill of Godly Fortune and a Soothing Stone on the west and eastern edges.
To battle. Sometimes.
Damn, missed that on the Toad skill. Alright, so there's our Soothe Stone. And back over this way. Alright, we're ahead by 2 levels in this area right now, which is good. Have another Force Encounter coming up. We'll have a chance at the Envenoming Sting, which is the damage poison skill. or Tornado Dive, which is the Drake skill. Either of those are pretty good pickups. We have a chance at either of those at level, up to level 2.
The path before you is littered with bones. Polka picks one up and examines it. They are indeed human, he says grimly. Just then, another ball of light appears before you, but this one seems different than the last. The Frost Primal lives here. I think it'd be wise to turn around and leave, the fairy says, clearly trying to be helpful. That sure sounds like a trap to you. The party readies their weapons.
Frost Primal is real, I'll have you know, the fairy says.
The fairy fades from view, revealing a horde of slobbering monsters. They set upon you at once. Get him!
Alright, we got Tornado Die level 2. That's good. Instead on the Envenoming 3, though.
Those bones. Were they all the fairy's hapless
I
victims?
thought we could only get the skills up to level 2 off those force fights, but I guess there is a rare chance we can get up to level 3.
Among them may well be the remains of the old woman's son. One thing's certain. Next time they appear, you're not letting those fairies get away. You feel a slight rumble and look up to see a massive snowball hurtling toward you from above. You summon the flame primal and melt it before it hits you. You lock your eyes on the top of the end wall. To find that snowball was but the first of many. You can't possibly hope to melt them all. You'd bet your card case this is those fairies doing. We'll just have to avoid them as we climb, Rigol says, perhaps concerned after you overextended yourself in Icevale.
We don't need to worry about saving here. Dodge them like so. Pass this.
You make your way past the treacherous snowballs and find another passage inside the face of the cliff. It's not too far to the top now. Seeing how little is left fills you with enough determination to keep going.
Hold on. I'm gonna check the wall to slide over here. No, not that one. Okay. Let me go. Alright, there'll be an opening with a ring of sharpness in here on the west. We're gonna be doing some character setup in a little bit. So it's funny, since you can only have one buff on me, the attack down that it gave me actually prevented me to getting damaged by the poison. They did me a favor. Alright, we got water jet now. Level 2, so that's good. Alright, so that ring lowers our damage, but increases our speed.
Your torch goes out unexpectedly. You summon the flame primal and light it once more. Is everyone still here? Are they unharmed? Yes. It seems so. You let out a sigh of relief and continue onward. You hear Polka and Trollis speaking in oddly high-pitched voices behind you.
No way, should we keep going? I'm getting super sketchy vibes. So I totally agree, this feels too dangerous. I say we go back.
They want to turn back? After you've come all this way? Polka and Trollis don't sound like themselves. They're both excitable in their own ways, but never quite like this. Legol whips around and puts his back to yours. Draw your weapon, he snarls. Polka and Trollis click their tongues at you. Then lurch forward and attack.
You want to know why it snows? The sky is taking revenge for the ground ditching it. Look at them, clutching the weapons they're fighting us with. How primitive. We all know that Charles doesn't talk like that. Charles can barely speak straight sentences, so definitely something odd going on. Nice crit. Ugh, look at the way what they're wearing. Imagine thinking that actually looks good. I'm actually embarrassed for them. Alright, Legault going down is not a big deal. We can finish this fight without him.
The imposters posing as Polka and Trollis disappear. You hear voices from further within the cave as they vanish.
Frost Primal watches over this cliff. None may pass. Intruders turn back at once.
Frost Primal? You repeat, your brow knitting in confusion. A confusion interrupted by the sight of Polka and Trollis walking briskly to your side.
Okay, not hurt. See, that's the Trollis that we know. Are you hurt? Focus on me. When we do that, count backwards from 10.
According to Polka, he and Trollis were dropped to the floor below when the torch went out. This is more like them. The real Trollis and Polka have returned.
Alright, so we have a boss fight coming up here. Alright, so we're gonna do some skill setup. So, Ali, we want Flame Breath, which we already got on here, Envenoming Sting, which we didn't pick up, unfortunately, so that kind of a bit of a bummer there. Yeah, we're pretty well set with damage skills there. Legault, gonna have Slice, which is this basic skill, Spark Bolt, which we have, Freeze Breath. Can't really use in this fight, so I'm not gonna bother putting that on right now. I think we're fine with what he has for now. Trollis, we want to make sure that she has Whip Strike, Frenzy, Flare Punisher. Take off Orc Child and give her the Flare Punisher instead. Pop that there. Poison Sledge. We have the regular poison, which doesn't do us very good here. We'll take the Tornado Dive. That there for now. And then go back over here. And where's the skill? Orc Child, put that on. So I want to reorganize skills here. Okay, so that deals with that there. What's our HP at? So Legault's low on health, so let's heal him up. Use some of these low healing items. We have abundance of from early in the game that we didn't go through. Alright, so he's topped up. Okay, equipment. Stay ring, can swap that for really, that's gonna lower his stats. Okay, honestly, that ring would be good, but I don't think we need to put that on right now. I think we'll be fine with what we have. Yeah, I think we'll be fine this way. I think the only other thing is that for Polka, we might actually want to that blast skill is not going to be too useful in this fight coming up. We're going to put poison on him just in case. Alright, let's make the save here, in case. Entirely possible that we die to this boss first attempt. We're ahead by a couple levels, so it should be okay. You dare defy me, the Frost Primal. I shall not allow you to pass.
Your hand flies to your weapon instinctively. There's no turning back now. The rest of the party follows your lead and prepares for a fight.
You would do battle with me, the Frost Primal?
Gladly. You signal to the rest of the party and charge into combat.
Alright, time for a beefy boss boy. Alright, happenstance, be nice to me, please. So it has come to this. I shall delight in crushing you as well.
As well? So, you aren't the first.
So it was you. You killed the villagers from Icevale. You tried to scale the end wall.
The Frost Primal confirms your worst fears with a deep, rumbling laugh.
Their looks on their faces as they fell were almost amusing.
You let out a piercing scream that gives way to a howl of agony for those lost to this creature. The Frost Primal must pay.
Frost Primal's really antagonizing Allie here.
The Frost Primal is mighty, but if you work together...
Alright, so first things first, we're going to deliberate. Start stacking gems. Frost Primal's going to start healing periodically every turn, which is annoying. We're going to try to get the deadly poison on him. There we go. Alright, next things next, we're going to buff Trawless. We're going to go for a tornado. Start chipping away at him. Alright, I gotta be careful. Well, this boss can actually freeze us, so we're hoping that we don't have to deal with that too much. We're gonna heal the goal here. Oh, this is gonna suck. Okay, well, we got cursed. So all healing is now damaged, so first things first, we're gonna go ahead and use an Omni Panacea. The only one we got, so we gotta be careful. We'll go for a Spark Bolt. Has a lot of armor, so it makes this fight a bit problematic. That's why the poison's so useful.
Beautiful.
Alright, deliberate. Hopefully you get the deadly poison back on. Okay, Charles being frozen is bad. I can't do anything about that though. I can try to heal her and hope that he doesn't insta-kill her, but see what happens. We have to deal more than 20 damage per turn too, which is a bit of an issue. Failing these rolls with the deadly poison, which sucks. Gonna heal Trollis. Who got? Oh, Allie got frozen? Boy. They gotta get this poison off again. Alright, there we go.
Sometime.
So we're gonna use a healing item here.
Sometimes you get lucky.
Alright, good crits. Good damage roll on the deadly poison. Alright. Volka. Use another quality on himself, please. Reapply the deadly poison, hopefully. There we go. Gotta reapply that poison. There we go. Getting there slowly but surely. Damn, Polka getting frozen's bad for us. I'll have Trollis pick him up to at least unfreeze him, or else he's gonna get KO'd. We have a single piece of Panacea here. Heal. Who do I need to kill? Polka, and then we reapply the poison. Damn. Okay, just go for damage. Damn. The goal went down. Okay, we'll get him up. I just have to keep the damage up on him because... First, my Spear Elixirs. Polka... Salve, please. Apply the poison, please. Okay. Trollis. Alright, we need to kill the goal before he dies. Alright, we're almost out of party-wide heals. That's a bit of a bummer. We gotta reapply the poison. Sorry, Trellis, I can't help you. I have no way to get rid of the freeze. Oh, thank you, Happenstance. Alright, well, goal, you need to heal. You need to heal everybody at this point. Okay, do I have one? I only have 2 left, okay. Gotta reapply the poison. Okay. Stop freezing people, please. I don't think I can pick them up, unfortunately. I'm just gonna have to have them die and then revive them. Trellis, I need you to revive Lagol. We have 1 party-wide heal left to use. We're so close.
Sometime?
Trellis went down. Oh my god, I lost 2? Oh boy. Stop with the freezing. Thank you, happenstance.
Beautiful.
I'm not gonna be able to get people up without him healing constantly through all of the damage. I'm running out of revives too. Alright, heal the goal, please. Stabilize, stabilize. That's bad. That is really bad for us. I can't do anything about the curse. That's unfortunate. Go for broke. Prowess, go for the kill! Woo! We did it. I was close. Nearly used every item in my inventory that we bought earlier.
The frost primal seems to vanish before your eyes. But you soon realize they explain that they can shapeshift, and we're behind all this trouble.
Holy. We're really sorry. We'll give you some fairy dust if you just forget about this. Yeah, it can turn you into anything you want.
You ask if they truly did kill all the people of Icevale. They exchange glances and break out in a fit of giggles.
We might have dropped a boulder, a couple rocks and snowballs and crushed them into little red spots, sure. We didn't mean nothing by it, it was a joke, you know?
They let out an innocent laugh.
Oh, but the old lady who came by every day, we let her live. She was a hoot. She really is. Her son's been nothing but bones for ages, but she keeps looking for him. Hilarious.
You turn toward the fairies and lift your sword high overhead. Mischief and pranks don't take lives. You slash hard in their direction. "You're terrible," one of them shouts, as they both flutter gracefully out of the way. The fairies mock you mercilessly.
Oh, we'll tell Mother on you. She'll be so mad, she'll turn bright red. You humans are the worst, you don't even know a darn thing.
In one slash, Legol slices them cleanly in two, and their fluttering forms dissipate in the air. "That's what I'm here for," he growls. Well, you won't be making cards out of them now that Legol sliced them in half. Still, you have no regrets. You were going to cut them down yourself. Onward. Leaving, Trollis chirps, once again her usual chipper self.
Alright, forward we go. I'm glad we made it through that fight. We didn't have to redo that long, grueling battle.
You work your way deeper and deeper into the end wall, until it seems you can go no further. Polka suggests you return to the sand skiff, which seems as good an idea as any. You agree to head back to the sand skiff as quickly as possible. You exit the cave to find the blizzard has subsided. Polka ventures a guess that the fairies might have been behind the blizzard as well. Either way, there's nothing stopping you now. You should be able to ascend the rest of the way in the sand skiff. You gaze up at the impossibly blue sky as the balloons inflate, and you gently lift off once more.
Alright, that ends chapter 5.
At
2
last,
chapters
you
left.
float over the top. You knew this wall was not the end.
Holy crap. That fight had me scared when we were running low on healing and revives and stuff. Alright, so, the fairies mentioned someone named Mother. We don't know who that is yet. We know that, those fairies killed all the villagers and the son of the old woman by dropping boulders on them, making them splat. But they're now dead, so we're gonna continue on and hopefully seek out this new Terra.
Having made your way over the end wall, you are faced with a vast forest. Using a telescope Polka had been carrying, you search for a place to alight. From the look of it, there is only one safe place to land. There was a ferocious monster lurking in the spot where you were trying to land. The key word being was, because you've squished it good under the sand skiff. The group, acting as though nothing oozy or squishy has happened, alights from the vessel. Almost immediately, you spot something glowing in the snow. Perhaps the monster was attempting to hide it there. Polka gazes at the surroundings appreciatively. He tells you that he has never seen a land so verdant in all his life. You can't argue with him. Greenery swathes the area all around you.
So from this chapter onward, we're going to start trying to use those godly bills when we get certain monster encounters. All rolls land on 6. Gonna heal Trollis. And we're just going to run. Alright, I'm glad we made it out of that boss fight. I did not want to have to do that boss fight from the start again, because that is one of the scarier primals to deal with. It's freezing out.
The group shrieks the words in unison. The cold is even more biting here than on the end wall. In no way could people live in temperatures like this. You decide to confer with the others on your next course of action. You ask Legol's opinion on what to do next, but he offers no more than a shrug and a grunt. You ask Polka's opinion on what to do next. He replies, "While we were flying, I saw what looked like a village. And if I recall correctly, it was that way," he says, pointing to the northeast. You ask Trollis's opinion on what to do next. She munches on a piece of fruit. You're not entirely sure where she found it. In fact, she has a whole armful. She hands you one and motions for you to have a bite.
That's delicious.
The place is bitterly cold, but it is replete with trees and greenery and delicious fruit like this. It seems that Nuterra is as incredible as the rumors said. The group decides to go with Polka's idea for now, and sets off in the direction of what he thought was a village.
So we're gonna head off this way. There'll be a forest encounter coming up where we'll have a chance to get Rain Call or Gale Storm if we don't already have it, up to level 3 for either of those skills. We're hoping that we can get Rain Call, because we already have Gale Storm. Although if we do get Gale Storm, it would be nice to have it be the higher level one. Alright, so this will be a forced encounter. So we're hoping for Ring Call, which is a very good damage skill. Or healing skill. No, I think it's an AoE damage skill, I believe. I forget. Either way, I want it. Because I believe it's an AoE skill or an AoE heal. Yeah, AoE water skill. The one that I'm confusing with in this area is a different skill.
You discover a village.
But there is a
in massive
party-wide
trees.
heal that I want to get in this area.
However, the place is quiet. Quiet enough to be off-putting. For caution's sake, you'd best keep your guard up if you're going to enter.
Alright, there's gonna be a chest before we get into the village here. Which will have 2,000 gold in it.
Get him.
I can't deal enough damage to actually kill the turtle, sadly enough.
Beautiful.
That's a very useless skill. It's fine though. Alright, now we get head into the Silent Village.
The group enters the village. You can see traces indicating the place must have been inhabited, but no sign of any people. The place is still as death, a ghastly atmosphere hanging in the air. Legol seems to be frightened of something. Might he scare easily in places like this? In any event, you want more information. You decide to investigate the village.
So we want to go to the Apothecary Ruins to get a Supreme Salve.
On the shelves, you spy a number of salves, poultices, and other medicinals. Maybe this place was an apothecary. Polka says that several of the items could be of use, so you decide to borrow them, minus the especially suspicious-looking ones.
Alright, big heal.
The walls are riddled with claw marks and bloodstains. Was this place attacked by monsters? Recalling the subterranean village, you cover your mouth and drop your head. Feel sick? Trollis asks, worried about you. With your eyes cast downward, you spot what appears to be a scrap of paper with a drawing on it. Upon the walls of the sturdy building, there is a single word written in crude lettering. Help. Gazing at the writing, all the color drains from Legol's face, and he looks ready to make a run for it. You reach out a hand to comfort him, but as you do, you spot a scrap of paper at his feet with what looks like a drawing on it. Within the small building, you find some things that look like laboratory equipment, along with a sturdy-looking cage. Legol says, "Let's hurry and get out of here." The fright in his voice is plain. You suppose he really doesn't like unsettling places like this. You feel a bit of guilt at the thought, but can't help but find it a little cute to see Legol acting so unlike his usual stoic self. As Legol hurries everyone along, Polka inspects the equipment. He manages to locate a scrap of paper with some kind of drawing on it. This place looks like it was an inn. With a little tidying up, it should be perfectly usable. Legol is clearly not in favor of the idea. We're not seriously going to sleep here, are we? Polka counters that not only is there nowhere else to sleep, but critically, it won't cost anything to rest here. Having argued down Legol's disagreement, the group decides to sleep at the inn. After getting a bare minimum of rest, you leave the inn. This place must have been a weapon shop of some kind. You note a number of still usable weapons arrayed on its shelves and walls. No small number of them look like implements of torture. You and the others give the distasteful shop a quick once-over and decide to be quit of the place. Having given the village a once-over, you decide to return to the inn ruin for the time being and review what you've learned. However, you don't have a clear picture of what happened here. Absent any other ideas, you take the scraps of paper you found during your search and lay them out on top of a desk.
Hey, hang on. Do these actually fit together?
Looking at the images on the scraps, Polka realizes that they must have originally formed a single page.
Alright, so what we need to do here... this.
With the scraps assembled properly, they form what appears to be a map. Looking closely, you spot a flower drawn in one particular location. Something about it calls to mind a childhood memory for Polka.
You did such a good job, Polka. You're going to be just like Mommy and Daddy someday.
Polka stands dazed and unmoving. You ask if anything is wrong, but he replies, "No, nothing at all." Breaking the reverie, a something black as midnight assails the party. You reach for your weapon, ready to fend off a monster. But when you take a look...
That doesn't look like a monster. What is it? Attacking. That's what it is. Pay attention.
Legol's upbraiding brings you back to the moment, and you grip your weapon tight, ready to fight.
Alright.
To battle.
So, in this chapter and the following chapter, it's going to be a lot of lore dumping, and then we're definitely going to have a lot of things that we could possibly talk about. This is also where the game gets significantly harder going forward as well.
Beautiful.
Sometimes...
Someone smashed their keyboard pretty hard.
The monster-like thing's attacks are ferocious. Like darkness come to life, it steadily wears you down.
This thing's weird.
Trollis seems to be feeling the same unease you are in regards to the creature. You've managed to defeat the creature and hold a card aloft to seal it. It doesn't seem to work, though. Maybe this really isn't a monster after all. A little troublesome having to deal with all these unknown foes, isn't it? Exclaims Polka. The four of you decide to run for it. But when you turn, you find Steelborough soldiers blocking your path, trapping you.
These people ever quit?
Perhaps they're in pursuit of those responsible for killing everyone in the Senate. Legol clicks his tongue. The group decides that it would be better to take on the soldiers than to challenge the black creatures. However, the Steelborough soldiers ignore you and start to fight with the creatures. The thought of just running for it crosses your mind, but the soldiers are still people. You can't just leave them to die. The soldiers don't wait for your help and manage to bring down the shadowy creatures. Polka shouts his appreciation to the soldiers. "Thank you so much." They turn to look at you and Polka, and with a nod, they attack you this time.
Uh-oh.
Get 'em!
These soldiers mean business. You manage to defeat the Steelborough soldiers. You question one of them, asking how many of them are pursuing you. Filthy traitors!
In the next instant, the soldier is back on its feet and rushing at you. Legol turns to you. We shouldn't linger here. Abiding his suggestion, you decide to hurry away from the place. You decide to ask your friends what to do next. Nuterra's dangerous, Legol says. Now that we know, we should just go back. You can't deny the truth of what he's saying, given what just transpired in the village. Nonetheless, We should press on through New Terra, says Polka. He is curious about the mark on the map, thinking of the guru of Lightville and her claim that what you seek would be in New Terra. Trollis waves her hands about vigorously. Still good to go. And with that, she indicates that she'll follow you. You tell the others, I want to keep exploring New Terra. You're curious about Polka's reaction to the mark on the map. Fine, but I'm going back after we check that spot out, Legol says, with no attempt to mask the displeasure in his voice. Polka looks carefully at the map and determines that the mark indicates a location north of where you are, between snow-capped mountains.
Alright, so we're going to be heading to the roving merchant. We're going to be doing some re-equipping and skilling.
The merchant's eyes are starry and bright. This is his first glimpse of New Terra. You ask the man how he managed to scale the end wall, and he raises 2 bloodied palms to show you.
That's determination, right there.
Why, it seems as though he climbed over himself in pursuit of your group. He laughs off your surprise. It was nothing, not when there's business to be doing. You recoil a bit, but are nonetheless glad to have the chance to do some shopping.
Alright, first things first, we're heading to the armor. We're gonna buy some new gear. We're gonna buy the minstrel blade for Legol and the warrior's mail. Can we buy the minstrel blade? Thank you. Okay. We are good for now. We're going to head to the pet shop. We're going to go ahead and buy some more skills here. So there's the envenoming sting. We're going to grab that since we missed out on getting it naturally. We already have Lightstorm and Drain Life, so we're fine on that. That's the only skill that we need to buy here. We're gonna go buy some items as well. Sell off the old gear. Any other loose items that we don't need? That's literally all we have. Okay, time to restock. Of those. Should be good for now. Leva. Yeah, that's good. That's all we need for now. Alright, so next thing is do some skills. Allie, we're gonna put Flame Breath on, Envenoming Sting, place at least Poison Sludge, and then Light Storm. I know Trollis has Guess we'll put that over this, and then we'll give Trollis that skill instead. That's the order I want the skills in. Yep. Okay, next is we need to do Legol. Then we want Spark Bolt, Freeze Breath, Main Life. So we want to up there. We could also give him Chomp, but we don't really need to have that at this point. I think this will be more than sufficient. And then Polka, Liberate, Metal Punisher, Great Blast. That should be good for now. We'll be readjusting again a bit later once we get some other skills. And so we have quite expensive skills on Trollis here, but that's fine. So we can give her Uden's a good skill to have at this point. I think what we'll do is we'll actually give her the code, that there, the double damage, that there, and I don't think we need Flare Punisher right now, I believe. Just double checking here. Trying to see. Yeah, so she needs Flare Punisher. Okay, so we're keeping that on for now. We could swap in Rain Call, but we'll just go with Flare Punisher for now. A lot of her skills are... This is 3 damage to all targets. Honestly, I think that'll be better than the double damage for now, probably. We'll swap in Frenzy a bit later when we need it, and I think we should be good for now. Alright. Alright, so we're gonna keep heading this way.
The party happens upon a half-buried treasure chest. You dig it out, only to find it's locked. Polka boasts of his lock-picking skills. You take one look at it and announce that you could do it. Probably. You have no basis for this claim. You ask Legol if he could open it. He scrunches his face. Lock-picking isn't my strong suit, he replies. Trollis, brimming with confidence, announces she can pick lock good. This is the first you've heard of her lock-picking prowess.
Alright, Trollis, I believe in you.
Feeling uneasy about your own abilities, you let Trollis take the lead. She smiles, nods, and begins mercilessly pounding on the chest with her fists. You ask what she's doing. She tilts her head. Box empty, she says dejectedly. You pick up the chest and give it a shake. Sure enough, it doesn't make a sound. It must be empty after all. Trollis picks up on your sudden disappointment. This happens, she says by way of encouragement.
Alright, keep heading around the mountain.
As you forge on through the snow, you come across a tattered doll covered in deep gashes. Gashes that could only be made by monster claws. The doll appears to be covered in dark red blood. You don't want to think about the fate that befell its owner. The smell of all that blood is going to attract more monsters, the rest of the party warns.
We're gonna try to find the owner.
You insist, and place the bloodied doll into your pack. Blood smell. With those words, a monster appears before you, nose twitching. There'll be no getting out of this fight.
Alright, so we're gonna liberate. Pretty well set up now to deal with most encounters for a bit.
There's no doubt about it. The bloody doll's scent attracted the monster. You'd better find its owner before it draws any more bloodthirsty beasts to you, even if it means leaving the doll by a corpse. The party silently watches as you place the doll back into your pack. Everyone knows what must be done.
Alright, so there'll be a ring of perseverance down here that we'll grab. Gonna head up this way and around the bend. If we encounter some mage moths, we're gonna... Yeah, there we go. That's the fight I wanted. We're gonna use a Bill of Godly Fortune to hopefully get the Soothing Flutter skill.
Sometimes.
Alright, so let's hope we get the skill. Ha ha ha! I got trolled. Okay. Is what it is. We have more attempts. Another attempt to get it. The Trollis is immune to the poison. Or to the paralysis, sorry. It's fine, we'll get Trollis back after the fight's over with 1 HP. Hoping that we can get the skill off the mage moths here.
That's...
Alright, game. Please give me the skill. Thank you. Oh, I missed out on level 2. Damn. Okay, well, we got the skill that we wanted at least. Which means that we need to do a swap now that we have it. So Lightstorm is gonna get swapped for... Actually, no we're not. I'm not gonna do it that way. I'm gonna give it to Polka. Get rid of... I'm gonna get rid of Chomp here. The mage moth. Is it? There it is. Yeah, because we're mostly going to be having him do support. That's fine. Normally I would give that skill to Ali, but that's fine that we're not doing that now. There'll be another chest over here on this side. And then south along the path here is going to end up being another chest.
You spot a mound of snow too neatly defined to be natural. Is there something beneath it?
But anyways, we'll come up on a chest that has 2,500 gold in it.
You brush off the snow to reveal something frozen solid. You decide to pull it from the snow before your hands turn to ice too. It's slow going, but you're wiggling it free. With one last pull from your icy hand, you manage to dislodge an old pack. It crackles as you test the frozen stiff flap. You idly wonder what became of its owner. The ice snaps and pops loudly as you force the pack open. Inside is something very useful for an adventurer indeed.
That's a good pickup. That's a full heal and a revive in one. There's that chest I was mentioning.
As you trudge through the snow, you hear a muffled thwup somewhere ahead. The sound of snow falling from the trees above. The next sound you hear is the crick-crack of a strained branch above your head. Uh-oh. You all sense the danger and back away from the tree. Just when you think you're safe, you feel the ground beneath you give a little. You've backed yourselves onto a hole covered by the falling snow. The snow gives way, and you find yourselves at the bottom, covered in snow anyhow. Distressed and a little worse for wear, you scramble out of the hole and brush the snow off one another.
Damn.
According to Polka, the place that the map marker indicates should be around here. You can detect the telltale signs of life nearby. Could there be a village? It may be worth a visit. You notice telltale signs of monsters, too. To your surprise, you realize that there is a settlement of monsters just ahead. The mark on the map looks like it's pointing to this village. It seems like it could be dangerous to approach. You say that you want to go into the village, but Legol stops you. insisting that you need a plan first. However, with uncommon zeal, Polka suddenly bursts out, "Please, you have to let me investigate the place." He explains that the mark drawn on the map looks much like his mother's hand. You truly do want to agree to his request, but it would be reckless to a fault if you just marched right in without preparing.
Well, Polka didn't divulge that information when we were back at the Silent Village. So Polka knows a bit more than he's letting on right now. So we're gonna use that fairy dust that we got.
The fairies you encountered on the end wall were masquerading as Polka and Trollus. So wouldn't that mean you could use this powder to disguise yourselves? You suggest to the others that you use the fairy dust to disguise yourselves as monsters. Though reluctant to assume such a form, you're left with little other recourse. You and the others use the fairy dust and transform into monsters. Trollus seems somehow pleased with her newfound fuzziness. Certainly more pleased than Legol, who is rather less than happy about his new monster form.
Trollus looks so fluffy!
At any rate, the transformation has afforded you the opportunity to safely infiltrate the village, and you set off to do so. It looks like no humans live in this village. Instead, the monsters seem to have a thriving culture of their own. You can't hide your surprise that they live just like humans, and your mouth drops open. Polka whispers into your ear, "Let's hurry and look around this place before they find out what we really are." The monster offers you a ball and says, "I'm much too noble. Couldn't possibly play with something like this. Throw me something more valuable," the monster says, tail wagging back and forth out of a desire to play.
I will throw a bill.
"Here, fetch," you say, throwing something from your pack. The monster zips after it, tongue lolling with delight. The monster returns quickly, something clutched in mouth, but not what you threw.
Alright, so that gives us a nice free spring elixir, which is nice. We're gonna go ahead and Mayor's residence.
The doors of the magnificent mansion open, and a delightfully fluffy monster comes out. The monster says, "Spend all the time you want. Our village is yours." It looks as though this is the local mayor. The mayor looks at Polka in surprise, and then narrows his eyes. He explains that Polka reminds him a lot of a friend of his from long ago. Hoping to win the mayor over, Polka rattles off a lie. "Ah, yes, I'm his descendant." The mayor is apparently the credulous sort, and is convinced. He offers a memento of his old friend.
Alright, so we get the Thunder Staff for Polka, which is a nice free weapon for us. We could have bought earlier, but us getting it for free is way better since it's a bit expensive. Now, Polka has some damage now. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to talk to the pet shop owner.
After you enter the dimly lit shop, you notice its monster owner sighing. You ask if something is wrong, and it explains that it doesn't have enough dishes to feed the pets in the shop. After taking a good look at you, the owner asks, Would you be willing to get a plate from the nearby village? You don't especially want to help a monster, but Pulka convinces you by saying it probably wouldn't hurt for us to ingratiate ourselves to the locals.
Alright, so we're gonna head back to Silent Village now.
You leave the village and quickly undo the transformation. You don't find it terribly enjoyable to remain in monster form.
Oh, hold on. A bloody doll. I think we can turn this in here if I'm remembering
fairy powder to
correctly.
change form into a monster.
I don't know.
Slip
I don't
back
remember
into the town of monsters.
who I give it to though.
With starry, lovelorn eyes, the sprite says, "How I wish to see him again." Upon hearing the details from her, you think the object of her longing sounds a bit like Legol. Ha! As if, the monster snorts with laughter. "You're not gonna win contest like that," one of the monsters says breathlessly. The trio seems worked up about something. When you ask what kind of contest it is, the monsters leap around and reply, "Jumping contest."
Yeah, I don't think we turned that in here. Anyways, we're gonna go do the plate thing. I don't remember exactly how to complete this thing because I don't have it in my notes. Anyways, so we're just gonna advance the story without it. I can't remember what the reward is for doing it either. Not important enough that I don't have it in my notes, so. Alright, so we're gonna go to the sturdy building.
There is a single word written in crude lettering on the wall. Help. Highly unsettling though it may be, you carefully search the area and find a plate on the floor. Trembling, Legol says, "We got what we came for. No point sticking around any longer." He's not wrong. You could be attacked at any time by one of those shadowy creatures. You all agree to hurry back to town.
Alright, things are about to get pretty heavy, and we're gonna get a lot of story dumping. Just forewarning. And then we can start discussing headcanons and what's been happening with the story in the trilogy thus far. There's gonna be a lot to unpack, and then finishing up this chapter and starting the last.
The monster accepts the plate from you and immediately sets about preparing food for the pets.
Yahoo! Soup's up!
You hear the shuffling of feet on the floor as the hungry pets answer the owner's call. But then you realize what the pets are. Humans. Eat up. You're all very, very important gifts, the monster coos with a smile. You can't turn a blind eye to this. This is barbaric. How dare you treat humans this way? You scream. The monster looks at you in surprise. What you talking about? You draw your weapon and brandish it at them. Battle time.
Alright, so the monsters in this town are keeping humans as slaves. So, our reaction, knowing full well that Allie is not very keen on monsters, is obviously to put an end to it.
You've managed a clean victory over the pet shop owner. Your conviction is renewed that monsters are beasts to be despised for the suffering they cause humans. The people freed from the cages look terrified and are unable to even speak. Well, now what? Says Legol. Your reply is cool and composed.
You have to take down all the monsters in town. It's the only way.
Polka agrees with your assessment. We'll be found out before long, and there's little else we can do to save so many people. In a tiny voice, Legol replies, "Yeah, right." He looks out of the shop window and surveys the town.
Alright, time to slaughter them all.
Battle time.
Now, you might be thinking, well, aren't they just doing what everybody else was doing throughout the game? Yeah, they were pretending to be humans, but obviously that's wrong, right? I'll let you in a secret. There's a little bit more to this than you think, and shortly, in a short little bit, we'll have that revealed to us. But just like all the other villages, everybody has to die.
Wish I could have eaten my fill one last time, the monster says, before issuing a particularly dry death rattle.
So we're gonna just systematically kill all the rest of the monster villagers to advance the story here.
Get him.
Yeah, we can explain, but everybody has to die first. That's exactly what's gonna happen. We need to do it to progress the story anyways, to get more answers to what's going on.
Maybe poetic justice, the Yeti says. These words are its last.
And
last, true rest, the monster says, before its eyes close forever.
so we killed the innkeeper monster, and you'll notice that I got 0 gold for that fight. Because remember, all inns in every village we've ever been to have always been free. So the innkeepers don't have any money to give us. Yeah, all the innkeepers are broke.
I expected nothing. The monster lets out a clipped whine and then lies down for the last time. Get him! We practiced so much, the monster says. They have hopped their last.
Poor froggies.
Beautiful. Alright,
so we hit 20. An extra gem at the start of combat now.
I've already lost my body. I know when to fold, the monster says, before giving up the ghost.
Alright, so one more after we killed the slime here.
Sometimes. A masterful.
We got quite a lump sum of money too, because it's an item shop owner.
Without my revenge, the monster says, its final words oozing out before it passes on.
Alright, so now we're gonna double check our health. We're in good standing. Going to make a safety save here, because once we kill this last monster that we see, we'll be forced into a boss fight. Which hopefully goes well, because I generally have trouble with this boss fight coming up. And that's the power of freeze.
Victory.
So double damaged on her with a crit.
I wish I could have seen him one more time, the monster says before issuing its dying breath. It looks like you've defeated all of the monsters in the village. You decide that there's no longer any need to remain in monster form and undo your transformations. But at that moment, a giant monster stomps up to your group.
I'm not letting you run amok any longer.
The monster's teeth gnash in fury. Seeing you and Legol has jogged something in its memory.
You people from Subterran Village.
Your eyes go wide hearing the creature's words. You remember that scar on its eye. It can't be. Was this the monster that attacked the subterranean village?
Is it sinking into anybody yet? Maybe this is why I came back alive, to avenge friends you killed.
Never would you have imagined you'd run into this monster here. You grab your weapon and let out a guttural scream.
So we're just apparently returning the favor of what they just did to us.
You have a history with this one, but...
Alright, so we need to make sure that we stay healthy. This boss can deal a lot of damage out of nowhere. And it's quite beefy as well. Alright, we're gonna flutter here. I'm not gonna be able to get the freeze off, I don't think, because I don't think this boss can be frozen. You try to get the venom up. Holy crap. Well, goodbye, Polka. I'll try to get you up. That's unfortunate, I failed that. Alright, we need to heal up here. Him having that damage boost is not very nice for us right now. There we go. I need to heal. Ow. I need to reapply the poison. That failed. Where's the big heal? Alright, everything lands on 6, so that's a guaranteed poison. We can try for the, freeze, but I don't think we can. Yeah, that's what I figured. Alright, now he can insta-shot people, which is kind of scary, but he lowered his defense, so it makes him susceptible to more damage, which is nice for us. Problem is, it's gonna be very scary. At least he doesn't heal. That hurts. Alright, we're getting there. Yeah, this fight last time I did this run a couple of years ago really screwed me, and I had to restart this fight several times. Because this fight can just go south real quick. The Frost Primal, this fight, and a couple of the other fights can be pretty rough, but I would still say, Voice of Cards 2, the Forsaken Maiden, which we did the previous day, is still a significantly harder fight than this. Like, it still has more of the significantly harder fights. Mainly because of the boss rush that we have to deal with at the very end being a huge deal. Alright, we need to Omnisolve here. Alright, Polka needs to heal everybody else up or else they're gonna die. For sure. It's an RPG. There's a lot of RNG with it, though. Alright, everything lands on 6. I need to heal, though, so we're gonna do that. This is a lot of damage coming my way. Alright, Polka, heal everybody up, please. I'm gonna Soothing Stone here. Alright, Charles is still alive. Go for hopefully a poison, please. Thank you. Alright, Trellis, we have a big heal left for you, so we'll use that. Alright, good poison roll. Almost there. This is why we did that shopping trip. Mainly, specifically for this fight. Alright, unless somehow he instantly wipes the entire party, we got this in the bag. Alright, there we go. At least we didn't have to restart the fight.
You stand over the fallen monster and raise your sword high. This is for everyone you killed. Looking at you, the monster speaks in a soft voice. What you did here, any different? The scarred monster destroyed your home, and now you've destroyed its.
Keep in mind, this stuff with this ogre that we just are fighting right now, like that happened 7.5 hours ago in the run. Me, you, that same.
Shut up, says Legol. He steps forward and thrusts his sword at the monster in your place. You shake your head and stop him. You know you have to do this yourself. You've had your revenge. Maybe killing this monster was the whole reason for this trip.
So I know someone way back, about 45 minutes in a run, mentioned that, oh yeah, we already got revenge because Legol killed the Senate. But that wasn't Allie's revenge. This is her revenge. Killing this entire town for the town that she lost her mother, her family back in the subterranean village.
Yet the monster's words stick with you, like a tiny bone lodged in your throat. Legol notices you brooding and speaks, his voice full of concern. Don't let it worry you. The village mayor comes over, looking at you as though he wishes to speak. You decide to listen to the mayor. The mayor speaks in a quiet voice as he tells you how this town came to be.
Town was established to protect the entrance to the special ruins. The long years fulfilling that role are over.
After finishing, the mayor hands you a key to his residence. He explains that the entrance to the ruins can be found in the basement of his home. There is something there, a truth you ought to know. He continues, "Now my duty is done. Will you kill me quickly?"
I miss my friend. It's time I go to him. We'll let him live.
You put your sword away. You have no desire to end the life of one who so clearly wants it. The mayor gazes at you, sadness swimming in his eyes, then looks up at the sky.
Alright, key information. The reason why I didn't kill him is so that we get this context here. My life goes on. Again, hang on a little longer. Cypri. That's a character name all the way back from the very first voice of cards we did last week on Monday. Cypri is one of the first characters you meet in the first village of Isle Dragon Roars.
You need to go to the mayor's residence and find whatever this truth is that you must know.
Alright, so we'll double check our characters here. We're gonna heal up. Just enough so Trollis isn't in danger zone here. I'm gonna have to hope that we have enough items to get through this next bit, but we're pretty much done with this chapter. We're gonna be heading into the last bit of the end game.
Unlock the door of the manor with the mayor's key and enter. A quick search turns up a staircase leading to the basement the mayor mentioned. Trollis points down and asks, "Truth down there?" Pulka mutters, "What could it be we ought to know?" Legol's eyes are fixed ahead. He does not say anything.
You mean Trollis? Yeah, Trollis is cute. Trollis is best girl.
You swallow hard, and then gingerly take the first step down the stairs to the basement.
Alright, so, based on the context that we learned, the Puffball Mare mentioned Cypri, so we know that this game ties into the first game. We know that Forsaken Maiden ties into the first game as well. So, in order of events, thus far, we could put together that Forsaken Maiden happens before Isle Dragon Roars, but this game in particular, Beasts of Burden, takes place after Isle Dragon's Roars. Because those that are around for when we played the very first game, and we did do the trilogy in release order, which is fine, because they're all standalones anyways, but the way it works out is we'll learn some more details and stuff. But based on the information that we know at this point, the events that ended in the first game translate over into this game. and vice versa. So you can't have some of the back lore between all of the games happening without all these other games going on. It gets really complicated, but stuff starts to make a bit more sense once we get the lore dump out of the way in this next chapter coming up. But it happens right all at the end. We get most of our lore leading up to this section, and that big drop there. And then the rest of the dump is going to be coming into towards the end of this next long chapter here. But yeah, so we're in the last chapter. If everything goes smoothly, we should be done this next chapter in about a couple or so hours. And the name of this chapter is pretty much the giveaway for what I just mentioned, but we'll learn more about what that means.
You make your way down the stairs. As you make your way through the dark, the words of the scarred monster come back to you.
Me, you, exact same.
The monsters were just like you, living in their town. They grieved for the deaths of their fellows and sought revenge. The thought sticks in your mind as you make your way forward. Before you know it, you've found your way into a cold, unnatural-looking passage.
What even are monsters, really?
Having heard your muttering, Polka speaks up. I'd like to know that myself. Trollis hums pensively, her head inclined in confusion. Legol says nothing. The ruins looming before you elicit a gasp. Huge, elaborate stone structures dot the area, their shapes completely unfamiliar to your eye. What are those? Asks Trollis, yet not even Polka can answer. You and your friends continue to make your way through the ruins, overcome all the while by the imposing unknown structures.
Alright, so this will be the final dungeon of the game.
As you make your way through the ruins, the light of curiosity shines brighter and brighter in Polka's eyes. Seeing this, Legol nonchalantly takes hold of Polka's sleeve, perhaps out of caution, to keep him from wandering off. There are white lines painted in a striped pattern along the ground, which Trollis cheerfully hops back and forth over. The lines cut off, and you discover someone standing where they terminate.
Trespassers found. Must tell mother.
We'll have trouble if it tells its friends we're here. Come on, says Legol as he draws his weapon. The monster tries to flee, but you and your friends attack. Battle time.
Alright, so there's lots of good skills for us to pick up in this area as well. We're going to go ahead and heal Trollis while we have the opportunity. And then we'll lay this guy out. Unlike the previous skeletons, he is a bit resistant to light damage. And I know what you're thinking. Why is that skeleton wearing a hockey jersey with a hockey stick? Well, there's a truth that we haven't learned yet, as we're down here trying to find out. I'm sure at least a few people that have been watching since the very first game, even in Forsaken Maiden and stuff, have slowly started piecing it together.
Mother, the creature says before collapsing. Another monster with a mother. Polka mutters. At this, Trollus pipes up. Other one said mother too. Now that she mentions it, you do feel as though you've heard a different monster mention a mother. You remember. The fairy at the end wall said, "Ooh, we'll tell mother on you." Polka frowns when you mention the fairy from the end wall. He goes on to point out the possibility that mother does not refer to a literal mother per se, but a presence that governs all monster kind. This mother might well be deeper within these ruins. All of you agree to proceed with utmost caution.
So at this point, our party's assuming there's some kind of governing figure that they're assuming is the mother that they're referring to. Alright, so in this section forward, game really wants us to be like level 25 or higher, because we're approaching endgame in this last dungeon. We're only just in the 20s right now. The glowing fungi guy has a skill that is very useful to us, if we can get it. We do have godly bills that we can spend to hopefully get it. But we could also just buy the skill a bit later. We'll have one final opportunity to do shopping. But that won't be for quite a while.
Along the path, you discover a big iron box.
And I'm going to be examining some of the objects along the way because it's relevant to our story and sort of like the progression for the narrative here, because we have plenty of time to go about doing so.
You suggest it could be some kind of mine cart, but Trollus insists that it's a sand skiff of some kind.
So if you're under-leveled, how come you're overpowered? It's all about the skills. In this game, unlike the other ones, levels don't determine what skills you have access to. It's RNG and the fact that you can buy the skills out of the shop. And how you use them.
Looks at the boxy iron contrivance and mumbles something about its workings being much more complex than a mine cart or a sand skiff.
We supplement a lot of our stats and stuff with gear that we can afford and get at certain points in the run. Through accessories, armor, and weapons. And that helps augment the damage that we'll deal with skills. A lot of the earlier run, we were taking advantage of things like poison to deal extra damage to it for us per turn. So things like that matter. It just makes the routing a bit more complex, especially when you're doing menuing for characters and stuff when you're assigning skills, says things vary quite a bit. Like, that ogre boss that we just finished killing in the previous chapter, like, when he buffed himself to have 50 damage, like, we barely have 50 HP to survive his attacks. And it's even with our armor that blocks some of that damage, because his skills add extra damage to it as well. Alright, Dark Breath is not bad. A higher level will make the required skill gems lower. I don't particularly use that skill normally when I do runs, but...
The entirety of the ruins groans as the ground trembles. Going any further may prove dangerous.
But it is a flat damage skill. Just a rather expensive one.
Everyone agrees getting out of here is a good idea. As you exit the ruins, a girl dressed in white appears. But with that, she vanishes. You gaze at your friends to see if what you just saw really happened. But it seems as though whatever it was you alone who witnessed it. You aren't sure what she meant, but for some reason you're reminded of the subterranean village. What if you went back home?
Alright, so I did that to prompt the super boss that we could eventually go do. Because yes, there is super bosses. And the super boss in this game is quite difficult. I still think the Forsaken Maiden super boss is by far the hardest. But the super boss for this game is also quite difficult. We're gonna head north here. And then that'll give us a Supreme Salve to use. Since we're a bit low on healing items and stuff, but that's not too bad. We can deal with that for now.
Sometime. Beautiful.
1 damage off from killing him. Yeah, that dreamlike girl that we saw in that, like, flash was the little girl that died at the very beginning of the game in our home village. So now we got that, we're gonna head south here. There'll be a Ring of Bravery that we're gonna go get. Alright, Bill of Godly Fortune against these guys would be really good for us, because they have a skill that is extremely valuable to us. We're gonna heal the goal first, though. And then we're gonna go use Godly Bill, and hopefully we get the skill. Skill that they have is Rejuvenate. which is a AoE party heal that's better than the current one that we have. Alright, missed out on it. That's unfortunate. But we got 2,000 gold nugget. That's basically enough to buy one of the skills that we'll want to get later.
You spot a monster who poses before you, showing off their outfit. You like what you see? Killer fit, right? You can't quite find the words, and as you gawp, the creature hands you a ring. Go on. Embrace the drip.
Embrace the drip. Go on, embrace it.
This monster doesn't seem hostile at all. You and your friends decide that it would be best not to make a scene and decide to leave quietly.
We want to heal Allie. Oh, never mind. She got a full heal. Never mind. That was a waste. Gonna run away from this fight anyways, because I don't need the skills off these monsters. I can't remember if this is a forced fight or not.
The monster offers a warning. Many monsters around here. Good to be careful. You find it a bit rich to hear a comment like that, given the source. Nonetheless, it doesn't seem to be hostile, so you decide to do as it says and steer clear. Get him.
Alright, we don't need to fight these. Alright, so some of these fights, like I said, are a little bit hard to run away from because they're close to the current level that we are. If the dice roll is higher than 5, then they're way above our level.
Polka picks up a small iron box from the path. Curiosity shines in his eyes as he examines the object. Suddenly, the small box releases a blinding flash of light.
Bomb! Get down!
You heed Legol's words and dive to the ground. But nothing happens. Perhaps it only emits light, murmurs Polka. Legol's face flushes, and he stares at the ground, suddenly very interested in a particular loose pebble.
As we're starting to see, there's some kind of, like, lost civilization down here.
master.
A figure that looks hewn from iron stands in silent vigil. You and your friends take a few ginger steps forward. The creature rattles and clanks to life, uttering nonsense.
Elevator here is pristinely out of service. If you would like to use the elevator, please turn the power on.
Without a moment's delay, the four of you draw your weapons and prepare to fight.
Thank you for coming! I look forward to your next visit.
With several whirring, buzzing, and sputtering noises, smoke erupts from the iron figure, and it stops moving. A close look at the figure reveals that not only is it not a monster, it doesn't seem to be a living creature at all. Despite no longer moving, the thing continues to babble.
The elevator here is pristinely out of service. If you would like to use the elevator, please turn on the power.
Nuterra truly is amazing. A profound sense of just how much you've yet to see wells up within you.
So right now, our characters don't know anything about anything they're seeing right now. Everything is very, very foreign to them.
Sometimes you...
Yeah, and a lot of the fights here are going to earn us quite a bit of money and experience at this point. Anyways, we're going to go up north here. We gotta go look for the elevator power, as the Rubit mentioned.
To battle.
Go ahead and heal everybody. Go ahead and take out the sprite first. The Toad that we saw earlier, you see now Toad hopping on top of a TV. But our characters don't know what that is. Alright, Seal's not the great for us because can't use skills because of it. You can tell that we're like barely on par with the stuff down here because they're doing a lot of damage to us very easily. Most of them taking like half our HP out in a single attack. Right, so Ali will have 1 HP back. Alright, so we're gonna want to... I'm gonna try to get the random encounter instead of using one of my healing items, because I really want to save these right now. That way we can pop a heal and then just run.
To battle.
Need another counter here. I can get the other heal off. Because there'll be a force encounter when I go to activate the switch, and we're going to want to make a save for that. Alright, we can spend a heal if we have a small one here. No. Yeah, I mean, I'll use that. That's not a problem. Oh yeah, we want to make a save. Alright, so now we can activate the lever and we'll get into a forced fight.
Polka calls out that he's found some kind of device. You look over just in time to see something moving behind him, but he doesn't seem to have noticed, as he is totally fixated on the equipment. Monsters appear, lightning arcing and crackling around them.
We won't let anybody interfere with her work.
The monsters descend upon you.
Alright, so you get warned by some Volt Wasps. These little buggers can cause paralysis, which is not that great for us. And they definitely hurt.
Oh! Sometimes.
Alright, got through that fight. Wasn't too bad.
My. That was close. Polka laughs as he returns to fiddling with the device. Moments later, he lets out a little, "Oh." It looks like he accidentally pressed one of the strange buttons on the device. You hear a loud whirring sound coming from somewhere.
Oh, that is, yeah, thanks for that, Master. That's, I miss Emperor's New Groove. That was such a good peak show back in the day.
Over there, where Metal Thing was, Trollus shouts, heading in the direction of the sound. Maybe it has something to do with the iron figure from earlier. You'd better go check it out.
Alright, so we're gonna make our way back to the iron figure. We're gonna be going south here before we do that, though.
Pride and delight dripping from every word, the monster boasts, "Mother told me to stand guard here, so that's what I'm doing." Nonetheless, it doesn't seem like it's going to stop you. You can practically hear the wheels turning in its brain as it says, "What was I supposed to do if I spotted someone?"
So we just go past the monster there. Poor guy, doesn't remember what he was supposed to do. I do find it really funny that they included the monster with the Yorha. Because that definitely tripped a lot of people up, because they were like doing a lot of headcanoning, thinking, your automata, it's got links to it. It's like, no, it doesn't. There's nothing in the game anywhere around the lore between any of them that relate to it. So anyways, in this chest is a endgame weapon for Polka. So it's going to allow him to get some massive stat boost. So Polka's got a lot of damage compared to everybody else now. So we're going to go ahead and reassign skills. So we're going to give Polka the Light Storm. That's fine, that's fine. The heal's good there. Gonna swap that back in. What else do I want to give him? Actually, he doesn't need that AoE if we have the 3 on there. I need a cheaper single target skill on Polka now. Yeah, we can give him the water one. That works out fine. And then we can go over to Allie here, and I said earlier that we're going to be giving her flutter. Oh, no, sorry. That's not the one I wanted to give her. Whoops. She needs an AoE, so we're gonna give her Gale Storm. Yeah, that's all fine there. Reassign skills is kind of annoying, so we're gonna do that. Freeze, we don't really need at this point. Trying to think what we want here. AoE flat damage. Reorganize our skills a little bit. Alright, let's get that flutter back on. And then we gotta do Trollis now. So we want Frenzy on Trollis for sure. I think this will be fine for now. Yeah, that'll be fine. I'm almost tempted to put on the Absorb here for Trollis instead of the Tornado Dive, but the Tornado Dive is quite a bit of damage. So I think we keep Tornado Dive and we take Frenzy off for now. I mean, Frenzy is level 3 though, but Tornado Dive is just more damage. Provided though, so Frenzy will double damage though, so in some circumstances where she gets a buff, Frenzy would be better. But that just will play off either us having buffs that we can apply to the party or by giving her the skill to buff. Yeah, I think that'll play it fine because that'll allow her to recover health on her own as well. A bit more than her normal. Yeah, and we should be okay. We gotta go ahead and make a save so I don't have to redo that. And then we can head back to the Iron Figure that we saw earlier that we were fighting. This game sure makes it a requirement to kind of play around with how you want to skill and equip.
In equal measure. However, the nonsense seems to be slightly different nonsense now.
Hello, welcome to the elevator.
It keeps saying that word, elevator. What is it talking about?
Your mind immediately went to that when you saw the cap. Yeah, I know it gets a lot of people. It did at first get me as well, but then I remember I'm playing Voice of Cards, and it just doesn't make any sense, especially after playing through the game multiple times over.
When you step in front of the imposing iron door, it opens with a metallic clank. The group cautiously steps through, and with another clank, the door grinds shut. The four of you are quite flustered about being trapped inside, but then you hear a ding sound, and the doors clank open again. You step outside. You can't shake the feeling that the area around you is slightly different than before. Despite the strangeness of it, you all decide to continue exploring. As you do, you continue to wonder what that elevator thing actually was.
Alright, so we're gonna get to a fork in the road and we're gonna continue going south. And that'll bring us to another chest with another endgame weapon, but this time will be for Trollis.
Battle time.
So as we're powering up our characters, we're getting better gear for them. We're trying to acquire as many skills as we can. Grind as much money as we can so that we can set ourselves up for endgame. We're going to go with this. These stones are actually just weak to light damage, which is unusual because you would think they're weak to lightning, like the previous ones. That's just not the case here. The toads are definitely a priority because they can cast Seal, which prevents us from spending skill gems. Alright, so a nice stat boost for Trollis with this new piece of equipment, so we'll go ahead and put that on her. Now Trollis really got the damage.
Get him.
We're gonna go ahead and heal everybody.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
I've never seen that enemy do that. I didn't know that they had that ability to actually flee from fighting like that. I've never seen that before. I am astonished that I'm still seeing new things with this game to this day.
Battle time.
Alright, another chance at getting the skill we want off these guys. They don't kill me. Ow.
Oops. Sometime?
I'm glad that Polka is pretty tanky at this point in the game. Alright, please get me the rejuvenate. There we go. The rejuvenate's a backup. In case you need to use it if we're running low on revives. We can like sub that in, but we'll be okay. For now at least. Alright, we're gonna heal everybody right off the start, and then try to run from the fight. This Iron Figure's actually gonna full heal us anyways, but... Hello, would you like some tasty canned food?
Legol immediately draws his sword at the creature. Polka raises a hand to stop him. Wait, I don't think it wants to fight. Maybe it's friends with the one we saw earlier. The Iron Figure hands you a small metal cylinder with a delicious-looking picture on it. Legol tries to stop you. Don't. It could be a trap. But the Iron Figure said it was tasty, and it is simply human nature to want to eat tasty things. Having examined the cylinder, Polka mutters to himself and starts fiddling with it. With a pop, the cylinder opens up. Inside is some kind of delicious-looking, vibrant red food. The smell of it makes your stomach burble in hunger. Don't eat that unless you want it spraying out both ends, says Legol. Trollis ignores him and dumps the contents of the cylinder into her mouth. Trollis doesn't look like she's in distress. Is it good, you ask?
Trollis knows.
Her eyes light up, and she tells you that she's never eaten anything so delicious in all her life. The rest of you swallow hard, practically in unison.
Well, I suppose all science starts with experimentation, no? I am really hungry. I guess we sink or swim together.
With everyone decided, you reach into the cylinder and start to eat the contents. And then you eat more and more. You can't stop. It's a new dimension of flavor. Legol apologizes to the Iron Figure. Hey, you're all right. Sorry we hurt your buddy.
Hello, would you care for some tasty canned food?
It continues to offer more of that delicious, canned food. You're touched by its kindness.
Nice robot. Alright, so we're gonna head north.
To battle.
Yeah. Yeah, we can just fight them. I should have just ran from that fight, to be honest. Too late now. Alright, Protective's not bad. Level 3, too. I won't be using it.
The iron door opens just as before, and the four of you step inside.
Alright, so we're gonna get a pretty heavy lore dump sequence coming up here.
Another iron figure stands before you. Something is different about this one, though.
Welcome, you've done well to come this far.
Unlike the others, this one speaks in a much more natural cadence. Upon hearing its voice, Polka's eyes go wide.
I know that voice. I wonder if you're worthy of going beyond this point.
You hear the sound of a door slamming open. A trio of monsters spills out of the doorway.
You will go no further.
Suddenly, Polka charges into the monsters. Out of the way, he shouts.
Alright, so something kind of set Polka off there. Alright, so there'll be 2 forced encounters here.
I expected nothing less. No sooner do you defeat the monsters than reinforcements rush from the door, barring your path. Polka looks ready to charge into them again at any second. There's clearly something wrong with Polka. It'd be dangerous to keep fighting with him in this state. Trollis grabs him, and the group beats a quick retreat. Seated on the ground, Polka apologizes. It looks like he managed to cool his heels a bit in the wake of your retreat. You ask him what happened, and he replies, "I needed to see whose voice that was." You look to Legol for assistance, but for some reason, his face has gone pale. Polka is silent for a few moments. The iron figure's voice. It sounded just like somebody important to me. I can't ask you all to put yourselves in danger. I'll go on by myself, he continues, standing up. Legol's reply is terse. Don't worry about me. Polka seems determined to get through that door, even if he has to do it alone. You're also concerned about Legol. Nonetheless, the four of you agree to see what's beyond the door. But to do that, you'll have to take down those monsters.
So we're going to return there, but we're going to go heal up from the delicious food that the nice, kind Rubit has.
The group enjoys another delicious meal of canned food. The incredible taste is satisfying to body and mind alike.
Of course I get a random encounter right there.
Get him! Should have stayed away, one of the monsters says. We need to see what's through that door, you say, as the four of you draw your weapons.
I'm glad they missed that. Alright, take care of the toad. Ow. Life drain. Almost 1 damage short.
Oops.
Well, that's why we went back to go heal, just in case that sort of nasty stuff happened, because that ogre hits hard.
We back off for now, says one of the monsters. They flee. Left standing alone, the iron figure says in a soft voice, "You've done so well. You may proceed." Legol is attempting to appear calm, but you notice beads of sweat running down his face. The figure's voice was certainly unsettling, but it didn't seem that unsettling. Polka looks at the rest of you and gives a deep bow of his head. "I'm so sorry to have dragged you all into this," he mutters, his voice barely audible. Beyond the door, there is a lone woman. Polka gasps at the sight of her.
Mom?
"Mom!" Polka shouts. He tries to run over to the woman. Legol holds out an arm. "No, don't." You watch the monsters take the woman away, and Polka lets out an agonized, "Mom!"
Things continuing to get stranger and stranger.
Get him.
Alright, so Polka swears he saw his mother. Please don't lightning me. Alright, so we're gonna be going east here to get another Omna Panacea.
Battle time.
We're gonna continue to try to heal and run from fights until we're at a stable health. Run's going well. I think we're what, like almost 9.5 hours in? Pretty close to that. I don't know the exact time. But we're doing pretty well. Should only have a couple hours left at most right now of the run left. We're in the final major area and dungeon of the game. Yeah, I'm glad that some people remember that that I did the release week stream here on really long-a-thon back in the day. When all 3 of the games came out, we did a very long, comfy, start to finish playthrough lines that took us 20 plus hours each when we did them, easily. And that wasn't even covering everything. That was just kind of going through the game at a pretty leisurely pace.
The image of Polka's mother is displayed on the metal box.
You've grown just like your father. Did I miss the Panacea down here somewhere? No, I didn't. Oh, it's on the east edge. I went the wrong direction. Okay, that's fine. We can just keep going this way and then double back this way.
Battle time.
What's our party's health look like? We're just going to let her and then run. There's gonna be a panacea down here. Definitely want these. The shadows we won't be fighting if we can help, if we can avoid them, because they won't give us skills. So that's the Yamana Panacea, which is a status cure for the entire party. And then from here, we're gonna head north. And there'll be a fork here, we want to head west. And west is going to lead us to a chest with some money in it. We're going to do one massive shopping trip in a little while. Alright, so now we can jump back this way and then continue heading north.
The image of Polka's mother is displayed on the metal box.
That girl, is she a monster or a human? Would be that so impossible? Oh, the researcher in me simply must know. Alright. So at this point, we're gonna be running for a majority of the fights. I don't have any more godly bills really to mess around with, I'm aware of. So we missed a chance to get Rejuvenate. Or, sorry, we ended up getting Rejuvenate, but I don't think we'll end up needing it.
Battle time.
What Rejuvenate does is, allows us to bypass needing Spear Elixirs to do revives. It just costs 4 skill gems to use, which is not cheap. So we're gonna head south here. It should be bringing us to a chest with another endgame piece of gear, and this will be for Lagol. I don't like the spirit goes before us. Alright, so there's the Dark Honor for Lagol, so we're gonna go ahead and equip that. Get a massive damage upgrade as well. And stats. Way.
battle time.
As I said before, when monsters are significantly weaker than us, where our roll chance for escaping is guaranteed at 2. Steve, there's something around the bend here. I can't remember exactly what it is. I mean, this is a chance to get vigor if we do this fight, so let's go for it.
A mask.
That wasn't even vigor. I didn't want protector. Vigor would have been so much better to have. Alright, so large soothe stone. I can head this way. Northeast here. Will be another Supreme Spirit Elixir coming up that we can grab as well.
Get him.
Okay, I'm glad she didn't actually do an attack this time for her first turn. Would have made my healing kind of redundant.
The image of Polka's mother is displayed on the metal box.
You're the surviving Subterran, aren't you? How do you know that? Your face tells me you use monsters like tools. I'm sure you've worked more than your share of them to the bone, too.
Get him.
Alright, please don't hit me with a lightning attack, Spirit. Or Sprite. And you do the exact opposite of what I told you to do. Alright, so before I forget, I'm gonna grab this Spirit Elixir here. Come back to where we were, and then continue. Oops.
Too bad.
Very happy that Polka's speed is high enough that we can just first turn with him, get heals, and then run. Alright, anyways. We'll be preparing for movie time. We're gonna get some pretty hefty lore dropped on us.
Polka's mother stands waiting for you, surrounded by monsters. In the midst of the confusion, you direct a question at the woman, who seems to be Polka's mother.
Are you Polka's mother? Yes, I am. Mother to monsters as well. I just must introduce myself. My name is Mizar. Thank you for taking care of my son, Polka.
Visibly trembling, Polka forces a few words out. Mom, why?
Remember way back in chapter 2 when we met Polka? Polka mentioned that he faintly remembered the village in which his mother and father raised him in burning up and him fleeing, and he swears he thought he saw them burn and die. But as you can see, Polka's mother's still alive. So I guess we're gonna find out more about why that is.
Mizar laughs gently, and then claims she will show you something good as a reward for making it all this way. She explains that this building was once a facility called a movie theater. The humans of old would come here to enjoy watching movies, fictionalized moving pictures that other people had made. However, Mizar says with a smile, what I'm about to show you is no fiction. It is the true story of our world's monsters.
So we're about to learn some pretty hefty origin story. Alright, so before we do that, we're going to quickly open these chests. We're going to get the Ring of Evasion, and then we're going to get the endgame weapon for Allie as well. Flashpoint. Go ahead and equip that now before we forget to do that. And we're going to sit down and enjoy some lore.
Now that you're seated, we'll begin the screening, Mizar says. She then activates the movie device. Once upon a time, there was a village in which humans dwelled. Terrible beasts called aberrants had descended upon this village. Amidst the chaos of fleeing inhabitants, a lone man fought back against the fiends. The man succeeded in fighting off the aberrants, but still he lamented that he was unable to save more people. The girl sobs, "Mom, Dad, where'd you go?" The man knew that he could not stand by and let things continue as they were. and so he decided that he would work with the villagers to come up with a solution while time yet remained. "When will all the fighting end?" cries the old man, his voice breaking with indignation. In this era, the fires of war had spread across the world, and into that raging conflict came biological weapons, the aberrants.
So, remember way back at the end of the Isle Dragon's Roar when we put a stop to the medicine that the Ivory Order was making? And then how at the end it said that even through all of the stuff we went through, the human race broke out into an all-out war across the world, and there was fighting and stuff going all over the place. This is kind of linking into that, because this takes place after those events, much further into the future, obviously. But obviously, the war ravaged the land, and some terrible things ended up happening.
Their incredible power was meant to bring an end to the long years of bloodshed, and yet, in the disarray of war, the means to control these weapons was lost.
And I'm being pretty vague with a lot of the stuff, but kind of like people still kind of put piece things together.
To be controlled, the aberrants went berserk and ultimately became an existential threat to humanity.
That's because, again, we're playing a Yokotaro game, so there's a lot left to the imagination that you could kind of think about. Because it's not told to you exactly word for word what's going on with the story.
One of the children cries out, "I'm so hungry, my stomach hurts." In this era, climate change had pushed the world to the brink of a major food crisis. This in turn caused skirmishes and outright war to break out all over. A throng of people has gathered at the assembly hall.
Oh, on its course, humanity will be wiped out by the aberrants.
Persuaded by the man, the villagers decided to turn to a last resort. They would turn to genetic modification in order to give themselves the strength to fight back against the aberrants. And while those whose bodies were altered in this way would have strength enough to rival the aberrants, their appearance would be totally and irrevocably changed. But the people were determined to do this, to secure a future free from the aberrant terror. Women, children, and the elderly were sent away to a place of safety. Then, hands trembling, each of the remaining villagers accepted a drug from the man who had proposed the plan. And every single one of them was transformed into a monster. Monsters are humans who evolved to protect others?
There we have it. All of the monsters that we've been killing all along were human. We've been literally slaughtering our own kind.
Polka is quivering like a leaf in the wind. Mizar smiles her gentle smile once more. Very good. The monster mumbles a few forlorn words. We are human, same as you. He explains that it has been a long time since they last spoke to a human other than Mother, and themselves, he quickly amends. With an air of self-mockery, he adds, "Sometimes I forget." Voice filled with resentment, the monster says, "We are human, Why did the others treat us so badly? He goes on to explain that as the aberrant threat receded, those who had transformed faced persecution at the hands of the surviving humans. Each day brought with it a new indignity. At length, they were driven into this cold, remote place where the mere act of survival was a bitter struggle. They saved humanity. Their reward? Slaughtered by the people they risked everything for, sneers Mizar.
Mother gave us hope. You promised we would create a world free of oppression.
There is something wrong with this world. You agree, don't you, Legol? Mizar says, fixing her gaze upon him. Legol hangs his head as though all strength has left him. Don't take my word for it. Ask him yourself, Mizar replies. Legol says nothing. Legol says nothing. Instead, Mizar speaks up. You're utterly hopeless, Legol. She beckons you forth. Come this way. You follow Mizar into a small chamber, about which drifts a strange ambiance. She explains that it is in this laboratory she conducts research on the mutagen that transforms humans into monsters. Her goal, she continues, is to mutate all of humanity into monsters, and in doing so make the world a truly equal place. The four of you are at a loss for words. Even Trollus, normally full of bubbly curiosity, is silent. Trollus seems utterly perplexed, listening intently to see how the rest of you react. Legol is as quiet as the grave. His eyes are fixed on the ground. Seeing you checking on him, Mizar says, Legol was a test subject for the mutagen.
That is until he ran away.
We never should have come here. Legol's voice is a sickening rasp, as though he is coughing up blood.
Now we know why Legol wanted to leave this place.
Perhaps the traumatic experience of being experimented on explains the unusual way Legol has behaved since you arrived in New Terra. Polka has been silent since you entered the room. When he finally speaks, his words are low, and his mouth barely moves.
What about Dad?
A moment later, the dam bursts. I thought monsters killed him. How could you not hate them for that? Mizar gives a weak laugh. Because the one who used a monster to kill your father was me.
That's kind of messed up. Mizar killed Polka's father instead of what he thought he saw when he was younger.
Mizar answers as if her reply is the most natural thing in the world. He was beyond hope. He was trying to burn all our research. Monsters are our saviors. They protected our world, and yet they were persecuted and driven to the fringes. I will never accept inequity of this scale. And that's why I will transform all of humanity into monsters.
So we're left with like one of those conundrums where it's like Mizar's technically not doing something actually bad, and we're not doing anything that's good either.
That is true justice. And your father stood in the way of it, so he had to die. Don't you agree, Polka? Polka is overcome. His jaw works soundlessly for a few minutes. Finally, he manages a feeble, "So this is the truth." The light has gone from his eyes. Suddenly, Mizar cuts through the quiet with a loud clap. It is nearly time. In the next instant, her monsters show up and attack.
Alright, so this fight is going to be a losing fight because everybody loses the will to fight. Much like the back in prologue with Ali letting the ogre almost kill her.
Your enemies are monsters, but also former humans. And all of the monsters you have been using were once human too. The reality that everyone here is human washes over you. Your hands start to tremble, and you can't bring yourself to fight. Polka is overcome with shock. Legol, trembling, seems somehow smaller. Both of them have completely lost the will to fight. Trollis alone seems to have it together. "Come on, we can do this," she shouts, desperately trying to encourage her friends. The monsters begin storing up power, and then unleash it at you and your friends. Trollis fights desperately to protect you and your friends, and manages to keep the worst of the monster attacks from finding their mark. Mizar's sonorous proclamation echoes out, just as the ruins begin to collapse.
Alright, so we're approaching endgame now. Truth has been revealed. Zara's been trying to get everybody to turn into monsters after they were
You have to
prosecuted.
put a stop to Mizar's invasion. Somehow, you manage to force your leaden legs to move, and you take off after her.
Alright, so this will be the last major point in the run where we can actually do some shopping and stuff. Bless my birdie, I never would have dreamed I'd run into you all here.
The merchant appears before you and speaks with great enthusiasm. He explains that he and his market were caught up in the earthquake while exploring New Terra in search of valuable goods. That said, he adds with a little bounce of delight and eyes aglimmer, this place seems absolutely stuffed to the gills with valuable pieces. His indomitable dedication to business lifts your spirits, and you can't help but crack a little smile.
Alright, so we're gonna go into the shop. So we need to buy a couple skills that we might not already have. We're buying the charge spell, which costs 10,000. Well, we already have tornado dive, so we don't need that, but we do want to buy vigor. Platinum we don't want. And I believe that's it for skills, because we have everything else that we need at this point. For skills. Next we need to go to the armor shop. We're going to be buying and equipping new gear. Allie's going to get the Spangled Dancewear. And then we're going to be buying Dark Mail for Lagol. And then... oh yeah, we need Spangle for Polka as well. And then Trellis needs Warrior Mail. Oh. Alright, well, we'll fix that equipping in a moment. And leave there. We'll fix the equip in a sec. Actually, we should probably do that before we do it, because we're going to sell off the rest of our gear and stuff and then buy the items that we need. So I'm going to go ahead and fix that now. Alright. Put the Spangle on. Brawless. Where did I get the other Warriors Mail from? Okay, whatever. So we have the Ring of Life. The Ring of Life, Dark Stay Ring. We're gonna take that off, though, I believe. Putting on the Ring of Bravery. Polka. We want. Sharpness. And then Trellis. Yeah, we're keeping the gemstone ring on her. Do I actually need the speed on Polka? I don't think I do. I think, honestly, I want Perseverance. Okay, go ahead, we'll do our skills now while we're at it. So, Allie wants Slash. Checking what I got here. Slash, heal. So we'll take this heal here. Tornado dive. Benefiting Sting, which we already have there. And then we want Vigor Spore. Okay. For Lagol, we want Slice, Chomp, Spark Bolt, Flame Breath. And Drain Life. We're taking off all of the primals because we won't actually be able to use them in the upcoming fights. For Polka, we want Charge. So generate 3 over Deliberate. We want Soothing Flutter. We already have here. We want Firestorm. I don't need Firestorm, actually. Especially not if I have Great Blast. So I'll keep the Great Blast. Take... Where is Great Blast? There it is. What can I give him instead? I'll come back to him in a sec to figure that out. Trellis, we want to have Whip Strike. We want Frenzy on. We want Poison Sludge in case we need it. But actually, I think what I'll do is... Needs Rain Call, so we have that. She has Absorb, which is fine. Rejuvenate, just in case we need it. I don't think I'll need another source of poison. I think we can go without it. If we're gonna take a poison skill, we would take this one, but honestly, I think we'll be okay with this stuff here. Unless there's another skill that we'd want to have on here. Honestly, even Stab would be better. Yeah, I think this will be fine. I don't really want to keep both Absorb and Frenzy on, so what we'll do instead is we'll take... we'll take Dark Breath, I guess. Instead of Absorb, so she has flat damage. Reorganize this. Okay, and then Polka, we can figure out what we're taking off for Metal Punisher. I think honestly, might be able to get away with Water Jet, probably. Just taking another quick look here at what I have. Okay. Honestly, we'll just take Stab. Reorganize these a little bit here. Okay, that should be good. Alright, let's go buy our items, stock up, and then... get ready for the end game here. So we're gonna go sell, clean up our inventory to make room for stuff. We're gonna sell off all the old equipment to get as much money as we can. Okay, and then we're gonna go to items and clean up our item inventory as well. We're gonna sell all the low healing items off. We're gonna keep the soothing stones, sell that gold, extra money there. I think that's all we want to clear up out of our inventory. Alright, so now we can start buying, because we have to really stock up just in case we do need it. Alright, so we want to, first off... So we have 3 Supremes, so we want... Supremes, so that's 7 there. Okay. We need Omnipanaceas. We're gonna have 10 of those. Oh, I'm not gonna have enough. Okay, we're gonna have to sell off some rings. That's fine though. Alright, let's go sell off some of those rings that we didn't need. Darkstay ring we can get rid of at this point. And with the light stay. And same with all these other ones. Alright, so how many of these do we have now? We have 5. I'm gonna have to deal with grabbing some lower end ones because they're cheaper, but make it work. We have 1,000 gold left. So I suppose we can buy either 2 big heals there or 2 of the party-wide ones. Buy 1 more of these then, I guess, and then 1 of the more of the bigger heals. Then I'll be it. Not completely stocked up on items. We're a little bit short on money, but make do with that. Stop by the inn.
Instead, go spend lots of money at the other shops, she concludes with a wink. The party takes leave of the inn, feeling rested and refreshed.
Alright, we're gonna leave now. Alright, we're all set up for endgame. This will be a boss gauntlet, much like all the rest of the Voice of Card games. We're gonna go ahead and make a save here, because once we go beyond the store, we're locked in, and if we fail, then we have to redo the entire gauntlet again.
The fiercest battle you've ever faced awaits. You'll need to be suitably prepared.
Alright, wish me luck.
A yawning chasm has opened up in the ground where the ruins once stood. A sea of monsters comes crawling out of the abyss and bars your path. Mizar turns to the monsters and commands, "Kill the Subterran." Kill? Why? A furious Trollus demands. Mizar replies that Subterrans are the descendants of the man who made the mutagen. They always used monsters like tools, she continues, even now. She directs her next question at you. Surely you recall. You look at your cards, and Mizar makes no effort to hide her sneer. Oh, very well spotted. That man left a little insurance policy to his progeny. The ability to trap monsters, she continues, answering her own question. Fearing the monster's power, Mizar says, the Subterrans decided to use that ability and control them by force. And so the oppression of the monsters continued at their hands, but no longer. Now we will have equality once more, Mizar concludes with a smile.
Now it's time for our revenge.
The monsters, taking Mizar's orders, let out a collective roar.
So we have 7 fights coming up in a row, and if I fail any single one of them, we have to redo them all. And there is 4 bosses and the other, 5 bosses to deal with. So we're flashbacks to yesterday.
The truth about the monsters, the truth about your own people, all that you've done on your journey floats through your mind and leaves you reeling. However, Trollis is putting up a mighty fight right before your eyes. She shrieks, "No, can't end like this. Won't let my friends die."
And this is why Trollis is best girl.
She's right. You have to do this for your friends. You can't just let yourself die here. You have to fight. You grit your teeth and pull yourself shakily to your feet.
What's chat think? Are they on Monsterkind side or are they on humanity side? Who do you think has the better argument for wanting to be in the right? I'm very curious about what people's thoughts are. Alright, so we're going to start off with charge. We're going to start unloading damage. I'll go with this. Try to single out targets as best we can. Alright. Polka. Go for a light storm. We're gonna heal the goal here. We gotta try to stay as healthy as we can throughout all these fights too, because we don't really have any time to really heal between fights. Yeah, we'll add to our damage here so we can try to kill the gargoyle. Go. Alright, we'll go ahead and generate. Do a vigor. Alright, so now it's just the ogre left. This is just fight 1. Alright, so 1 of 7 down.
More monsters spill forth from the chasm.
There's so many of them.
Watching Legol waver, your mind turns to all that has transpired. You ask yourself why you set out on this journey. In the beginning, you were just caught up in the flow of things unfolding around you.
Aren't the stars just beautiful? This is what the outside world looks like. I want to see it with my own eyes someday. The stars, that's right. I wanted to see the beautiful starry skies.
And now you have friends. You want to see the stars, and you need to do it with these people you've come so far with.
That's why you're going to see tomorrow.
You hoist your weapon high and shout, "We're going to see what tomorrow brings, and we're going to do it together." Determination shines in your eyes, a light undying.
Alright, so open up with a light storm. Go ahead and kill this. Oops. I meant to do that on the toad, but that's fine. Alright, kill the toad now. That didn't kill him? Yeah. How do you live with 1 HP? 1 HP. Alright, let's fight 207 down.
You and your friends fight hard, slaying one monster after another as they emerge from the chasm. And finally, Mizar is left open.
Alright, boss fight 1.
Unable to afford losing any more monsters, Mizar squares her shoulders, ready to fight.
Humanity must know the pain monsters have been subjected to these past 1,000 years. This has been going on for like 1,000 years, essentially. Mizar hasn't been around that long, but the monsters certainly have. Or at least their kind has been. Alright, so Mizar in this fight, as we're about to see.
Unbelievable. Mizar used a human sealed into a card. Your attacks falter as your hands tremble at the thought of taking a human life.
Mom, please, enough!
In a tender voice, Mizar addresses Polka. Where lies true justice? You are my family. You must know. Hearing your words, Polka gives a jolt of surprise. That's true. After all, without me, you all would sure miss a lot. I wouldn't trade the time I spent with you three for anything. And not just you. The circus troupe, the people from the roving market, everyone we've met on this journey. I appreciate where you were going with that, But can we save the heartfelt speechifying for later? Legol says, interrupting Polka's thought. My point is, Polka says, holding his weapon at the ready. You all are my family. Go after her card case, Polka concludes, and you nod in agreement.
So as we were seeing, Mizar is summoning humans to fight us. Go ahead and open with a vigor. So she boosted her defense, so we're gonna start using some of our skills that jump around that. Anything that has flat damage. What we're gonna try to keep using. But yeah, Mizar hits hard, so definitely not somebody you want to trifle with. Uh, 44, so it's better if we do slice. It's 11 damage roughly instead of the flat 8. Okay, I'm glad we missed that. We could have died from that. Gonna reapply Vigor here, just because the goal's low. But she has boosted armor right now. Alright, so all rolls are 1. Stop boosting armor, please. Alright, Great Blast. That is the worst roll possible on Great Blast. For as expensive as it is, that was terrible. Carlos will just have her defend because no point wasting an attack there. 40, so 7, so we'll just chomp on that. Yes, you're right. I completely forgot that we had the happenstance that forced that roll. That is correct. Thank you for pointing that out. I completely forgot that turn had the happenstance for the 1 rolls. Try to go for the poison. I wish the skill was a higher level because it would be a lot easier to get the roll if it was 5 or less. So that's 7 damage. I'll go for a Flame Breath. 10 instead. Okay, all 6. Reapply. I should have went for the poison, but I want to be safe. I want to apply Vigor. I do not want to be sitting at low health. I'll just have Prowess defend. I can only deal 1 damage to her, really. Happenstance is really letting her stack up on the armor. Alright, I'll go for the charge. I am very much failing the poison procs. Alright. Dark Breath. Gotta get around that armor. Go for a tornado. Doesn't have the high armor right now, so we can benefit from that. Go for a frenzy. Alright. Boss 1 down.
Your attack knocks the card case out of Mizar's hands. She has no way to fight now. When you try to approach Mizar, several of the battered monsters stand to block your way again.
Well saved, Mother. Alright. Monsters round 3. It's the 4th fight out of 7.
One of the monsters asks Trollis a question. You're a monster too. Why help humans? You wait a few moments, and finally she answers, taking time to carefully form each word.
I might not be smart, but I know what I want.
I want monsters and people to get along. We'll stop humans from hurting monsters, and if monsters want to get rid of people, we'll stop that too.
We'll stop all the fighting. Trollis is too precious. Just absolutely too precious. Alright, reapply Vigor. Go for a Ring Call. Them all getting a buff is kind of scary. Ogre is scarier than all the rest right now. Alright, all rolls are 1. I almost made the mistake again. going for the Grand Blast. Yeah, we want to get rid of this guy now. So let's both AoE opponents down, so they can only have single target damage now. Alright, I'm glad I'm in a pretty healthy state going into this next fight. Because it's 3 bosses at once. This will be fight number 5.
You've taken down the monsters once again. But now the fairies from the end wall flutter down to stand before you.
Yep, and 2-game timeline-wise, we'll make more monsters via medicine. Back to Isle Dragon Roars when they were doing that.
Legol clicks his tongue. So, you're alive. A closer look tells you that the fairies seem unsteady. They wouldn't stand a chance.
Yeah, if we level up after a fight, we get a full heal. Characters come back with 1 HP. But if they get a level up, they'll be at full HP. We don't care if we die. We're going to protect Mother. So the fairies are back, which we thought we killed. You won't touch her so long as we live.
Suddenly, a brilliant light issues from your card case.
So the reason I didn't equip the primals going into this is that she takes them from us. I owe a debt to Mother. Mother's hope we won't let you take her life.
Not good. The primals are going wild, and you've lost control of them.
So this is the only opportunity we would have to like reassess our stuff here. If we had like the primals equipped, which is kind of nice that the game does that, but again, we're healthy enough we can go into this fight and hopefully win.
The fairies summon up all their strength and transform into the Frost Primal.
So this fight and the fight after it are going to be the toughest in this game. Because we had a hard time with the Frost Primal back on the mountain. Fighting all 3 at once is going to be even harder. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and charge. Get our stockpile of gems going. Trying to remember who I want to be afflicting poison to. I need to go after the Steel Primal first. Like, as the Steel Primal's got the 1 attack that does my health and damage. And the Frost Primal is just gonna have recovery active. So I have to pick and choose. 44. I'll go do a Drain Life, I guess. Alright. Remove the defense down for the attack down is much better for us than... Much better for us in the long run. We'll do a Vigor here to top everybody up. That is gonna force them to kind of try to nullify. Yeah. We're hoping that we just don't get frozen, is ideally what we're trying to avoid happen. So Steel Primal, then we'll focus on the Fire Primal. Alright, just gonna Vigor again. I want to stay above 35, roughly, just because of the amount of damage that they can deal. Curse one recovery is bad. That is very bad. Alright, we need to immediately Panacea that. I would have taken 10 damage on that recovery. Still not nearly as hard as the boss fights that we did yesterday, but the earlier fights definitely are more difficult than the fights we're currently going through. But we still have a very tough part to get through after this fight here. But this this setup that I have for these characters with these exact skills and with the equipment that I have routed in, it works pretty well. I haven't had too much trouble actually with this run getting into this point. It's earlier sections that I have more issues with, if anything. And that's just because we're under-geared and under-leveled for those. And usually suffering from not having the skills that we want. Which was most of the early part of this run, to be honest. Alright, so now that the other two are gone, we can focus on this guy here. Try to get the poison on him so they can reduce the amount of recovery it gets per turn. I need to heal Lagol here. Uh, 22 armor? Yeah, we can go for a Frenzy. Alright, Freeze is not good. We can go for another Flame Breath. That 20 massive heal is ridiculous. Alright, finish him off. Alright, 2 fights left.
Worn and ragged from their brutal battle with you, the primals crawl over to Mizar, tears streaming down their faces. Mizar turns her gaze to you. Her eyes are pinpricks of white-hot fury.
You leave me no other choice.
She withdraws a small bottle from her robes. The monster mutagen.
Don't!
She ignores Polka's plea and swallows the contents of the bottle.
Alright. So now we're fighting the Mother of Monsters.
After transforming into a monster, Mizar fuses with the primals. Their new form is an awesome sight to behold. You and your friends have already been pushed to the brink. You have no strength left to fight.
Is this it for us?
Suddenly, a strange light bursts from Legol. And in the blink of an eye, your entire party has regained all their strength. Polka can't contain his curiosity. What did you just do? Wow, hidden trick, Trollus squeals in excitement. Yeah, we'll talk about it later. Now come on, the rest of you follow Legol's lead and raise your weapons against Mizar. Someday you'll be victorious.
Alright, so this is where things can get a little dicey here. So we're gonna charge here. So we can't attack the Mizar directly, but what we can do is try to whittle down the sides. So we're going after the one that causes freeze first. Because if we're frozen, we get dealt double damage, which is not very nice to us. Alright, we need to use a party-wide heal. The defense down right now is worse than having the attack down. Alright, we're gonna heal Allie here, just to be on the safe side here. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Alright, reapply vigor to get everybody up out of the danger zone. Look like getting frozen. Okay. Go for frenzy. That was a bad roll. Oh my god, 1 HP. Oh, yeah. Okay, we can do this to kill it. It'll also damage the right side. Alright, so we don't have to worry about the fruit anymore. Okay, so that'll open up an exposed Nazar. Now we can go for face. Now she's going to activate the regen per turn, which is where we want to get the deadly poison on. Oh, I lost Krallis. Alright, we gotta pick her up. Okay. Try to get the deadly poison on again. Man, we're not getting lucky with these rolls. There we go. Good crit. I think we have one more turn to reapply poison before it comes off. Oh, there it goes. Alright, got through about half our HP. Alright, we have to defend.
Ready.
We don't defend, we just die. That attack deals our entire health as damage. Alright, let's reapply the poison. There we go. Alright, recovery comes off now, and then she gets insane damage. Good crit. Another good crit. Ow. Okay. Gotta stabilize here. should go be able to go for the kill now. Alright, Trellis, finish her off. We're not done yet, though. That was the last, like, actual boss of the game, though.
She lies broken on the ground. Polka looks like he wants to run to her side.
Polka, my beloved son. Please just answer this for me, Mom. Who are you now? Are you the monster's mother, or are you mine?
You are unable to hear Mizar's last words. You hope Polka did. Relief washes over you. What you've done has stopped the invasion of the human world, at least for now. Suddenly, a host of people from Steelborough come running into view. That's them. The traitor Legol and his accomplices. One of them spits. They come right at you, weapons drawn.
Alright, so this is the last fight. We're gonna go for... Doesn't really matter too much. We want to leave the guard last, though. Just start unloading all of our AoE damage. Go ahead and finish off the guard.
You manage to defeat the people from Steelborough, but reinforcements quickly come running. The four of you are utterly exhausted after the fight with Mizar, but you have to dig deep and fight back. Before you can make a move, Legol takes a step forward and addresses the rest of you in a soft voice.
I'll take it from here.
Legol thinks back on everything. He was a boy without parents, taken and used as a test subject for the mutagen that transforms people into monsters. He remembers his narrow escape, only to end up at the mercy of the Steelborough senators, who treated him like an animal. He remembers feeling numb to the world, numb to his emotions, and meeting you after you'd lost everything.
I met you, and I went on this journey. I tasted what it was to be free. I made friends, and I was happy. For the first and only time in my life, I feel like I've been able to live like an actual person. Thank you. But there's something you should know about me.
Unnatural-looking protuberances begin to swell all over Legol's body.
No, Legol, don't!
As his body continues to transform, Legol reaches an arm out toward you. Gently, but firmly, he pushes the rest of you into the chasm.
Live for me.
For a few brief seconds, you can see the sight of Legol charging into battle, receding into the distance as you fall.
Alright. So we're getting close to where time's gonna come up.
When you come to, you are surrounded by pitch darkness. You have no idea how far you've fallen. Oddly, though, you don't feel any pain. You wonder if you have Legol to thank for that, too. You need to get back to him, but you don't see any way to climb out of here.
Alright, so there's Rallis.
You manage to locate Trollis. She zips over, sweeps you into her arms, and twirls you around in a back-breaking hug. You can't repress your smile, even as you remind her how dangerous it could be down here in the dark. You manage to locate Polka. He asks after your condition as he always does, using seemingly as many words as possible. He is acting just like he always does. His concern for you lifts your spirits.
We need to get out. Easier said than done. So this is quite the pit.
Polka guesses that perhaps there are so many old world ruins due to them being hidden deep underground. Before you, a vast city of the old world stretches into the darkness. Just then, you catch sight of a battered and wounded monster. The creature is totally still, eyes locked on you and your friends.
That monster does look kind of cute.
You stand in front of the monster.
I'm a monster. Don't you hate me? No, you're cute. Like the first friend I ever made. Besides, you're going to show me the stars, aren't you?
The monster nods. Yeah, I'll show you. The most beautiful stars in the world, he says, then extends a hand to you. You take it. This is a pretty big ruin. Maybe somewhere down here, buried in the secrets of the old world, we can find out why night never comes, Polka says with a smile. Yeah, night. Stars. I want to see 'em together, Trollis says, her spirits soaring.
All right.
Places deep and dark may lie ahead. Be that as it may, you and your friends are filled with hope. So long as you have these people with you, you know the future you seek is within reach. And so the four friends join hands and set off into the vastness of the unknown. Well, unfortunately, the conflict between monsters and humans will continue. But maybe one day, the friendship these four share will be the norm.
Find the starry skies in a world without night. And that's time. So that is the end of Beasts of Burden, the end of the trilogy for Voice of Cards. All three games done across the marathon here at Really Really Lots of Lore. So we finished Underestimate, which is good. I'm very happy about that. I know the estimates are a bit up there. I'm happy that every single one of the Voice of Cards runs finished under estimate, and the Gauntlet boss fights at the end of them went pretty well. I hope you all enjoyed the story along the way, having a narrator talk mostly throughout the run more than I had. And then some of the discussions that we've had along the way. Did my best to sort of detail out what we were doing with the run, with the routing and stuff along the way. So yeah, if you like Yokotaro games, you can go ahead and give me a follow. I have speedrun every single Draken game. I don't really speedrun Nier Automata anymore. I'm looking to return to it in the future when I feel up to doing that. But I commonly speedrun Drakengard 2. That is my biggest game out of the series that I speedrun. I also love speedrunning these games, just because they're nice and comfy. And I spent quite a bit of time with the original Nier and Drakengard 3 actually as well. Although I'm not currently speedrunning any of those games. Drakengard 2 is the only one that I'm actively speedrunning besides Voice of Cards right now. Outside of that, I speedrun a lot of other obscure games and games that don't really get a lot of limelight or showcasing. The Onishambara series is another good one that I've enjoyed throughout the years. I did that in a previous really Lots of Lore event as well. I did the entire series. Well, at least most of them, anyways. Over the course of 10 hours, we beat like 5 or 6 games. So. But, yeah. Pretty happy. But yeah, if you liked what you see, I hope you continue to enjoy really lots of lore, and yeah. I hope everybody has enjoyed the Voice of Cards runs that they've been